Chapter 529. What? You little brat. I have worked hard for the Blaze Realm my entire life. Can't I enjoy myself? Do you know how long it has been since the last time these things were changed? I am doing this to treat my guests well in the future. Otherwise, people will think that the Blaze Realm is poor. The divine sun god snorted coldly and picked up his cup of tea to savor it. Is that so? Ning Tian smiled playfully and pointed at a leather sofa. A sofa made from the skin of an ancestor god realm beast. Not bad. After all, it has a hidden massage function. Phut. Hearing this, Xingyang Empyrean god spat out his tea. Also, although this soul-enchanting incense can clear one's mind, if you add some condiments into it, it might trigger some dreams. For example, a beautiful dream. Before Ning Tian could finish his sentence, Sacred Sun Heavenly God's face turned red and he coughed dryly, interrupting him. Ahem, holy shit. How did this brat know? Oh, grandfather, are you going to use these to treat your guests? Ning Tian looked at the divine sun god with a half-smile, his eyes full of ridicule. You little brat. Come with me. The divine sun god glared at Ning Tian. Seeing that this guy had no intention of stopping, he quickly pulled Ning Tian to a corner and gritted his teeth. Brat, what are you trying to do? Nothing, I don't have any bad intentions. I am just speaking the truth. Ning Tian shrugged and said innocently. You mother****, the grumpy divine sun god almost cursed out loud. But at this moment, he just happened to see Luo Wuqing looking at them with a puzzled expression. Instantly, he lost his momentum. Gritting his teeth, he took out a large number of pills from his storage ring and handed them over. Here you go. Don't mention it again. Ning Tian took the elixirs with a smile. He still had no intention of taking them back. F***ck. Brat, you're ruthless. Seeing this, the Xingyang heavenly deity cursed. However, on second thought, it was better to sacrifice some medicinal pills than to lose face in front of his precious granddaughter. Still, he was not happy to be cheated by this brat. Next. Under Ning Tian's smiling gaze, Empyrean deity Xingyang bled a great deal. Alright, you stinking brat. You're going to scam all of this deity's wealth. Hurry up and scram. Empyrean deity Sheng Sun glared at Ning Tian. Oh. In that case, Grandpa, you still have stock. Ning Tian's eyes lit up as he looked at Xingyang Empyrean god innocently. Fuck, no more. Get lost. Xingyang heavenly god cursed. Other people's grandsons and grandsons were all thinking about how to show filial piety to their grandfathers. Why was it that when it came to this guy, all he was thinking about was how to cheat him of his elixirs? He's so filial. His precious granddaughter was still the best. She even gave him the comprehension of the heavenly fire laws. However, what he didn't know was that his comprehension of the heavenly fire laws was actually given to him by his grandson-in-law, who had caused him to die of filial piety. Ning Tian patted the storage ring on his hand with satisfaction. After scamming so much, he finally didn't need to refine elixirs himself. Although he could refine elixirs himself, what could be better than the ones he scammed? Oh, right Grandpa, don't go to the WN Bao Pavilion to buy these things in the future. Because, the WN Bao Pavilion was secretly opened by my 8th senior brother. With that, Ning Tian smiled and turned around. Xingyang heavenly god touched his chin and murmured, no wonder this kid could tell at a glance. It turns out that there is also a decent person like me among the 9 supremes of the heavenly palace. The WN Bao Pavilion was the largest shop in the divinity's dominion for forging items. Among them, there was a decent item that was specifically for male cultivators. Ahum, Xingyang heavenly god coughed and looked at the two of them. Since you're here today, you must be preparing to leave, right? Yes. Luo Wuqing nodded slightly. She had already made plans with Ning Tian. Today, they would leave for the Tianmo cult in the divinity's dominion to verify some of her ideas. All right. Xingyang heavenly god nodded and then sighed. Sigh, this precious granddaughter of mine is like water that has been spilled. She will never come back. Grandpa, don't worry. Water that has been spilled will be repaid. For example, she will give birth to 2 great-granddaughters for you. Ning Tian smiled and looked at Shenyang heavenly god. He was always good at adding insult to injury. You, Shenyang heavenly god took a deep breath and said angrily, hurry up and get lost. Ha ha. Oh right, where is Shuo Tian? Ning Tian seemed to have thought of someone who did not have a presence. I threw him out. At this time, a low voice sounded. Luo Zetian walked in from outside the hall with a gloomy face. He gritted his teeth and looked unhappy. Ning Tian and Luo Wuqing were stunned. Before they could say anything, Luo Zetian said with an aggrieved face. That stinky lion said that he wanted to show me the word dismantling art. Forget about the show, this bastard chose a place, the toilet. Do you know how it feels? The moment the golden word dismantling appeared, the toilet exploded. The toilet exploded. It exploded, and then, Luo Zetian's eyes seemed to have lost their light. When he saw the word dismantling and the result of the toilet explosion, he was dumbfounded. Hearing this, Ning Tian and Luo Wuqing could not help but laugh inexplicably. Sigh, this Shuo Tian is so inhumane. It seems that I have to teach him a good lesson. Ning Tian sighed. That's right. I must teach it. Luo Zetian agreed. However, before he could finish, he heard Ning Tian say seriously, it looks like I'll have to teach it a movement technique. Next time when we're tearing down the toilet, at least it can escape on its own. Luo Zetian was confused. Damn it. What was he expecting? Expecting Ning Tian to be a human? Only then did he remember that Ning Tian was not human at all. Just as everyone was silent, a small lion swaggered in from outside the main hall. It looked very satisfied. When it saw that everyone in the main hall was looking at it, it let out a puzzled cry. Roar! Soon, according to the memories of the people of Luo City, the lion roared very miserably, in the sky. The void ship appeared in the sky. Ning Tian and Luo Wuqing stood on the deck of the ship, while the sealed flame Lion King was lying on the side. Why was it not sitting? Because its butt was injured, so it could only lie on its side. Grandpa, let's go. Ning Tian waved at Shenyang God, but Shenyang God ignored him. He looked at his precious granddaughter and said tearfully, my precious granddaughter, have a safe trip. When you get there, if you need anything, just say my name. Grandpa, we're not dead yet. Luo Wuqing held his forehead helplessly. Okay, let's go. Ning Tian stretched and controlled the void ship to slowly rise into the sky. Their target was the Tianmo cult of the Divine Dominion. The Tianmo cult of the Divine Dominion was located in the Divine Dominion's largest and most powerful region, the Zhongzhou region. Chapter 530. Experts gathered in the Middle Continent region. It was the largest region in the entire God realm. All kinds of forces gathered here. Above the sky, there was a roar as the space fluctuated. Then, a black battleship slowly emerged from the void. Phew, we finally came out of the void. I have to say, the fire domain is quite far from the Middle Continent region. On the deck, Ning Tian looked down and could not help but heave a long sigh of relief. Ever since they had left the fire domain, they had stayed in the void for dozens of days. Apart from cultivating and taking a couple's bath, they had nothing else to do. It was truly a little boring. After all, the patriarch was a serious person who had to do serious things. Well, the God realm is an unknown place compared to the 9 domains. Moreover, the God realm is limited by divine power. It will be slower to operate the void. Luo Wuqing nodded slightly. At this moment, her pretty face was cold, but her skin was tender. It seemed that cultivation was good. The Middle Continent region is different from the fire domain. It is not only much bigger than the fire domain, but also not controlled by the Luo family. The entire Middle Continent region is very vast and there are all kinds of forces. Husband, we have to be careful. Okay. Ning Tian nodded slightly. He had never been a troublemaker. Shuo Tian, when we arrive at the Middle Continent region, you better behave. Don't tear it down, okay? Ning Tian glared at the Lion King and warned. Roar. Hearing this, the Lion King was stunned. Then he looked at the crooked lion-shaped words in the small book and fell into deep thought. There were words written in the small book. The patriarch said that if the patriarch said no, then yes. If the patriarch said yes, then yes. In short, I want all of them. In that case, if you don't tear it down, then tear it down hard. Roar, roar. In an instant, Sho Tian understood. He nodded heavily and promised to complete the task given by the patriarch. Keek, the Middle Continent region, tremble under the Lion King's tear. The Middle Continent region, the Central Star region. The entire realm of Middle Continent was very large, so it was divided into 4 small star areas, namely the North, South, East, West, and the Central Star area, which was the largest in the middle. Central Starfield, Starfield City. On the streets, there was an endless stream of horses and carriages, people coming and going, and the cries of various peddlers could be heard incessantly. This was the most prosperous city in the entire Central Starfield. In front of a shop selling divine artifacts, the peddler was very excited. This was because when he saw the 2 people in front of him, he knew that he would be able to make a lot of money today. After that, he would be able to go to the flowery house to have some fun. The 2 people in front of him. The young man was dressed in black, and his aura was restrained. It was obvious that he was a young master from a wealthy family. The woman beside him was even more beautiful. Even though she was wearing a long dress made of fire, her face was cold, and it created a strong contrast between her and her appearance. Hee. Honey, what do you think of this earring? Ning Tian pointed to a pair of earrings and looked at Luo Wuqing with a smile. It's all right. Luo Wuqing glanced at it, but he was not very tempted. Sir, this is a pair of earrings made of Ice Emperor jade. Although it is not a divine artifact, it is still a peak immortal artifact. If you give it to the lady beside you, she will definitely like it. However, the price is a little expensive. At this time, the peddler smiled. The moment he opened his mouth, it was obvious that he was an old profiteer. In his eyes, Ning Tian was a rich fool who was chasing after a lady. After all, he did not understand the word wife. Oh, is that so? Ning Tian laughed. As the saying goes, 1,000 gold coins can make a beauty smile. It doesn't matter. The last thing I lack is money. Young master is generous. With young master's peerless temperament, this lady will definitely be tempted. Hearing Ning Tian's words, the peddler's eyes lit up and he quickly said, How much is this Ice Emperor jade earring? I'll take it. Ning Tian looked at the peddler with a smile. That kind smile suddenly made the peddler feel that this was more than a business transaction. With his many years of experience in business, the young man in front of him smiled like he was bathing in the breeze. He certainly did not have any bad intentions. Young master, this earring is not expensive. It is only 50 million spirit coins. 50 million is indeed not expensive. Ning Tian touched his chin. His storage rings were full of spirit coins. At least, he had more than 1 billion spirit coins. The main thing was that he did not need money at all. Even if he had money, he would not be able to use it. Alas, this feeling was really too uncomfortable. Hearing this, the peddler's eyes lit up and he smiled. Sir, I like to cheat, I like rich young masters like you. You are generous. Do you want to transfer these 50 million spirit coins to the storage ring or directly? But, however, before he could finish his words, Ning Tian's voice sounded again. He looked at the peddler with a smile. I don't think this Ice Emperor jade is the best quality you said, right? Huh. The peddler was stunned for a moment. Looking at Ning Tian's smile, he suddenly realized that something was wrong. He was shocked. What the F***CK? How did this kid know? You have shocked the profiteer. Reward, truth or dare. Truth or dare, within 7 days, under the gaze of the host, there will be no lies. Remark, this world is full of falsehood, so we have to make the world more sincere. In his mind, the system's voice sounded. Oh, interesting. The corner of Ning Tian's mouth lifted slightly. A strange purple light flashed in his eyes. Then, he looked at the peddler. At this moment, the peddler was still in a daze. However, on second thought, he thought about how to smooth things over. Ahaha, this young master knows how to joke. Our store uses the trashiest Ice Emperor jade. Halfway through his words, he was stunned for a moment and swallowed his saliva. No, that's what I meant. Those who bought my weapon said it was good. There has never been a bad review because they are all dead. The peddler was petrified. This young master, I beg you. I won't take your money. Take this and leave quickly. He looked at Ning Tian and Luo Wuqing with pleading eyes. At this time, what he said was still the truth. If he continued to speak like this, his store would close down. Hehe, this is what you said. Ning Tian's mouth curved into a smile. Then, he took the earring and left with Luo Wuqing. Looking at the two figures leaving, the peddler slowly opened his mouth. This is the best Ice Emperor jade. Our store doesn't have a bad review. Hey. Strange, I can say it. What the hell is going on? The peddler's heart was already set off a stormy sea. He was confused. At this time, Ning Tian and Luo Wuqing had already left. Husband, if this Ice Emperor jade is of inferior quality, why do you still want it? Luo Wuqing held Ning Tian's hand. That softness was still touching. She looked at Ning Tian with some puzzlement. Author's words, the state is really bad. The main reason is that I really can't stop updating. If I stop updating, this book will be wasted. I'm already slowly adjusting my state. Sorry, there are still 2 more chapters. Chapter 531. Well, seeing his wife's puzzled expression, Ning Tian chuckled. Just as he was about to explain, the system's voice sounded in his mind again. You've shocked the nameless merchant. Reward, random event function card. Introduction. When an unknown event occurs, this function card will be randomly converted into a practical item. Random event function card? System, you've finally come up with something new. Hearing the system's voice in his mind, Ning Tian's lips curled up slightly. He silently put away the random event function card, then picked up the Ice Emperor jade earrings and slowly said, although this Ice Imperial jade earring is of the lowest quality, there is a saying in the world of Ice Imperial jade. It is to sacrifice the majority of the advantages in exchange for the best. And this piece of Ice Emperor jade has an extremely small piece of it that's the best jade. Didn't we find out that the Tianmo cult in the domain of the gods is located in the coldest place in the central starfield? And this Ice Emperor jade is produced in the coldest place in the central starfield, so I wanted to try out the coldness there in advance. Ning Tian chuckled. They had arrived at the central galactic sector several hours ago and arrived at the galactic city. It could be said that they had found out the approximate location of the heavenly demon cult in the godly domain, and since he had coincidentally seen the frost jade pendant, he wanted to get a feel for it beforehand. At the very least, he could be prepared. But how do you know so much about it? Luo Wuqing looked at him. Oh, my 8th senior brother taught me. Ning Tian spread his hands. Among the 9 supremes of the heavenly palace, 8th senior brother Yi Wuyo was the most frivolous. It would be great if 8th senior brother could be as serious as him. Oh, so you're saying that this earring isn't for me? However, at this moment, Luo Wuqing's hands slightly tightened. Originally, she was holding Ning Tian with one hand, but now she hugged his hand with both hands and looked at him kindly. Seeing this scene, the fire-sealing Lion King beside them widened its eyes in excitement, ready to watch a good show. It had appeared. A kind couple. Ao. It seemed that only the great matriarch could punish the patriarch. Cough. Feeling the soft pain in his hand, Ning Tian let out a dry cough. Thinking about it carefully, other than the chest girdle that he had taken from the Death Overlord, he didn't seem to have given his wife anything else. The main reason was that Luo Wuqing had always been very strong and very cold. Ning Tian couldn't help but forget that she was just a little girl in front of him. How could I give such an inferior pendant to my wife? He laughed. Once I've gathered all the materials, I'll forge one myself. Oh, honey, you have to believe me. I'm a blacksmith master. Is that so, Tilda? Then I look forward to it. As the two of them spoke, they squeezed into the street, leaving a little lion cub standing there in a daze. Roar! Shuo Tian blinked his eyes. It seemed that things weren't like that. Some of the lions cried as they watched. The clown was actually me. In the Starfield city, the lineup of 2 people and 1 lion attracted the attention of many passing cultivators. All kinds of exclamations kept sounding. Look, the two of them are a perfect match. If only I were as handsome as them, that would be great. You. Don't worry, dear. You don't look like. At this moment, Ning Tian inadvertently glanced over. The female cultivator's tone suddenly changed. You're uglier. But that doesn't stop me from loving old Wang. The male cultivator was stunned and his face turned green. At this moment, Ning Tian's gaze inadvertently shifted away. Dear, listen to me. It's not what you think. The female cultivator's voice sounded, but Ning Tian and the others had already walked far away and couldn't hear it. Wherever the patriarch's gaze went, the world was always filled with love and sincerity. After a long time, Ning Tian sighed and couldn't help but sigh. The location of the Tianmo cult in the god's domain is hidden too well. It seemed. In the god's domain, the Tianmo cult wasn't as famous as the Tianmo cult in the 9 regions. In this central star field where good and bad people mixed together, the Tianmo cult in the god's domain was just a nameless pawn. This also increased the difficulty of finding it in disguise. Let's look for it again. Luo Wuqing said faintly. Her eyebrows were slightly furrowed and she looked a little helpless. At this moment, in the crowd not far away, a familiar figure looked over. His eyes instantly lit up and he shouted loudly, Patriarch, Patriarch, it's me, husband, I seem to have heard someone calling you. Luo Wuqing frowned slightly. You must have called the wrong person. Ignore it. Ning Tian waved his hand casually and said, let's go. Let's continue to ask around. Not far away, Old Shu looked at Ning Tian and the others with a confused expression and scratched his head. They hadn't seen each other for a few years. Why was the patriarch ignoring them? Senior brother empty god, what's wrong? Did you meet someone you know? Hurry up. The 10,000 formation conference is about to start. Seeing Old Shu's expression, the people beside him couldn't help but urge him to hurry up. Okay, Old Shu nodded slightly and shouted a few more times at the people in front of him. However, they still ignored him. In the end, he took a deep breath. Do you think Old Shu will give up just like that? Not at all. After Old Shu took a deep breath, he shouted, Patriarch handsome. The moment the 4-word mantra was uttered, whoosh, Ning Tian, who didn't react a moment ago, immediately turned around and looked at the empty god emperor with a smile. Aya, isn't this Old Shu? We haven't seen each other for a few years and you're still so humble. Seeing this, the empty god emperor's face darkened. As expected of you, Patriarch. You didn't react when I called you Patriarch. You only reacted when I called you handsome. Alright. This is very patriarch. Phew, the empty god emperor took a deep breath and led the people around him towards Ning Tian and the others. Patriarch, I didn't expect to meet you in the central starfield. At this moment, 2 years had passed. Old Shu had already broken through to the ancestor god realm. However, when he looked at Ning Tian, he still felt that the patriarch was unfathomable. It seemed like he couldn't see through the patriarch's cultivation all this time. He attributed it to the huge gap between them. The patriarch is still your patriarch, he sighed inwardly. Most importantly, the patriarch's name had spread throughout the central starfield and even the entire middle continent region. The Heavenly Palace's patriarch was an expert in formations. To them, entering the deity realm might require them to slowly climb up from the bottom. However, to the patriarch, even if his strength hadn't reached the peak of the deity realm, his status was extremely close. Patriarch, why have you come to the central starfield? Perhaps I can help. Old Shu looked at Ning Tian. Chapter 532. Oh, I'm just looking for the Tianmo cult in the god domain. Upon hearing Old Shu's words, Ning Tian calmly replied. The Tianmo cult in the god domain? The empty god emperor froze for a moment. He looked at the people around him and asked in confusion, does the Tianmo cult have a force in the god domain? Senior brother empty god, we're not sure about that. The rest of the people from the empty god palace shook their heads. They could tell that the Tianmo cult was not a very famous force in the god domain. Ancestral master, it seems that I can't help you with this matter. Old Shu spread his hands apologetically. It's fine. In any case, I didn't expect you to help at all. Ning Tian waved his hand slightly. Old Shu, as expected of the ancestral master. He could choke you to death with just one sentence. What about you guys? What are you doing here? Ning Tian looked at the empty God Emperor with a smile. The 10,000 Formation Conference. The empty God Emperor spat out these 4 words and then said slowly, "We're here to participate in the 10,000 Formation Conference. Ancestral Master, do you want to participate as well?" Senior Brother Empty God. Upon hearing the empty God Emperor invite this unknown young man, the expressions of the people from the empty God Palace changed slightly. They looked at Ning Tian and said, "Senior Brother Empty God, the 10,000 Formation Conference is not something that anyone can participate in. Although this young man is extremely handsome, being handsome doesn't mean that he's good at formations." Under Ning Tian's gaze, these people spoke the truth. "I'm not free." Ning Tian rejected them without even thinking about it. Right now, the most important thing was to find the Tianmo cult. Although he did not know where it was, he could not waste his time on some random 10,000 Formation Conference. Dare triggered. Host participating in the 10,000 Formation Conference. Reward, Heaven and Earth Locator. However, at that moment, the system's voice rang out in his mind. A question mark slowly appeared in Ning Tian's mind. He sighed in his heart and silently said, "System, you've changed. You never gave me any system missions before." Sigh, as expected, the system is fickle. Trash system. The system said, "Host, this isn't a system mission tilde, this is a dare." Ning Tian? Dare? Yeah. Is there only truth or dare in your family and no dare? The system said with a straight face. Then why didn't you say so earlier? Ning Tian wanted to roll his eyes at the system. The system, heh. Patriarch, are you not going to participate? If you get first place, you'll be able to get the blueprint of the eternal universe formation. That's a divine realm formation. Emperor Shushan was stunned when he heard Ning Tian's rejection. Hiss, this isn't right. How could the ancestors of the past not go when they saw the benefits? Oh, what did you just say? Hearing the blueprint of the divine realm formation, Ning Tian's eyes flashed and he looked at Old Shu with a smile. I said, if you get first place, you can. Old Shu paused and thought that the patriarch didn't hear him clearly. However, before he could finish, he was interrupted by Ning Tian. I mean, the previous sentence. The previous sentence. Old Shu was stunned and said, Patriarch, do you want to participate in the Myriad Formation Conference? Okay. However, this time, Ning Tian directly nodded. I'm not greedy for the divine realm formation. I just feel that I have some fate with the eternal universe formation. If it's not in my hands, it might be buried. Ahum, I understand. How can you say that you're greedy when it's fate? Old Shu was the patriarch's old king after all. He immediately gave Ning Tian a look that said, I understand. Ah, that's right. Looks like you've learned a lot. Hehe, that's right. These 2 years, I've been trying to understand the patriarch's path of shamelessness. I've finally scratched the surface. Wrong. This isn't the path of shamelessness. It's the path of righteousness. I see. Remember it well. Seeing Ning Tian and Old Shu putting their arms around each other's shoulders and laughing shamelessly, Luo Wuqing held her forehead helplessly. As expected, she couldn't stand her husband's shamelessness. As for Old Shu, she didn't even look at him. The Myriad Formation Conference. It was a grand event held once every 1,000 years in the central starfield. Most of the participants were array masters. The main purpose of the Myriad Formation Conference was that most forces in the central starfield needed array masters to set up their own formations. The Myriad Formation Conference was used to select the strongest array master. Although there were array masters in the 9 regions, their status was not as high as the array masters in the God Domain. The biggest difference between the God Domain and the 9 regions was that there was an additional type of divine power. This type of divine power complemented spiritual chi and provided more powerful energy. As for the major forces of the central starfield, they needed a powerful array master to set up an array formation that could absorb powerful divine power. Only with this kind of array formation could they increase their cultivation speed. The principle was similar to the heavenly fire formation that Ning Tian had set up in the fire domain. However, the heavenly fire formation was even more amazing. Not only could it provide divine power, but more importantly, it could also absorb the energy of the earth flame. The Myriad Formation Conference was held at the Myriad Formation Altar. The ground of the Myriad Formation Altar was filled with array marks. Even the surrounding walls were engraved with array marks. Waves of faint light were emitted. The surroundings were already crowded. All kinds of experts and cultivators were squeezed in this place that was hundreds of thousands of meters wide. Ning Tian and the others walked in slowly. Patriarch, this is where the Myriad Formation Conference is held. Old Shu looked around and said to Ning Tian. Although it looks small from the outside, it's quite big inside. Is this a void array? Ning Tian looked around. The array marks were emitting faint light. Soon, he frowned. Didn't the scene in front of him look a little familiar? If the array marks were removed, the entire building would look like a familiar place. Patriarch, you found it? Old Shu smiled. The Primal Chaos Sacred Altar in the Primal Chaos Emperor City was built based on this place. After all, the Primal Chaos Sacred Altar and this place were built by the same Almighty. No wonder it looks familiar. I remember that your Void God Heaven Palace tricked 1,000,000 cultivators at the Primal Chaos Sacred Altar. Ning Tian rubbed his chin and said, Patriarch, that's you. Old Shu's body trembled and the corner of his mouth twitched. Damn it, the Primal Chaos Sacred Altar was the beginning of his nightmare. No, it's you. Ning Tian looked at him kindly. Yes, it's me. Old Shu gritted his teeth and took the blame. Speaking of which, who built this place? Ning Tian looked at Old Shu curiously. Well, it's that existence. Old Shu pointed at the top of the Myriad Formation Altar and said with a trace of reverence, he's the #1 array master in the central starfield. More importantly, he's the senior of our old friend. Chapter 533. Oh! The #1 array master in the central star area, and the elder of an old acquaintance. Hearing this, Ning Tian raised his eyebrows slightly and a glint flashed in his eyes. He looked in the direction that Old Shu was pointing at. Luo Wuqing and the Lion King also looked over. They saw a white-haired elder sitting high up in the 10,000 Rules array altar. There were a few people around him. Ning Tian immediately recognized one of them. Old Emperor? Ning Tian raised his eyebrows. One of the people standing beside the white-haired elder was his old acquaintance, Di Wuji. I didn't expect the old emperor to have such a background. But it's normal. After all, the Wuji dynasty that Di Wuji was in was the #1 force in the firmament territory. There were many people from the Wuji dynasty who had gone to the deity plane. Yes, that's Di Tian, the first emperor of the Wuji dynasty. He single-handedly built the strongest human dynasty in the 9 regions. Later, he came to the deity plane and built the Myriad Palace. He became quite famous. Old Shu nodded slightly. He was jealous as he spoke. Why was he so miserable when they both ascended from the 9 regions? The ancestral master in front of him was from the Heavenly Palace. With the 9 supremes of the Heavenly Palace protecting him, no force in the deity plane dared to attack him openly. Luo Wuqing was also the young mistress of the fire domain, one of the most powerful forces in the deity plane. Although the Myriad Palace that Di Wuji was in was not as powerful as the other 2, it was still a powerful force in the central star area. Not only was the Empty God Palace a mediocre force in the central star area, but he also had to run errands for the ancestral masters every day. As an empty god, he was once the king of kings in the 9 regions. Now that he had entered the deity plane, he had become a worker. Damn it, damn it. Roar. When the ceiling flame Lion King looked over, it was stunned. It rubbed its eyes with its paws. When it saw clearly, it couldn't help but growl in confusion. This white-haired old man, wasn't he the one it met at the entrance of the fire domain? Since that's the case, let's wait for the Myriad Formation Assembly to begin. Ning Tian stretched lazily, then hugged his sweet-smelling wife and sat at the side. Old Shu nodded slightly. According to the requirements of the 10,000 Formation Assembly, there was no need to register. If one had the ability, they could just go up. It had always been this simple and straightforward. On the high seat of the 10,000 spell altar. GGGGGG grandson, how's the 10,000 formation assembly going? The white-haired old man, who was also the first sovereign of the 9 regions limitless divine dynasty and the current palace master of the myriad elephant palace, asked as he looked to the side. Ancestor, you can just call me limitless. Di Wuji said respectfully when he heard Di Tian's words. The main reason was that every time his ancestor called him, it would take at least a minute. Di Wuji continued, I have already taken care of the matter regarding the 10,000 formation conference. I believe that many formation masters will participate. Yes. That's good. Di Tian nodded slightly. A glint flashed across his cloudy old eyes as he muttered, I hope that a powerful formation master will appear in this 10,000 formation assembly. I alone won't be able to open the 10,000 spirit demonic nest. Don't worry, Ancestor will have one. The people of the myriad elephant palace beside him said. I hope so. It's a pity that we can't invite that almighty. Otherwise, with him around, the demonic nest will definitely be opened easily. That almighty? Di Wuji was stunned. He was a little confused. It's a formation master. His attainment in formations is probably above mine. He alone set up a peerless formation that enveloped the entire fire region, Di Tian said slowly. A look of reverence appeared on his old face. It's a pity that we can't invite that almighty. He sighed slightly. There's actually such a almighty? Di Wuji raised his eyebrows slightly. He had been in seclusion for a while and had not heard of it. Yes. Ancestor. Then, let's wait for the formation to open. A few hours later. Ancestor, wake up. The 10,000 formation assembly is about to open. Old Shu's voice sounded from the side. At this moment, Ning Tian was leisurely lying on Luo Wuqing's fair and tender legs. He narrowed his eyes and looked lazy. Oh, it's starting already? Ning Tian slowly opened his eyes. He stretched his back and stood up. Yes, Old Shu nodded slightly. The people of the empty god palace curled their lips. Why could they only sit here while Ning Tian could rest on the legs of a beauty? This was unfair. At this moment, hundreds of thousands of cultivators had gathered at the 10,000 formation altar. All kinds of sky prides had gathered here. Welcome everyone to the 10,000 formation assembly. There are formations beneath your feet. Participants, please use your spiritual chi to activate the formations. Once the formations are activated, you are qualified to participate. On the high platform, Di Tian slowly stood up and looked at the crowd. It's Palace Master Di Tian, he's the #1 formation master in the central starfield. I heard that the formations beneath our feet were built by him. It's terrifying. Seeing Di Tian, the crowd started to discuss. Everyone's eyes were filled with respect. Following Di Tian's words, many participants started to circulate their spiritual chi. Soon, the formations lit up one by one. The number of participants increased. Look, it's Gongsun Sheng from the Gongsun family. The Gongsun family is also a formation family. Gongsun Sheng is the formation master of this generation's younger generation. I didn't expect him to be here too. It seems like the Gongsun family is determined to get the eternal universal array diagram. That's not necessarily true. There's also the genius of the Zhuge family, Zhuge Qinglian. With her around, Gongsun Sheng is nothing. There are so many outstanding formation masters. It seems like the eternal universal array diagram is very attractive. Nonsense. That's an immortal state formation. It's said that old master Di Tian once used this formation to kill 5 8-star heavenly god. Who wouldn't want this kind of immortal state formation that contains powerful killing power? Terrifying. Sounds of discussion could be heard everywhere. The formations lit up continuously. In just 10 minutes, tens of thousands of formations had been lit up. This meant that tens of thousands of formation masters were competing on the same platform. At this moment, Ning Tian's body was quietly covered by the light of the formation. Old Shu, on the other hand, went back to his seat quietly. Senior brother Empty God, aren't you going to participate? The rest of the people from the empty god palace were also covered by the light of the formation. They looked at the empty god emperor who had returned to his seat and asked curiously, "Oh, I won't be participating." The empty god realm emperor said quietly, "What a joke. Since the ancestral master had gone up personally, why would he go up and cause trouble? He might as well find a good spot and enjoy the ancestral master's grand show." Chapter 534. In the 10,000 formation altar. Tens of thousands of array formations lit up at the same time. The number of participants this time is much more than before. I didn't waste my effort in taking out the eternal worldly array diagram. Di Tian stroked his beard in satisfaction when he saw this. To be honest, he felt a little heartache when he took out the ancient array diagram. But, if they could open the 10,000 spirits demon nest, it would be fine. Phew. He took a deep breath and slowly scanned all the participants. When his gaze landed on a few juniors who had risen to fame in the field of array formations, he nodded in satisfaction. He only needed an array formation master who could work with him. As for these juniors, it was clear that they could. Suddenly, his eyes widened and a strange expression appeared on his face. His gaze fell upon Ning Tian's group. At that moment, the ancient tablet with the word heaven hung on Ning Tian's waist, so he couldn't see it. Why do this lady and that lion look so familiar? Di Tian looked at Luo Wuqing. She was wearing a fiery red dress and had a cold expression on her face. She was too outstanding. As for that little lion, where did he see it before? Di Tian didn't recognize Luo Wuqing. After all, although Luo Wuqing was the young miss of the fire domain, she had just returned to the fire domain and had been in seclusion. She had never left the fire domain. As for the flame-sealing Lion King, it was about to go out to find a lioness. Naturally, it had to enlarge to satisfy the lioness and not its current mascot appearance. Strange, Di Tian muttered, but he quickly shifted his gaze. Old ancestor, what's wrong? Di Wuji looked at him curiously. Nothing. Di Tian waved his hand slightly and looked at the participants in the 10,000 formation altar. He slowly said, "Everyone, let's begin. The rules have always been simple and crude. Whoever has the strongest array formation will be first." As soon as he finished speaking, the people in the 10,000 formation altar began to discuss. If they wanted to determine whose array formation was the strongest, they would have to think carefully and use the array formation they were best at. "Everyone, let's begin." As Di Tian's voice fell, the tens of thousands of array masters below were not in a hurry to act. Instead, they were all chanting and preparing to use their strongest array to stun the crowd. "It's just a formation. This is my strongest formation. Watch carefully." The golden-haired Gongsun Sheng snorted coldly. Spirit chi surged in his hands as he began to think of his most powerful formation. Boom. At this moment, at the side, a terrifying array burst out, and the surrounding spiritual energy seemed to be sucked away. Instantly, it attracted the attention of many people. When they looked over, their expressions changed slightly. The cold and arrogant girl had already begun to prepare the embryonic form of the array. It's Zhuge Qinglian, the Zhuge clan's genius. HMPH, Zhuge Qinglian. This time, I won't lose to you. Gongsun Sheng snorted coldly. The power of the array in his hand surged out, forming one array after another. However, the cold and arrogant Zhuge Qinglian simply ignored him. TSK. The Gongsun clan and Zhuge clan are going to have a battle of array formations again. Last time, Gongsun Sheng lost. I wonder if he can save some face this time? Many cultivators were ready to watch a good show. After all, the Gongsun clan and Zhuge clan were famous for their array formations in the central starfield. Most importantly, the two clans had never been on good terms. As time passed, many array masters began to think of their strongest array formations. Young Mistress Luo, why isn't Ancestral Master moving? Old Shu had been looking at Ning Tian the whole time. Seeing that Ancestral Master was not moving, he could not help but feel puzzled. Just believe in your husband, Luo Wuqing said with a cold expression. Yes, Old Shu nodded slightly and scratched his head. Could Ancestral Master be holding back for a big move? However, it was not what old Shu thought. It was. Ning Tian did not know how to use array formations at all. F*ck, I was too careless. Ning Tian's old face darkened as he stood on the competition array in a daze. It wasn't until the moment he stood up that he remembered that he didn't know how to use arrays at all. The Heavenly Fire array from last time and the Thunder Calamity array before that were all based on his own abilities and the system cards. This time, he wanted to use a real array formation. He was done for. Could it be that Ancestral Master was going to fail? Random Event Function card has been activated. At this moment, the system's voice in his mind sounded like a life-saving straw. It sounded just in time. Is it coming? Could it be the attainment of an array master? Ning Tian was looking forward to it. Random Event Function card has been activated. Collective Silence card. If the host can't do it, no one else can do it either. Ning Tian was stunned. Collective silence. What was that? However, the system's voice had already ended. Collective silence card, activated. Whoosh. In an instant. Above tranquil sky, a light wave that only he could see was emitted. Then, like a wave, it spread out in all directions. Whoosh. Whoosh. The light wave circulated as if nothing had happened. Oh! Ning Tian furrowed his brows. However, at the next moment, many panicked voices could be heard. Crap! Why did the array that I spent so much effort to condense dissipate? Damn! Damn! My collective stripping array is extremely powerful. I almost succeeded in condensing it. Why did it dissipate? Well, why are all of you looking at me like that? I'm a decent person. This is strange. What's going on? When the light wave that only Ning Tian could see circulated, all the arrays that the surrounding array masters had cast dissipated in an instant. No matter how hard they tried, they could not cast the array. Even Zhuge Qinglian and Gongsun Sheng furrowed their brows. They could not cast the array. What was going on? Oh! What's going on? On the high platform of the 10,000 array altar, Di Tian furrowed his brows and asked the group of participants below. We can't cast the array. That's right. The array that we spent so much effort to condense has mysteriously dissipated. Below, the group of participants said in confusion. Oh! We can't cast the array? Di Tian furrowed his brows. Yes. Zhuge Qinglian rarely spoke. She looked at Di Tian with her beautiful eyes and said softly, Palace Lord Di Tian, we can't cast the array. Why don't we have a rematch later? This, Di Tian furrowed his brows. Looking at the tens of thousands of participants, he was a little hesitant. It seemed like a rematch was the only option. Who said, we can't cast the array? At this moment, a chuckle was heard and instantly attracted everyone's attention. Di Tian, Zhuge Qinglian, Gongsun Sheng, and the rest looked over. It was a young man with a smile on his face. He was raising his hand slightly. It seemed like he was about to cast the array. Chapter 535. Under everyone's gaze, Ning Tian's lips curled into a smile. He finally understood how to use the collective silence card. Interrupt the array. Stop the array. Since he didn't know how to cast a powerful array, it was simple. He just had to make sure that none of the participants could cast a single array. You can cast an array. Di Tian frowned and looked at Ning Tian. At this moment, everyone's eyes were on Ning Tian. It had to be said that this young man's appearance was enough to make them gasp in amazement. In this world, was there really such a handsome man? On the high platform, Di Wuji also saw Ning Tian, but he didn't say anything. He knew in his heart that since the Ancestral Master appeared here, he must be doing something big. He couldn't disturb the Ancestral Master. Of course. Ning Tian smiled confidently. Following that, a huge amount of spirit energy was channeled out, as if he was about to condense an extremely terrifying array. What a huge amount of spirit energy. Could it be that this kid is also an array master? Seeing this, Di Tian narrowed his eyes slightly, and a trace of seriousness flashed across his eyes. From the way Ning Tian channeled his spirit energy, this guy was obviously an array master. Around them, Zhuge Qinglian, Gong Sun Sheng, and the other participants looked over with serious expressions. Ning Qian's ability to channel his spirit energy was far more terrifying than theirs. Could it be that he was really going to cast the most powerful array? Phew, there was a burst of exhalation from the surroundings. Everyone was looking forward to it. Hee hee. All of you, watch carefully. Ning Qian's lips curled into a confident smile. The spirit energy in his hands surged, and his robes fluttered in the wind. The surrounding spirit energy surged towards him. The surrounding wind whistled, and the spirit energy surged. Gulp. Seeing this scene, the surrounding people swallowed their saliva. Was it coming? Everyone's eyes suddenly lit up. At this moment, wind and thunder surged, and spirit energy surged like the sea. All the strange phenomena appeared behind Ning Qian. Everyone's breathing began to unconsciously quicken. Even Di Tian couldn't help but look over. A golden light flashed and appeared in Ning Qian's hands. What an intense golden light! This array must be a divine realm array. Some experts began to suffocate. Golden light. It slowly dissipated. That is, everyone couldn't wait to look at the place where the golden light had dissipated. Their eyes were wide open, and their breathing was rapid. Their eyes were filled with anticipation, and they saw a mini array of tens of centimeters in size appear in Ning Qian's hand. The formation appeared. The surroundings seemed to have fallen into a deathly silence. The light in everyone's eyes dimmed at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the corners of their mouths twitched. Ahahaha. This is my first time using a formation, so I'm not very familiar with it. Please forgive me. Ning Qian laughed heartily, looking completely harmless. Forgive your ass. Are you crazy? F*ck. The phenomenon is so F*king huge. You're telling me that your formation is only 10 centimeters long? Are you F*king kidding us? In an instant, the sound of cursing and swearing could be heard. Everyone gritted their teeth and looked at Ning Qian angrily. In one sentence, to explain Ning Qian's behavior just now, that was, the skill was gorgeous, beautiful, and full of special effects. However, after it was used, it had a critical hit of 41%. The founder could be said to have vividly displayed the phrase not very damaging, but very insulting. At the side, Di Tian's old face darkened. I thought it would be very strong. So this is it. Gong Sun Sheng snorted with a look of disdain. I could use this kind of formation when I was 10 years old. That's right, that's right. I thought it would be very powerful. That's it. At the side, whispers could be heard. Zhuge Qinglian's originally expectant eyes also retracted and gradually became calm. Oh. Then may I ask, can you use a formation to surpass me now? Ning Qian dragged the 10-centimeter-long formation and looked at the group of contestants with a smile on his face. His tone was extremely tactful. As soon as he said that, the crowd fell silent. Everyone gritted their teeth and looked helpless. That's right, they couldn't use it. How infuriating. Clearly, any formation that they used would be stronger than this kid, but they couldn't use it. How infuriating. F*ck. That move of the founders is so powerful. If they can't use it, the founder can use it casually and win. It seems like the founder deliberately hid his strength to reveal such a small part of his formation. Old Shu was indeed the old Dong Wang. He could always fill in the gaps with his own imagination. Damn it. Gong Sun Sheng gritted his teeth and was exasperated. Di Tian, who was on the high platform, frowned slightly. If one looked at it this way, it was true that Ning Qian had won. However, what was the use of an array master who only knew the lowest level of array formations? This was a huge loss. I think I can use a formation now. I think I can too. At this moment, voices could be heard from the surroundings. Then, the power of the formation seemed to surge again. It seemed that the power of the collective silence card had lost its effect. They could use the formation again. Humph. Kid, let's see how arrogant you can be. You're just a big fool, handsome guy. Gong Sun Sheng snorted coldly. Before he could finish his words, he met Ning Qian's gaze and instinctively changed his tone. Oh, what did I just say? Gong Sun Sheng was stunned. He then shook his head slightly. Forget it. Let's use the formation first. At this moment, everyone continued to use the formation. Oh! Seeing this, Ning Tian frowned slightly. The collective silence card lost its effect so quickly. However, at this moment, a message entered his mind. After absorbing the message, he could not help but smile. I see. Then I hope that you guys can use more powerful formations. He looked at the group of people with a hint of mockery in his eyes. Several hours later, one by one, powerful formations emerged. Not bad. These formations are all very powerful. Di Tian looked over, and there was a flash of light in his eyes. In the end, his gaze fell on Gongsun Sheng and Zhuge Qinglian's formations. Their formations were very powerful, much more powerful than those around them. Humph! Zhuge Qinglian, I won't lose to you this time. Gongsun Sheng sneered and looked at Zhuge Qinglian in disdain. At this moment, their formations were hundreds of meters in size. The terrifying spiritual energy was circulating, emitting the power of their respective formations. As they were in the center of the formation, the power was exceptionally powerful. Both of your formations are not bad. Di Tian nodded slightly. Looking at their formations, it was a little difficult to choose. Both of them were very powerful, and it was hard to determine the winner. Actually, my formation is not bad either. At this moment, a hearty laugh rang out. Everyone looked over and saw that bastard from before, holding up the mini array that was 10 centimeters in size and looking at them with a smile. Kid, shut up. You think your puny spirit formation is worthy of being compared to ours? How can the light of a firefly compete with the light of the moon? Gongsun Sheng sneered. Around them, a group of contestants also cast their disdainful gazes. Every single one of them had a formation that was stronger than Ning Tian's. Sigh. These guys, their path is too narrow. Seeing this scene, Old Shu sighed. As someone who had experienced it, he deeply felt it. Is that so? Who said that this is the extent of my array formation? Ning Tian looked at the group of people with a smile, and the 10-centimeter mini formation in his hand flickered. He smiled at the crowd. I wonder if you've ever heard of the saying, your array is my array. That voice that carried a hint of ridicule caused everyone to be stunned. However, his next action made everyone's expression change greatly. They saw Ning Tian raising the mini formation in his hand, and spiritual energy surged out from his body. The mini formation in his hand constantly emitted the most powerful energy. For a moment, the color of the sky changed, and dark clouds shrouded the sky. The terrifying power of the formation began to emerge. Everyone looked over immediately. Then, an array that enveloped the entire altar appeared. It contained an infinite amount of energy. What you see in my hand is just a miniature version of my formation. It's just to let you see it clearly. Also, do you really think that you can use the formation without my permission? The formation that you're using, it's just nourishment for my formation. Ning Tian chuckled, and then snapped his fingers. As soon as the sound was heard, the 10,000 formations shattered. Author's words, to fill in the blanks. Today's update is 10,500 words. Chapter 536. Boom. 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 Dark clouds appeared in the sky and shrouded the entire 10,000 formation altar. At that moment, all the formation masters in the 10,000 formation altar were shocked. They clearly saw that when Ning Tian snapped his finger, the array in his hand instantly broke. What? The array that we spent so much effort to create is actually broken? Gongsun Sheng, who had a smug look on his face, instantly changed. He looked at his feet helplessly. The array that he was so proud of couldn't even withstand a single blow. At the side, Zhuge Qinglian's pretty face was filled with seriousness. Her beautiful eyes fell on Ning Tian. Her eyes wandered, but her mind was filled with doubts. Who was this person? Boom. At that moment, everyone was confused. The array in their hands kept disappearing and condensing into a beam of energy that landed on Ning Tian's hand. At the same time, the array that shrouded the 10,000 formation altar became stronger and stronger. He is using the power of our array to strengthen himself. When they saw this scene, The tens of thousands of formation masters had a strange look on their faces. This is, on the 10,000 formation altar, Di Tian narrowed his eyes. His wrinkled face was filled with seriousness. He looked at Ning Tian and muttered to himself, using your own array as the array core and using other people's arrays as the array core. In this case, even if your array is too weak, you can use other people's power to become the strongest array. Also, just now, everyone was unable to create the array. Could it be that we are in his array domain? With his permission, everyone can create the array. However, this is also within his calculations. He is using everyone's array as the array core. At this point, Di Tian's face was filled with horror. It was as if a storm had set off in his heart. He had studied the Tao of array for hundreds of millions of years. However, he still hadn't comprehended the strongest array domain, which was the array domain. It was said that those who grasped the array domain could create an array with a raise of their hand. They could also break any array in the world with a flip of their hand. At that moment, everyone's horrified eyes fell on Ning Tian, who was controlling the lightning with a raise of his hand. The power of the array was constantly circulating under his feet. What is he doing? Gongsun Sheng's face paled. Let me see how strong this formation is. Inside the heaven and earth array that enveloped the entire 10,000 spell array altar, Ning Tian activated the mini array in his hand. A faint smile appeared on his face, and a glimmer of light flashed through his eyes. The information that just entered his mind was the collective silence card. Silence first, then invincibility, silence everyone, and then use everyone's formation as a formation. Not only did I silence you, but I also used your array to shape my own array after I silenced you. I was able to unleash the power of murderous intent to the extreme. Boom, boom, boom. As Ning Tian pressed down with the power of the array formation in his hand, the sky and earth shook. A boundless power suddenly blasted towards the 10,000 spell sacred altar. That power seemed to want to destroy the entire place. Not good. Get out of the way. Seeing that, how could Gongsun Sheng, Zhuge Qinglian, and the others possibly dare to stay where they were? However, before that aura descended, they immediately moved. Damn it. Could he dodge or not? Was he courting death? Ancestor, aren't you going to stop him? The 10,000 spell sacred altar will be destroyed by him. Seeing that, the few people from the Myriad Elephant Palace who were on the high platform could no longer hold themselves back and hurriedly spoke to Di Tian. It's fine. Di Tian waved his hand. However, his eyes were blazing as he looked at the huge array formation that was descending. He slowly said, the 10,000 spell sacred altar has this god's array formation. It won't be a problem for it to take on this attack. Moreover, it would be a pity if I don't witness the power of this array formation with my own eyes. Yes, ancestor. Hearing that, the few people from the Myriad Elephant Palace could only nod their heads slightly. They were trembling with fear when they saw the power of the array formation. Could the ancestors' 10,000 spell sacred altar really withstand it? Sigh. At the side, Di Wuji sighed softly. Following that, he took out a small book and seemed to be calculating something. Wuji, what are you doing? Di Tian frowned and looked over. Ancestor, I'm just calculating how many spirit coins it would take to rebuild the 10,000 spell sacred altar. Di Wuji had always been calm. Therefore, he had already started calculating the cost of rebuilding the 10,000 spell sacred altar. This was because he knew that the person who cast this array formation was the ancestor. Di Tian. Ancestor, the array formation is descending. F***CK, F***CK. What a huge golden light. At that moment, the few people from the Myriad Elephant Palace suddenly shouted. There was a hint of panic in their voices. What are you panicking for? Look at how ignorant you are. Isn't it just a little golden light? Don't tell me that it can destroy this god's 10,000 spell sacred altar. Seriously. Di Tian looked as if he expected better from them. Then, he turned his head and looked over. F***CK. F***CK. What the hell is this? At that moment, Di Tian's intestines turned green with regret. He saw, the moment he turned his head, the array formation exploded. Golden light filled the sky and illuminated the entire 10,000 spell sacred altar. Following that, the array formation below the 10,000 spell sacred altar was also assimilated and turned into a force that blasted over. Di Tian's eyes widened when he saw this scene. F***ck. This god's defensive array formation was assimilated by this array formation and turned into a destructive force? Wow! Golden legend. Seeing this scene, the few people from the Myriad Elephant Palace widened their eyes. What the F***ck is golden. This god's 10,000 spell sacred altar is gone. F***ck. Di Tian's heart ached. He wanted to cry but had no tears. Ancestor, don't panic. I'm here. At that moment, a hand landed on his shoulder and a calm voice sounded in his ears. Di Tian turned his head and looked at Di Wuji. Wuji, you're still the best. However, before he could finish his sentence, Di Wuji's voice sounded again. Ancestor, I've calculated. Rebuilding the 10,000 spell sacred altar will only cost about 300 billion spirit coins. It's not expensive. F***ck. At that moment, Di Tian cried out loudly. Boom, boom boom. The golden light fell and the entire 10,000 spell sacred altar was drowned in the golden light. Waves of dust flew up and a series of explosions sounded continuously. Around, tens of thousands of cultivators stood in the void and looked at this scene with lingering fear. If this attack landed on their heads, the consequences would be unimaginable. Roar roar, not far away, the ceiling flame lion king in the sky roared excitedly. The ancestor was indeed the ancestor. He said that he wouldn't destroy it, but he destroyed it the moment he arrived. What a terrifying attack! Old Shu broke out in cold sweat and couldn't help but sigh. At the side, Luo Wuqing's expression remained calm. Below, in the 10,000 spell sacred altar. Oh no, it should be a ruin now. The 10,000 spell sacred altar no longer existed. When the thick layer of dust dissipated, a figure quietly appeared. Instantly, everyone's eyes narrowed. He was actually safe and sound after this attack. Ahaha. Sorry, this is my first time using an array formation. I didn't grasp it well. After the dust settled, Ning Tian's soft laughter resounded in the surroundings. Chapter 537. For a moment, after a moment of silence, the surrounding cultivators gritted their teeth and glared at Ning Tian. This brat must be deliberately angering them. You're telling me that this is your first time using an array formation? Are you kidding me or are you playing with me? The first time he used it, he flattened such a huge 10,000 formations altar and even created a few large pits. This is his first time using it. It was already good enough that their first array formation could destroy a small tree branch. And this brat, his first time using it, blew up the 10,000 formations altar that was hundreds of thousands of square meters. Was this reasonable? However, they really misunderstood Ning Tian. This was really the first time he had used an array formation. This time, the system only gave him one method, and the rest were all based on his own understanding. Hiss, he actually destroyed this god's 10,000 formations altar. Di Tian swallowed his saliva. Other than the pain in his heart, he looked at Ning Tian with more shock. Now, I should be the winner, right? Ning Tian stood on the ruins and raised his head slightly. The sun shone on his face and he revealed a harmless smile as he looked at Di Tian, who was not far away. At this moment, no matter how kind this smile was, everyone felt strange because this seemingly harmless young man in front of them had personally blown up the entire 10,000 formations altar. You, who exactly are you? There is no array formation expert like you in the Central Star region. Di Tian looked at Ning Tian with a serious expression. Even his tone had changed. The moment he said that, the surrounding gazes of Gongsun Sheng, Zhuge Qinglian, and the others all looked over. The attainments of formations displayed by this young man were far, far stronger than theirs. Even the arrogant Gongsun Sheng had no choice but to submit at this moment. Me? He's just a nobody, Lin Feng said. Ning Tian chuckled and said casually. The ancestor was not someone who liked to act cool, so he planned to run after acting cool. How exciting. A nobody. Di Tian rolled his eyes. However, At this moment, a gentle breeze blew past, causing Ning Tian's black clothes to flutter. The ancient tablet on his waist also emitted a faint glow under the sunlight, instantly attracting everyone's attention. That is, a heaven-word ancient tablet. At this moment, the wind stopped, and everyone was stunned. Everyone stood rooted to the ground as if they had been petrified. His mind raced, and he finally came up with 2 words, Heavenly Palace. In the realm of the gods, who didn't know about the Heavenly Palace? Although Heavenly Palace didn't often appear in the eyes of the people of the divine realm, it still didn't change the fact that Heavenly Palace was one of the strongest forces in the divine realm, and the Heavenly Ancient Tablet was the best symbol of the Heavenly Palace's people. No one dared to doubt the authenticity of this ancient tablet because no one dared to fake it. He is from the Heavenly Palace. He also knows how to set up formations, and that lion, and the young miss of the fire domain, he is the patriarch of the Heavenly Palace. Di Tian's mind raced, and after connecting all the dots, he came up with such a conclusion. That day, when he brought the experts of the Myriad Elephant Palace to the fire domain to investigate, the lion that he met was probably the one in front of him. The patriarch of the Heavenly Palace. The patriarch of the Heavenly Palace who recently rose to fame. So it's him. The patriarch of the Heavenly Palace built a heaven and earth great array that covers the entire fire domain. SSS. I didn't expect that we would be able to fight with such a powerful person. This is simply the fortune of 3 lifetimes. To be able to fight with such a powerful person, even if I die, I will have no regrets. TSK. Damn, you want to die just because you said so? At this moment, everyone around was excited. The haze of losing to Ning Tian was swept away, and they were more excited. Losing to such a powerful person was also a kind of pride. Gongsun Sheng and Zhuge Qinglian looked on with complicated expressions, especially the former. He looked down on Ning Tian so much just now, and now his face was flushed red. Sigh, today's wind is really noisy. Ning Tian stood on the ruins and sighed. He didn't know where the wind came from, but it insisted on him acting cool. This feeling was very annoying. You have completed the Dare Challenge. Reward, Heaven and Earth Locator. You have shocked Di Tian. You have shocked Gongsun Sheng. You have shocked Zhuge Qinglian. You have shocked a group of nameless cultivators. Reward Talent Skill, Formation Eye. Introduction. The host can use the Eye of Array to see through all array formations and analyze the array's weakness, strength, and blueprint. In his mind, the system's voice sounded. The Heaven and Earth Locator was already lying quietly in the storage ring. As for the Eye of Array, it can see through all array formations. Ning Tian muttered. The system didn't reward him with the Tao of array formations. It seemed like he still needed to comprehend it himself. His current Tao of array formations was completely at the entry level. It was all based on the experience he gained from using the array formations given by the system. However, now that he had the Eye of Array Formations, it should be easier to comprehend the Tao of Array Formations. Heavenly Palace's ancestral master. At this time, Di Tian's voice slowly sounded and landed on Ning Tian's body. His tone became respectful. He couldn't see through Ning Tian's cultivation, but he knew the strength of the 9 Supremes of the Heavenly Palace. The young man in front of him was called the Heavenly Palace's ancestral master. His strength must be on the same level as the 9 Supremes of the Heavenly Palace. However, the reason why he had such a misconception was because a certain little lion wrote the words Heavenly Palace's ancestral master on that day. You don't have to call me that. Just call me ancestral master. Ning Tian looked at Di Tian with a smile. Since this old man was willing to call him that, he might as well call him by the simplest title. Yes, ancestral master. Di Tian nodded slightly. Then, without wasting any time, he directly took out a scroll from his storage ring and handed it to Ning Tian. Ancestral Master, this is the array formation blueprint of the eternal diagram of heaven and earth. He didn't care that Ning Tian was participating in the competition with such a powerful identity. What he needed was someone with strong array formation skills. The stronger, the better. Not bad. Ning Tian was very satisfied with the efficiency. After silently keeping it, he directly threw it into his storage ring. He couldn't learn it for the time being. Then, he looked at the person behind Di Tian. Old Emperor, long time no see. He chuckled softly. Yes. Ancestral Master, long time no see. Di Wuji nodded slightly. His eyes were still filled with respect when he looked at Ning Tian. After not seeing him for 2 years, the Ancestral Master was still so ridiculously strong. You know each other? Seeing the two chatting happily, Di Tian couldn't help but be stunned. We're old friends. Ning Tian smiled. I see. Di Tian nodded slightly. However, at this moment, he didn't pay too much attention to this matter. He still needed Ning Tian's help. He looked at Ning Tian and said, Ancestral Master, I have a request. Chapter 538. Oh. What's the matter? Ning Tian looked at Di Tian with a sincere glint in his eyes. 10,000 spirits nest. Di Tian said without any hesitation. After he finished speaking, even he was stunned for a moment. Hey! Why did I say it out loud? Originally, he wanted to keep them in suspense and tell them when they reached the place. Why did he say it out loud? Oh! 10,000 spirits nest. Hearing Di Tian's words, Ning Tian frowned slightly. He looked at Di Tian again and asked, what is this 10,000 spirits nest? What is there inside? Tell me in detail. I'm not sure about this either. I only know that the 10,000 spirits nest was left behind by a demon god. I don't know the space inside, but I guess there must be a great opportunity inside. However, there is an extremely strong sealing array outside the 10,000 spirits nest, so this god needs an array master to help me open it. So, under Ning Tian's sincere gaze, Di Tian said that he didn't know and told him the most detailed information. After saying that, he was confused. This mouth of his, why did he always speak the truth uncontrollably? Great opportunity. Hearing these 3 words, Ning Tian's eyes lit up. As a fated person, he naturally couldn't let go of any fate. However, most people with intentions wouldn't be so greedy. Fortunately, he wasn't. Okay, I got it. Call me when you're ready to go. Ning Tian nodded slightly. Then, he used the heaven and earth locator in his heart to search for the location of the Tianmo cult. But very soon, he frowned, and then his brows furrowed tightly, becoming somewhat serious. Husband, what's wrong? At this moment, Luo Wuqing, who was wearing a fiery dress and had a cold expression, walked over. Her beautiful eyes landed on Ning Tian and asked. Ning Tian didn't say much. Instead, he pulled her over and whispered into her ear. Husband, are you sure? Luo Wuqing frowned slightly. There was a trace of doubt in her beautiful eyes. Yes. Ning Tian nodded slightly, his expression somewhat solemn. Just now, through the heaven and earth locator, he had finally located the location of the Tianmo cult in the god's domain. However, it was precisely because of this location that he was so agitated. Because, in the realm of the gods, the Tianmo cult was actually located in the myriad spirits demon nest. Now the situation was developing in a strange direction. Looks like I have no choice but to go to the 10,000 spirits devil nest, Ning Tian sighed in his heart. Ancestral Master, young Mistress Luo, what's wrong? Di Tian looked over in confusion. Nothing. Ning Tian waved his hand slightly. Just then, Di Tian took a deep breath and stared at Ning Tian seriously. There was a pleading tone in his voice. Ancestor, I want to spar with you about the art of arrays. Hearing this, Ning Tian had a strange look on his face. Why did these words sound so familiar? He inadvertently glanced at Di Wuji, and the corner of his mouth twitched slightly. He pulled Di Wuji to the side and whispered, Old Di, why does everyone in your family like to spar with others? In the past, there was Di Wuji, and now there was Di Tian. Was the Di family itching for a beating if they didn't spar with others? This might be an outstanding tradition of our Di family. Di Wuji smiled bitterly and sighed. It was as if he could already see his ancestor submitting to the ancestral master. At that time, he was just curious and wanted to spar with the ancestral master. From then on, he was convinced by the ancestral master. However, it seemed like he had never had the chance to spar with the ancestral master. How troublesome. Ning Tian sighed in his heart. He was speechless as he looked at the excited Di Tian. He didn't know anything about arrays. How was he going to spar with him? Did the ancestral master not care about his reputation? How about this? He looked at Di Tian with a smile on his face. Then, he casually drew a formation and pointed at it. With a serious expression, he said, "When you can comprehend the mysteries of this formation and see through the eye of the formation, then you can spar with me." Array. Di Tian was stunned. Then, his eyes lit up and he nodded heavily. All right. He looked over and frowned. He said in an uncertain tone, "Ancestral Master, does your array really have an array core? No matter how I look at it, this is just a basic array. There is nothing mysterious about it." "Oh, are you doubting me?" Ning Tian's voice turned cold. I wouldn't dare." Di Tian shook his head slightly. "Anyway, in short, when it comes to array formations, sometimes it seems like there is nothing, but there is. Sometimes it seems like there is nothing." Ning Tian spouted nonsense in all seriousness. He looked as if he was speaking from the bottom of his heart. Sometimes it seems like there is nothing, but there is. Sometimes it seems like there is nothing. Di Tian mumbled. A glint flashed across his eyes as if he had understood something. Seeing this, Ning Tian's mouth twitched. No way, talking nonsense can help you comprehend the Tao? This formation was indeed something he had made up, and there was indeed nothing on it. Furthermore, he had never lied to anyone. He had indeed laid his cards on the table with Di Tian. It seemed like there were times when there was nothing. As for how Di Tian would fill in the blanks, that would be up to him. All right. Ancestral Master, I understand. Di Tian nodded slightly. His old eyes were filled with excitement. He continued, 7 days later, please come to the Myriad Elephant Palace. At that time, I will bring all of you to the Myriad Spirits Demon Nest. Okay. Ning Tian nodded in response. Ancestral Master, for these 7 days, you can stay in the Empty God Palace. The few old ancestors of the Empty God Palace welcome you. They said that they will be so happy that they will cry when you come. At this moment, Old Shu, as a filial son, immediately came over. Oh, is that so? Bring me there then. Ning Tian rubbed his chin. There was actually such a good person in this world. All right, Tilda Ancestral Master, young Mistress Luo, please follow me. Old Shu's lips curled up into a smile. If the old ancestors of the Empty God Palace saw this scene, they would definitely say, filial piety is killing me. 7 days later. Central Starfield, Empty God Palace. Ning Tian stretched his back and slowly stood up from a pile of ruins. After 7 days of cultivation, he had grasped a lot of array Tao. Although there was some improvement, the eternal map of heaven and earth was an immortal realm array. It was still difficult for him to grasp it in a short period of time. Not bad. These 7 days of cultivation are quite satisfactory. It's a pity that I didn't have time to exercise with my wife. After all, cultivation and physical training have to be done at the same time. Ning Tian felt a little regretful as he looked around. Not far away. The old ancestors of the Empty God Palace were hugging each other tightly, strangling each other. It was a strange scene. Seniors of the Empty God Palace, thank you for taking care of us these few days. We will take our leave first. Ning Tian thanked the old ancestors of the Empty God Palace kindly. Then, he took Luo Wuqing and the Sealing Flame Lion King and headed toward the Wanxiang Palace. Ancestral Master, when you come back, I will treat you to a drink. Old Shu was full of smiles as he waved at Ning Tian and the others who were leaving. After that, he smiled at the old ancestors behind him and said, Old ancestors, the Ancestral Master and the others are gone. You can cry now. Damn. Sob, sob, my training room. Sob, sob, my album of the top 10 beauties of the Starfield. It's all gone. As soon as he said that, the old ancestors cried loudly. Old ancestors, didn't you say that it was impossible to cry? Your original words were, how old are you to cry? Isn't it embarrassing? Let me help you recall. Ha, ha, no need to thank me. Old Shu said silently. Damn. You bastard, why did you bring this god back? It's all your fault. Hit him. Hit this unfilial descendant. No. Old ancestors, let's talk nicely. You said not to cry. I'm innocent. Ah. Author's words, it's almost the new year. This book will be updated at 3 as usual. I wish everyone a happy new year in advance. Chapter 539. Myriad Elephant Palace. Before Ning Tian and company could enter, Di Tian was already waiting at the entrance of the Myriad Elephant Palace. After all, in these 7 days, other than studying the mysterious array that the ancestral master had given him, he had also heard the screams coming from the empty god palace next door. The empty god palace was gone. If he let the ancestral master in, the Myriad Elephant Palace would probably be destroyed. Rebuilding the 10,000 array altar already required a lot of spirit coins. If he had to rebuild the Myriad Elephant Palace, he would have to cry for 3 days and 3 nights. Ancestral Master, you are here. Di Tian walked over with Di Wuji following behind him. Ian, how's your research on the array formation? Ning Tian nodded slightly as a smile appeared on his face as he looked at Di Tian. I am not talented enough. The array formation that the Ancestral Master gave me, but I still can't figure it out. The Ancestral Master's array formation is really mysterious. Hearing Ning Tian mention this, Di Tian's face turned red as he couldn't help but sigh. He boasted that his array formation talent was very strong, but he couldn't figure out the array formation that the Ancestral Master gave him. The more he looked at it, the more he felt that it was the most ordinary and low-level array formation. But, every time he felt this way, the Ancestral Master's words would appear in his mind. It seems to be there, but it isn't. It seems to be there, but it is there. Then, he would feel that he wasn't talented enough and didn't have enough comprehension to understand the mysteries of the Ancestral Master's array formation. Di Tian never doubted Ning Tian. After all, the latter's identity was there. What evil intentions could the Ancestral Master of the Heavenly Palace have? Seeing Di Tian's helpless look, Ning Tian couldn't help but laugh secretly. Di Tian was not stupid, he just had an absolute stubbornness towards formations. And after seeing him use a formation that covered the entire fire domain, he was even more certain that he was an almighty formation master. His competitive nature made him even more certain that the lowest level formation had a profound secret hidden within it. Sigh. Sometimes, it's not a good thing to be too competitive. Ning Tian muttered in his heart. Then, he patted Di Tian's shoulder and said earnestly, "Don't worry. I believe that with your talent, Palace Lord Di Tian, you will definitely succeed. All right. Let's go to the Myriad Spirit's nest." Behind him, Luo Wuqing and the flame-sealing Lion King were already waiting on the void ship. "Bring your people onto the ship. We're setting off," Ning Tian said. He stepped into the void and appeared on the ship. "Yes, Patriarch." Di Tian nodded slightly. He had only brought along a few ancestral god realm experts from the Myriad Elephant Palace on this trip. As for Di Wuji, he had naturally stayed behind in Starfield City to supervise the craftsmen and rebuild the Myriad Formation altar. When everyone was ready, the void ship turned into a shooting star and disappeared into the horizon. Region of Central Continent, Northern Star Coldfield. When the void ship emerged from the void, a wave of cold air rushed over, and frost immediately appeared on the deck. The little lion standing on the deck was instantly turned into an ice sculpture. What a strong chill! Seeing this scene, Ning Tian's eyes could not help but turn serious. Then, he moved slightly and a flame appeared in his hand and landed on the Lion King's body. In an instant, the ice melted, and the Lion King was shivering from the cold. Roar! It roared with lingering fear and hurriedly ran down the deck while cursing. It rushed into the warm room on the void ship. Damn it! Acting cool, I almost froze the Lion King into a popsicle. Patriarch, this is the Northern Star Coldfield. It's the coldest place in the entire region of Central Continent, and the Myriad Spirit's demon nest is here. Di Tian was still indifferent in the face of the wind and snow. He was a heavenly god realm expert, so this bit of cold was nothing to him. Ning Tian nodded slightly and turned to look at Luo Wuqing behind him. He said softly, "Wife, can you withstand this temperature?" It's not a problem." Luo Wuqing said indifferently. High-temperature flames appeared on the flaming dress on her delicate body and instantly enveloped her. The scorching temperature was enough to drive away the surrounding cold wind. Huff, huff, huff. Even Di Tian and the others were a little afraid of the high temperature. This is heavenly fire laws. Seeing this scene, Di Tian frowned and a look of shock flashed across his eyes. He said involuntarily, "I didn't expect young Lady Luo to have grasped the heavenly fire laws. She is indeed the favored daughter of the fire region, the laws of heaven and earth. It wasn't something that anyone could grasp. Patriarch, the myriad spirits' demon nest is at the bottom. Should we speed up?" Di Tian sighed and shook his head. He looked at Ning Tian and asked in a low voice. "No need." Ning Tian smiled and shook his head. He looked at the wind and snow and couldn't help but have an idea. He stood on the deck and muttered, "Why don't I try to grasp the ice laws now?" Cold, ice laws? Hearing this, Di Tian and the other experts from the Myriad Palace were stunned. The ice laws and the heavenly fire laws were similar. They were both natural laws, but it wasn't something that could be grasped just like that. Just as they were stunned, Ning Tian had already sat down cross-legged in the wind and snow. Is the Patriarch really going to try to comprehend it? But it's just a normal wind and snow. How can he comprehend the true ice laws? Seeing this, Di Tian's brows were tightly knitted together. Palace Master Di Tian, have you heard of this saying? At this moment, beside him, Luo Wuqing lifted her beautiful face and looked at Di Tian indifferently. Her fiery dress was burning fiercely, and from afar, she looked holy and pure. She slowly opened her mouth and said, Young Lady Luo, please speak." Di Tian's attitude was very respectful. Luo Wuqing wasn't just the young lady of the fire region. She was also the wife of the Patriarch of the Heavenly Palace. These two identities were many times more important than the Myriad Palace. "You can always trust the Patriarch," Luo Wuqing said softly. Her beautiful eyes landed on Ning Tian. Her tone was cold, but there was a trace of gentleness in her eyes. "I can always trust the Patriarch." Di Tian was stunned. Boom. At this moment, the experts from the Myriad Palace exclaimed, "Palace Master, look. Patriarch's entire body is covered in ice." Di Tian's expression changed slightly. He quickly turned around. He saw that Ning Tian's body was covered with ice. A terrifying chill was being emitted from his body. It was even colder than the wind and snow around him. It felt like the ice laws. In the entire deity region, the ice goddess who has the strongest ice laws should be the ice goddess who has the ice bloodline. The Patriarch only took a few minutes to comprehend it. Could it be that the Patriarch's talent is far above the ice goddess who has the ice bloodline? Di Tian's heart was filled with shock. At this moment, on the deck, Ning Tian sat cross-legged. As the spiritual energy in his body circulated, his body was covered with ice. The cold air circulated and seemed to be able to freeze blood. Even his face was covered with frost. The cold air was extremely cold. However, this wasn't the real ice laws. Author's words, the first update has arrived. Everyone, Happy New Year. There are 2 more updates, but they might be a little late. I'm a little busy today, but there will be plenty of updates. Also, those who haven't joined the group can join. I'm drawing a lottery in the group to thank everyone for their support. King of the Year of the Oxskin Tilda Group 1, 897996962. There are few empty seats. Group 2, full. Group 3, 3630971996. Finally, thank you for your continuous support. I wish everyone a happy new year. Chapter 540. At this moment, the void ship was slowly moving forward at an altitude of 10,000 meters. Below it were countless glacier. As they went deeper into the northern chill star region, the temperature in the sky became colder and colder. Even the ancestral god realm experts of the Myriad Elephant Palace could not hold on any longer. Ancestral Master, is he not done yet? Di Tian's gaze was a little serious. At this moment, Ning Tian's entire body was frozen by the ice. The temperature around him was extremely cold. Even Di Tian was starting to feel a little fearful of that temperature. It was already infinitely close to the temperature of the ice laws. Roar! In a small room on the void ship, a small lion peeked out and roared a few times. Hee hee. I wonder if the ancestral master's ice lolly tastes good. This temperature is already low enough to freeze the ancestral master's blood. Di Tian frowned and said in a serious tone. At this moment, a fiery figure walked over and slowly walked towards Ning Tian, who was emitting a terrifying cold aura. Miss Luo? Seeing Luo Wuqing walking towards Ning Tian, Di Tian's expression changed slightly. He seemed to have seen through her intentions and hurriedly advised, Miss Luo, even if you have the heavenly fire laws, your heavenly fire laws are not considered strong. You can't take this risk. He could see that although Luo Wuqing had the heavenly fire laws, she was not proficient in controlling the heavenly fire. However, Luo Wuqing was not swayed by Di Tian's words. She was still her, she was still the Empress. Others could not order her around. She took a deep breath. Next, heavenly fire surged on her delicate body and turned into a skirt. She walked over gently and raised her jade-like hand. A blazing flame appeared and dispersed the ice. At this moment, the corner of Ning Tian's mouth was slightly white. There was a cold aura in his body. All of his heavenly fire laws were circulating this cold aura. He originally used the Tao of Nature to extract a trace of cold aura and then obtained the right to use the ice laws for a minute. But this chill was no ordinary thing. Once it entered one's body, it would be difficult to deal with. He couldn't take care of his body and his body at the same time, so his heavenly fire laws were digesting the chill in his body, and the chill outside his body had already begun to freeze his body and corrode his blood. Damn it! Ning Tian cursed in his heart. He was prepared to go all out and directly destroy the chill. At most, he would waste some time and use the Tao of Nature to absorb the chill again. But at this moment, beside him, a blazing heat spread out. Following which, the ice around his body began to melt, and a familiar fragrance drifted over. He felt a touch of softness on his back, and a burst of warmth flowed into his body. Husband, please continue. Beside his ear, he heard the sound of orchid exhaling. The coexistence of softness and heat dissipated the chill. Hearing this, Ning Tian felt warmth in his heart. Then, he circulated the heaven fire in his body with all his might to melt the chill. On the deck, seeing the scene of Luo Wuqing hugging Ning Tian from behind and circulating the heaven fire to expel the chill, Di Tian and the group of experts from the Myriad Elephant Palace were slightly moved, and they felt a little jealous. Dozens of minutes later, Ning Tian exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, and a cold light appeared in his hand. It was a bit of ice. This is the ice laws. Di Tian looked over and couldn't help but be stunned. That's right. The corner of Ning Tian's mouth curled up into a smile, and the cold light in his hand slowly dissipated. This was indeed the ice laws, but there was one thing he didn't say, and that was that he could only use this ice laws for 1 minute. After all, this was only the ice laws practiced by the Tao of Nature. But he could still unleash its true power. Wife, you've worked hard. Ning Tian stretched out his hand, and a blazing heat appeared in his hand. He gently brushed away the ice on Luo Wuqing's hair. It's fine. Luo Wuqing shook her head slightly, and her voice was still cold. I didn't expect that the ancestral master had really comprehended the ice laws. Is the heavenly god physique really so terrifying? Di Tian's expression was a little moved, and a trace of astonishment flashed across his eyes. You have shocked Di Tian. You have shocked the experts of the Myriad Elephant Palace. Reward, Ice Sword Array. The fusion of sword art and array, together with the ice laws, will have an unexpected effect. While Di Tian was still in shock, the system's voice rang in Ning Tian's mind. Ice Sword Array? That's right, keep it. Ning Tian was slightly stunned. After checking it for a while, he kept it. Since he had already obtained the usage rights of the ice laws for 1 minute, there was no need to stay any longer. It's about time. Let's speed up and rush to the Myriad Spirits Demon Cave in one go. Yes, Ancestral Master. Glacier region. outside a cave that was a few thousand meters in size. Boom. Boom boom. In the sky, a black shadow suddenly appeared, and then landed heavily on the ground. In the snowstorm. On the void ship, a few figures appeared. Palace Master Di Tian, your skills in driving the void ship are not as good as Shuo Tian. Looking at the mess, Ning Tian could not help but complain. Roar. At the side, the lion cubs raised their heads proudly. Cough. After all, this is my first time driving this thing. It is inevitable that I am a little unfamiliar with it. Di Tian coughed dryly. He was a little embarrassed that he was not as good as the lion. Let's go. The Myriad Spirits Demon Cave is in front. Ning Tian did not bother about it. He looked at the cave that was a few thousand meters in size not far away, and a trace of seriousness flashed in his eyes. Following which, he pulled Luo Wuqing's soft hand and walked towards the Myriad Spirits Demon Cave. Seeing this, the Sealing Flame Lion King and the people from the Myriad Elephant Palace quickly jumped off the void ship and followed. A few minutes later, dozens of figures stopped in front of the huge cave. The cave was surrounded by glacier, and a cold wind blew, making the already cold weather even colder. Husband, look. Luo Wuqing seemed to have discovered something, and her beautiful eyes looked towards a direction. Ning Tian looked over, and spiritual energy flashed in his eyes. A stream of light flashed in the cave, and a huge aura condensed. That was an array that was a few thousand meters in size. Ancestral Master, that is the array that I was talking about. Di Tian also looked over, and he spoke slowly with a serious tone. This should be an immortal realm array. However, the energy it contains is extremely powerful. I am afraid that we will need to work together to break this array. Don't be in a hurry. Let me take a look. Ning Tian waved his hand, and a small array flashed in his left eye. He immediately activated the array eye and looked into the cave. Soon, all the mysteries of this array were captured in his eyes. His expression gradually turned solemn. The power of this formation was far more than what he had seen. Ancestral Master, how is it? Seeing Ning Tian's serious expression, Di Tian seemed to have understood something. It is a little tricky, but it is not unbreakable. Ning Tian shook his head and said. He looked at Di Tian and instructed, use the power of the array first and test it. Okay, Di Tian nodded. The moment he activated the power of the array, 100-meter big array appeared under his feet, and he stood in the middle of it. This was the incarnation of his array power. However, at this moment, there was a commotion behind him. Who is it? Chapter 541. Outside the cave. When the voice rang out, the hearts of Ning Tian's group immediately shivered. They quickly turned around and saw a blue-eyed lady in ice armor standing outside the cave behind them. Although they didn't know where she came from, they could tell that she wasn't a human. Because that pair of elven ears was too obvious. There were some blue frost patterns on her face. It was these frost patterns that covered her face. Although one could not tell how beautiful her face was, one could tell from her basic outline that she was not ugly. Behind the woman, there was a group of people in ice armor. Their elf ears had the same frost patterns. But the frost patterns were much fainter than the woman's. These people. When did they appear? Ning Tian frowned, and a serious look flashed in his eyes. He and Luo Wuqing weren't the only ones who didn't notice them. Even Di Tian, who was a god, didn't notice them either. It was as if they could hide their aura. Facing this group of people, Luo Wuqing's face was cold. He stood quietly beside Ning Tian, ready to attack at any moment. Ancestral Master, this is the Winter Spirit Clan. At the side, Di Tian's eyes flashed with a hint of seriousness as he spoke slowly. The Winter Spirit Clan? Ning Tian frowned. Yes, it's the strongest clan in the northern Chill Star region. It's also an extremely rare clan in the Tianxian continent. Di Tian explained with a frown. But why are these winter spirits here? Who are you? Why did you break into the Winter Spirit Forbidden Land? The leader of the group looked coldly at Ning Tian's group. She raised her lily-white hand, and in a flash of cold light, it transformed into a flashing ice blade, turning her body into a sharp blade. Seeing this, Ning Tian frowned, but he soon relaxed. No, this is similar to the law of ice. The Winter Spirit Clan is indeed not simple. Then, Ning Tian looked at the woman and said with a smile, Miss from the Winter Spirit Clan, I think you've misunderstood. We didn't break into the Winter Spirit Clan's forbidden land. We only entered the 10,000 Spirits' Nest. The Winter Spirit Forbidden Land and the 10,000 Spirits' Nest are two different places. Don't you think so? Hearing Ning Tian's words, the woman was stunned. Then, a cold light flashed in her blue eyes, and she sneered. What a glib tongue! Despicable outsider, the 10,000 Spirits' Nest is the Winter Spirit Forbidden Land. Do you think I'm stupid? Hearing this, Ning Tian nodded with an honest expression. Yes. After all, our ancestral master. You. A trace of coldness flashed through the woman's blue eyes when she heard that. An aura suddenly surged from her body as she pointed her finger at Ning Tian. I don't care who you are. There's only one ending for those who trespass into the forbidden Winter Spirit Land. Die. As soon as she finished speaking, an icy aura surged out from her, and it transformed into a wave of ice that shot towards Ning Tian and the others. Behind her, the Winter Spirit clansmen drew their weapons and aimed at Ning Tian's group. Prepare for battle. Seeing this, Di Tian frowned and hurriedly ordered the Wanxiang Palace experts behind him. He didn't expect the 10,000 Spirits' Nest to be the Winter Spirit Clan's forbidden land. You don't know what's good for you. We warned you a few days ago, but you didn't repent. This time, don't blame the Winter Spirit Clan for being merciless. The woman snorted. Warning. Di Tian was stunned. They'd never met anyone from the Winter Spirit Clan. Why would they warn them? Go. Kill them. The ice-armored woman let out a cold shout and swung the ice blade in her hand. Behind her, hundreds of Winter Spirit clansmen charged at her. At the same time, she raised the ice blade in her hand and shot it at Ning Tian. A great battle was about to break out. A lion cub had already dug a hole and hid in it. It was only responsible for demolishing the home, not fighting. Husband, be careful. Seeing the woman shooting at them, Luo Wuqing instinctively stood in front of Ning Tian. Her fiery dress stirred up a burst of flames. She looked at the woman coldly. When she saw Luo Wuqing, the woman was stunned, but her eyes soon turned cold. It couldn't be that person. The Winter Spirit Clan will follow that person's orders and kill everyone who breaks into the Forbidden Land. Up ahead, but it's a forbidden land, she said. Her delicate body moved slightly, turned into a blue light, and rushed toward Ning Tian and Luo Wuqing. At this critical moment, when the great battle was about to begin, Luo Wuqing suddenly felt a strange power in his body the moment he saw the ice-armored woman charging towards him. His red lips parted slightly, and a cold shout came out of his mouth subconsciously. How dare you? She shouted coldly. In an instant, an invisible aura erupted from her body. What? The ice-armored woman's expression changed slightly, and then she stopped abruptly. The Winter Spirit Clan experts around her also stopped at this moment. Their expressions changed from shock to awe. What's going on? Di Tian was about to make a move when he saw this scene. He couldn't help but wonder. He saw all the members of the Winter Spirit Clan, including the ice-armored woman, stopped, and the frost patterns on their faces were emitting a dazzling blue light. Could it be, seeing this scene, and then seeing the blue light emitted by the frost patterns on the Winter Spirit clansmen, Ning Tian seemed to have thought of something. He looked at Luo Wuqing. Wife, give me another order. Okay. Luo Wuqing nodded slightly. She seemed to understand that this sudden change was because of her shout. She looked at the Winter Spirit clansmen and said coldly, "Put down your weapons." As soon as her voice fell, like a curse, the frost patterns on the Winter Spirit clansmen's faces emitted a cold light again, and then they put down their weapons one by one. Even the woman in the ice armor retreated from her weapon form. At this moment, all the Winter Spirit clansmen looked at Luo Wuqing in awe. Suddenly, with a flop, the woman in the ice armor knelt on one knee and looked at Luo Wuqing. "Miss, the Winter Spirit Clan has been waiting for your arrival." Flop, flop. "Greetings, miss. Greetings, miss." At this moment, All the Winter Spirit clansmen knelt on one knee and looked at Luo Wuqing in awe. They shouted in unison, and even the surrounding glacier trembled. Huh! Seeing this scene, Di Tian and the people of the Wanxiang Palace were completely dumbfounded. How could the miss of the fire domain be related to the Winter Spirit clan? On the side, Ning Tian frowned slightly and fell into deep thought. The Winter Spirit clan, the 10,000 Spirits Den, and the Tianmo cult located by the Heaven and Earth locator. Everything seemed to point to the same answer: White Willow, greetings, fellow cultivators. Well, I don't have any gifts, so I'll draw a circle and curse you guys to be arrogant and have good luck in everything. Ovo. Chapter 542. In front of the 10,000 Spirits nest, the ice-armored woman and a group of winter spirits knelt before Luo Wuqing on one knee. Their faces were filled with awe, and at the same time, the blue frost patterns on their faces glowed brilliantly. Who are you? Luo Wuqing was only slightly taken aback by the actions of the winter spirits, but she quickly recovered. Her expression was calm, and her pretty face was cold. She looked at the winter spirits indifferently and asked. She naturally knew that they were the winter spirits. She asked. It was their hidden identity. Young lady. The ice-armored woman slowly looked up, the ice-blue patterns on her pretty face flashing with light. She looked at Luo Wuqing with respect, her red lips parting slightly as she slowly said, "We are members of the Winter Spirit Tribe, and also the guardians of the 10,000 Spirits Nest. We are also the gatekeepers of the Sky Demon cult. The guardians of the 10,000 Spirits Nest, the gatekeepers of the Tianmo cult?" Hearing this, Ning Tian pondered for a moment, and a glint flashed in his eyes. It seemed, things were developing in the direction he had guessed. If he was not mistaken, the Tianmo cult was in the 10,000 Spirits Nest because Luo Wuqing's parents had arranged it, and the winter spirits might have something to do with them. But don't forget, his cheap father-in-law was also the former leader of the Tianmo cult. The Tianmo cult seems to be more than that. Ning Tian touched his chin and murmured. On the other hand, Di Tian and the others were completely confused when they heard this. They were completely dumbfounded. Tianmo cult. What was the Tianmo cult? They had never heard of a force called the Tianmo cult in the Central Star Zone. What kind of force could make the strongest race of the Northern Chill Star Zone willingly guard its door? What's your name? Luo Wuqing looked at the ice-armored woman indifferently. Young lady, my name is Lan Bing. Lan Bing answered Luo Wuqing without hesitation. Lan Bing, Luo Wuqing murmured. However, as soon as she spoke, some of the runes on Lan Bing's face actually fell off. They turned into a streak of blue light and imprinted themselves on Luo Wuqing's wrist. Very soon, he disappeared again. Wife. Ning Tian looked over. I'm fine. Luo Wuqing shook his head slightly and said softly, what happened just now only deepened their trust. She could clearly sense that when the frost imprint was on her wrist, her control over the blue ice in front of her seemed to have increased. In other words, she knew their true names. He could obtain a contract that could control them. However, the members of the Winter Spirit clan didn't seem to mind this sort of contract. However, there are fewer frost patterns on her face. She looks much better than before. Ning Tian rubbed his chin and looked at Lan Bing with clear eyes. Some of the frost patterns had fallen off, making it easier to see her appearance. Oh, is that so? Luo Wuqing looked over coldly. Ning Tian coughed dryly. Roar, roar. Seeing this, the Lion King grew excited. It roared twice, ready to watch a good show. Roar, roar. What a suicidal question. How dare he praise another woman in front of his wife? However, just as it was gloating, Ning Tian raised his hand and turned the lion into an ice sculpture. Luo Wuqing couldn't be bothered to pursue the matter. He looked at Lan Bing again. Roar! In the ice sculpture, a lion cub was puzzled. Why am I always the one getting hurt? Lan Bing, tell me what's going on. Luo Wuqing's icy eyes fell upon Lan Bing as he asked in a clear and cold voice. Yes, Miss Lan Bing nodded and said respectfully, all of this is because, however, just as she spoke, something strange happened. Ah! A blood-curdling scream rang out behind him. Everyone turned around abruptly, only to see a stream of blue blood spurt 3 feet high. Immediately after, a large number of winter spirit clansmen behind them were instantly reduced to corpses. Ha ha. Then, a wild laugh sounded. "I've finally found you. One of the remnants of the Dark Rebellion." Boom. As soon as the voice fell, a violent aura swept through the surroundings. "Who is it? How dare you kill my clansman?" In an instant, Lan Bing stood up. A similar aura enveloped the surroundings. Another layer of ice armor appeared on her delicate body. Her right hand turned into a sharp blade in the ice. "TSK, I didn't expect Lan Bing to be a heavenly god." Sensing Lan Bing's aura, Ning Tian couldn't help but murmur. "Winter spirit clansman? Ha, so what if you're a winter spirit? All of you must die." That arrogant voice rang out once again. However, this voice sounded familiar to Ning Tian, as if she had heard it somewhere before. Soon, boom, boom boom, a group of winter spirit clansmen who wanted to stop them were sent flying and crashed into the surrounding glacier. Immediately after, a figure slowly walked over. Behind him were several figures whose auras were not weak at all. "It's you. It's you." Two voices sounded at the same time. Lan Bing looked at them coldly. She recognized them immediately. They were the people she had warned a few days ago. She didn't expect them to turn around and come back. Ning Tian also recognized the middle-aged man. This guy, wasn't he the heavenly god's phantom from the heavenly spirit world? Although he was no longer the heavenly god's phantom and had a physical body, his aura wouldn't change. Ning Tian recognized him at a glance. Enemies were bound to meet on a narrow road. Back then, neither the 9 masters of the heavenly palace nor the Saint Sun God attacked this guy. Because, there were some things that Ning Tian needed to solve himself. But now, it was the best time to solve the problem. It's you. You're from the heavenly palace." The moment he saw Ning Tian, the middle-aged man's expression changed and he panicked. How could it be him? How could this kid be here? According to the orders from above, they couldn't provoke the heavenly palace. They should avoid fighting as much as possible. They couldn't afford to provoke them. Damn it. It wasn't easy to find some information about the surviving forces of the dark turmoil, but now there's nothing I can do. How annoying. He cursed angrily in his heart as he gnashed his teeth in anger. Forget it. Let's go. He glared fiercely at Ning Tian, then turned around to leave with the group of people. Stop. Don't tell me you don't dare to kill me. Ning Tian chuckled softly behind him. Naturally, he would not let the information in his hands slip away. After all, he had clearly heard the words dark turmoil just now. These people in front of him must know something. Kid, hearing this, the middle-aged man clenched his fists tightly. Since you don't dare to kill me, then let me send you to your death. Ning Tian's voice trailed off. The middle-aged man was instantly enraged. Kid, I'm in my original form now. Send me to my death. What a joke. However, he didn't finish his words. Boom. In front of Ning Tian, a black bell fell in front of everyone. Author's words, there are 2 more chapters. Happy New Year everyone. I'm quite busy today so I took the time to write. There are 2 more chapters. I'm not sure when, but I will update. Chapter 543. Boom, boom boom, accompanied by a rumbling sound, the pitch-black death bell heavily landed on the ground. Everyone even heard a bell ring, and even the surrounding glacier were shattered. Seeing this scene, the middle-aged man was stunned. Around him, Di Tian, Lan Bing, and the others also had strange expressions. Funeral bell. Is it really a funeral? Kid, are you humiliating me? The middle-aged man's expression suddenly became somewhat ugly. Although the higher-ups did not allow him to attack the people of the heavenly palace, it did not mean that Ning Tian could casually humiliate him. He was a fake heavenly god, not a soft persimmon. Sorry, I took the wrong one. At this moment, Ning Tian chuckled, pointed at the death bell, and said indifferently, this bell, I won't send you off. Oh, fellow Daoist Ning, you. Why did I fall on the ground? At this moment, a beautiful white figure floated out from the pitch-black bell on the ground. When she saw the death bell on the ground, she immediately panicked. Bai Liu hurriedly floated over and carefully hugged the death bell in her arms. From the way this lady usually hugged him and never let go, it could be seen that Bai Liu was a clean freak. Fellow Daoist Ning, how can you put me on the ground? Bai Liu hugged the death bell and expressed her strong condemnation. Seeing this scene, for some reason, Di Tian, Lan Bing, and the others suddenly felt their hearts explode. So cute, the fake heavenly god muttered. The affirmation from the enemy. Whoosh. In an instant, the gazes of the people around him directly turned over and they asked in confusion, Lord Fake Heavenly God? Cough cough. The fake heavenly god hurriedly coughed dryly. His old face turned red and he subconsciously said it. Just as Bai Liu took out the small branch that Ning Tian gave her and was about to draw circles and curse, Ning Tian used the law of ice to create a popsicle in his hand and handed it to Bai Liu. Eat quickly and finish your work. I still need you to send your soul to me later. Ice, Yin Qi. Seeing this scene, Bai Liu's eyes instantly lit up, and he put away the small branch. After receiving it, he licked it with a satisfied expression. The soul body was yin, and so was the law of ice. Eating this would replenish the necessary yin energy. Next, it's time to send you on your way. Following Ning Tian's calm voice, Di Tian and the people from the Myriad Elephant Palace behind him instantly entered battle mode. Although they didn't know the background of these people in front of them, but, no matter how strong they were, could they be stronger than the Heavenly Palace? Lan Bing led a group of Winter Spirit clansmen over as well. It would appear that I won't be able to leave without killing you today. Seeing this, the fake god snorted. Hearing this, the expressions of the people behind him slightly changed. They couldn't help but ask, Your Excellency, didn't the higher-ups forbid us from attacking the people of the Heavenly Palace? Do you think I want to move? If we don't kill him now, we will be the ones to die. As long as we kill everyone here, no one will know that we did it. As soon as his voice fell, an enormous aura burst out from the body of the fake divine god. His aura was pressing down on everyone. 7 stars of the heavenly god realm. Seeing this scene, Di Tian's expression changed slightly. A trace of seriousness flashed across his eyes. Didn't you trap and kill an 8 stars of the heavenly god realm before? Why are you panicking? Seeing Di Tian's expression as if he was about to face a great enemy, Ning Tian couldn't help but frown and say unhappily. Cough, Ancestral Master, you said it yourself. It was a trap to kill. Di Tian coughed dryly. His old face turned red as he explained, Those were my old enemies. I had to place 200 eternal heaven and earth formations in that place before I was able to kill them. Right now, I don't have the time to set up a few hundred formations. Ning Tian slowly typed a question mark. Brat, let's see who can save you. This time, my true body is here. Moreover, you don't have the 9 sovereigns of the heavenly palace. The fake god sneered. The corner of his mouth lifted into a confident arc. Behind him, several auras appeared. Shockingly, they were also heavenly god powerhouses. Although he couldn't see through Ning Tian's strength, he could guess that it wasn't too strong. After all, this brat had just entered the divine realm 2 years ago. Could it be that he was invincible in 2 years? Is that so? A glint flashed across Ning Tian's eyes. Looking at the people behind the fake god, he couldn't help but feel a little serious. What kind of force were these people from? They were actually so strong. Now, he could only hope that he didn't see wrongly when he used the Eye of Formation. Di Tian, Lan Bing, the 2 of you lead your men to deal with the other heavenly gods. Ning Tian looked at the few of them and ordered. Yes, Di Tian and Lan Bing didn't hesitate at all. The former understood his identity as the ancestral master of the heavenly palace, so she followed his orders. The latter saw that he had a close relationship with the young mistress, so she followed his orders. Husband, what about you? Luo Wuqing looked over. Ning Tian had already assigned the other heavenly gods. However, he didn't assign them to the strongest fake god. It was obvious that he wanted to deal with it himself. It's okay, wife. I have my own ways to kill this fake god. Ning Tian waved his hand slightly. When the ancestral master saw this fake god, he had already started thinking about how to kill this fake god gracefully. He could fight above his level. However, it was obvious that the gap between them was too big. This time, it was the fake god's true body that had come. It was indeed a little difficult to fight above one's level. Therefore, at this time, he could only use some external power. For example, the formation in the 10,000 spirits devil nest. Earlier, he had already observed how powerful this formation was through the eye of formation. At the very least, if he used his full strength, killing a 7-star heavenly god wouldn't be a problem at all. However, he had to use his full strength. Through his formation eye, he was able to see through the profoundness of the formation. In fact, he was even able to see through the formation's attack method. Every time he touched the formation, it would attack him. However, what if he touched it tens of millions of times, or even more? When the formation was condensed tens of millions of times, the power of the formation's attack would become immeasurable. In the surroundings, a great battle was about to break out at any moment. Although those heavenly gods were inferior to this fake god, it would still be difficult for them to defeat him in an instant. Boy, even if you have a heavenly god body, you still haven't grown up. Therefore, go to hell. The fake god sneered. Spiritual energy and divine power surged in his hand. Is that so? However, Ning Tian only chuckled. Your biggest mistake. You're estimating me based on an ordinary heavenly god body. I, the ancestral master, do not have a proper heavenly god body. The moment his voice fell, Ning Tian muttered in his heart. Sand of time. Tick-tock, tick-tock. The sound of a pendulum seemed to resound in his mind. At this moment, it seemed as if time had stopped around him. At this moment, he turned into a ghost and charged into the 10,000 spirits devil nests formation. Chapter 544. Within the time quicksand, within the time domain. Within the 10,000 spirits demon nest, a figure could be seen constantly rushing in. Above the huge array, a terrifying ray of light also lit up. Just as the array lit up, an attack erupted. Time. Ning Tian's indifferent voice sounded. In an instant. That attack seemed to have stopped. After the attack stopped, Ning Tian once again touched the array. When the array's attack appeared again, he repeated the same trick. Just like that. Within the time domain, Ning Tian entered and exited. The moment the array lit up, he once again used the law of time to stop the attack from condensing, and this action was repeated millions of times. The 10,000 spirits demon nests array. I suspect that I've been played. Humph. Kid, go to hell. The fake heavenly deity coldly snorted. Only a few seconds had passed in the outside world. When he saw Ning Tian remaining silent for a few seconds, he couldn't help but sneer. However, he suddenly sensed that something was wrong. This kid's beard, when did it grow out? His gaze fell on Ning Tian's handsome face. The beard that originally did not exist had grown out at some unknown time. It was unshaven, as if a few days had passed. Within the time domain, the time quicksand, the time of others was not affected at all. The time that truly flowed was Ning Tian's own time. For others, time was still the same time. However, for Ning Tian, dozens of days had already passed. Forget it. Let's kill this kid first to avoid any more trouble. A sinister glint flashed across the fake divine god's eyes. Then, his figure moved and instantly shot toward Ning Tian. His terrifying aura suppressed Ning Tian. The corners of his mouth lifted into a confident smile. In his heart, he thought that he did not give Ning Tian a chance to catch his breath. However, little did he know that Ning Tian had already accumulated a big move in the time quicksand. He was just waiting for him to enter the trap. Husband. Be careful. Luo Wuqing's voice resounded from the side when the false divine god charged towards Ning Tian. At the same time, Ning Tian's figure retreated explosively and dodged the false divine god's attack. Wife, don't worry. I've already thought of a way to kill this guy. Ning Tian looked up. His unshaven appearance made him look very tired. After all, repeating the same action thousands of times in the sands of time would have a huge impact on one's mind. Be careful. Upon seeing this scene, Luo Wuqing seemed to have understood something. After she spoke to Ning Tian, a wisp of raging flames appeared on her delicate body, and she turned around and charged towards the others. Kill this god. What a joke. In front of absolute power, all tricks are useless. Me. The fake divine god snorted and charged toward Ning Tian again. Do you think I'm afraid of this move of yours? Ning Tian raised his head proudly and couldn't help but sneer. Hearing this, the fake divine god was stunned for a moment. Then, his face darkened. He gritted his teeth and the corners of his mouth twitched. A trace of anger flashed in his eyes as he suddenly shouted. F***ck. If you're not afraid, then why are you running? They saw. The ancestral master elegantly dodged the attack while saying that he wasn't afraid. What do you know? If I can dodge, I won't dodge. Do you think I'll meet force with force? Are you stupid or just stupid? Ning Tian said casually and rolled his eyes at the fake divine god. Sometimes, brains are more useful than strength. F***cku. The fake divine god was instantly enraged. He wanted to catch Ning Tian, but this kid's speed was really strange. The most important thing was that he was constantly hiding in the void. You're not convinced? If you're not convinced, then come and fight me. Ning Tian had a smile on his face as he retreated gracefully. F***ck. The fake divine god's eyes were crimson red and he looked furious. He circulated his divine power and wanted to trap Ning Tian in a pincer attack. However, Ning Tian seemed to be prepared for this. She took a step into the void and then took another step out. Damn it. The fake divine god gritted his teeth. However, in the next few moves, no matter how he used his divine power, he couldn't do anything to Ning Tian. After all, back in the heavenly palace, eldest senior sister had chased him all over the mountain to train his speed. How could this fake divine god's speed compare to Yi Shuang's? After a few moves, kid, you're not running anymore? Seeing that Ning Tian didn't move, the fake divine god looked at him coldly. Running? I'm not running anymore. Ning Tian chuckled. At this moment, he was leaning against the array of the 10,000 spirits' nest. He silently put away the scarlet heaven sword in his hand. Phew, I just finished shaving my beard. Next, it's my turn to fight back, right? Seeing this scene, the fake divine god became even angrier. That's right. Just now, when he was chasing Ning Tian, this bastard was actually hiding while taking out the scarlet heaven sword to shave his beard. Shave. F***ck. He didn't put him in his eyes at all. It was extremely insulting, and the damage was also extremely high. Fight back. Ridiculous. The fake divine god sneered. Ice sword array. However, this time, Ning Tian didn't hesitate at all and directly used the ice sword array. When the cold air flowed and the 1-minute use of the law of ice began, a trace of sword intent leaked out and then turned into many ice blades. Vaguely, they formed a formation. However, this formation only had its shape, but it didn't have its power. For Ning Tian, who had only cultivated the Tao of formations for a few days, it was already very good to have its shape. With this little bit of power of the formation, you want to shake this god's divine power? Ridiculous. Seeing the ice sword array, the fake divine god smiled disdainfully and didn't even want to look at it. Yes, Tilda, indeed, it's just a little bit of power. Ning Tian looked at the fake divine god with a kind and sincere face. Then, he waved his hand heavily, and thousands of cold swords gathered here. Boom. Please enter the trap. Now was the best time. All of his escape routes just now were just to find the right angle so that the fake divine god could escape in a dignified manner. Boom. Boom. A cold sword light, 10,000 spells were opened. The condensed sword array suddenly shot toward the fake divine god. Ridiculous. Just this little bit of power? Seeing this scene, the fake divine god smiled disdainfully and raised his hand to display his divine power. His palm fell heavily and instantly destroyed the ice sword array with one palm. However, before he could feel proud, Ning Tian's smiling voice sounded. Heavenly Demon Funeral Service. I wish you a dignified departure. Hey! The fake divine god was stunned. Time freeze. However, at this moment, Ning Tian suddenly shouted 2 words. Then, there seemed to be a ticking sound. Then, the array in front of the fake divine god's body lit up with a burst of bright light. A terrifying energy burst out. This was not the end. Above the array, light kept flashing. It was like a blink of an eye. The light flashed thousands of times. This was the time freeze that Ning Tian had just used. When time freeze fell, its power naturally burst out. It's so dazzling. The fake divine god subconsciously looked to the side. However, soon, all of the power above the array directly locked onto him. In an instant, his face changed from wild laughter to despair. What a powerful power! No, no, no! A miserable scream sounded. Then, a boom instantly enveloped the fake divine god. The huge movement instantly attracted everyone's attention. Boom! 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 The surrounding glacier shattered. Amidst the rumbling sound, Ning Tian looked kindly at the fake heavenly deity who was enveloped by the power. The corners of her mouth lifted into a faint smile. This fellow is really a good person. I was just worrying about how to consume the energy of the array. Now, this guy is here. That's right. If the fake divine god did not come, the power of the array in the 10,000 spirits demon nest would have to be slowly consumed. However, unfortunately, this guy came. Hiss. Hearing this, Di Tian and the others instantly sucked in a breath of cold air. That fake divine god, did he fall into the ancestral master's trap? Chapter 545. I didn't expect the ancestral master's mastery of formations to be so strong, Di Tian murmured as he looked at Ning Tian with bright eyes. His heart was in turmoil. When the ancestral master used the ice sword formation, I thought it only had a little bit of power. It turns out that the ancestral master deliberately lowered the power of the ice sword formation to make the fake heavenly deity lower his guard. Then, he used the fake heavenly deity to consume the formations of the 10,000 spirits nest. Brilliant. Truly brilliant. Di Tian, a formation grandmaster, analyzed silently. Ning Tian, I'm impressed by your imagination. Lord Fake Heavenly Deity. The fake sky god's subordinates looked over anxiously when they heard the rumble. However, at this moment, Lan Bing led a group of winter spirit clansmen to surround them. Kill. Luo Wuqing looked over and uttered a word. The most important fake heavenly deity had been defeated by her husband. As for these people, they were not worth mentioning and had no value. Yes, young miss. Hearing Luo Wuqing's words, Lan Bing nodded. Without any hesitation, she stabbed out with the ice blade in her hand. At the same time, the Winter Spirit clan members also transformed into ice and stabbed out with their ice blades. In an instant, the few of them were killed. Boom, boom, boom. The ice melted and the fake heavenly deity's body was revealed from the aftermath of the energy. At this moment, he was still alive after taking the attacks of tens of thousands of formations. One had to admit that this 7-star heavenly deity was very strong. Not dead. It's fine if you're not dead. Ning Tian raised his eyebrows. Then, he walked over and stomped on the fake heavenly deity's chest. With this stomp, the fake heavenly deity spat out another mouthful of blood. Under the attacks of tens of thousands of formations, even if he was not dead, he was already on his last breath. Speak. Who are you people? What do you mean by the dark turmoil? What is your purpose? Ning Tian looked down at the fake heavenly deity and said indifferently. Cough cough. Don't think you can get anything out of me, the fake heavenly deity said coldly as he coughed out blood. Oh, I didn't expect you to be so stubborn. Hearing this, the corners of Ning Tian's mouth lifted into a kind smile. If you don't tell me, it will make things difficult for me. After all, I, your ancestor, have never killed anyone. If I tell you, you will definitely kill me. Unless you let me go, otherwise, the fake heavenly god's stubbornness was all for the sake of survival. You shocked Di Tian. Reward, 1 soul search card, valid for 3 hours. At this moment, the system's voice sounded in his mind. Oh, soul searching card? Hearing this, Ning Tian instantly revealed the signature smile of an ancestor. Seeing this, the fake deity's heart trembled. This brat's smile was so good-natured. What did you just say? Ning Tian smiled as he looked at the fake heaven god. Unless you give me a way out, I won't tell you. The fake heaven god snorted coldly. Oh. Then you'd better die. Ning Tian replied indifferently. Then, he waved his hand, and a strange black gas appeared in his hand. He waved it in front of the fake heaven god's eyes. Instantly, the fake heaven god's pupils dilated, and his vitality dissipated. With his current cultivation, using the law of death would naturally be ineffective against the fake heaven god at his peak. However, now, the fake heaven god only had one breath left. Naturally, he could die just like that. He died just like that. Seeing this scene, Di Tian, Lan Bing, and the others were stunned. What else? Ning Tian chuckled. Then, he slapped his head as if he had thought of something. He muttered, "That's right, this guy can't die yet. But ancestor, he's already dead. Could it be that he can come back from the dead?" Hearing Ning Tian's words, Di Tian glanced at the fake heaven god whose vitality had completely dissipated. He frowned slightly. Of course not. After all, we have to believe in medical skills. Medical skills can at most bring the dead back to life. However, it's very difficult to bring the dead back to life. Ning Tian said with a smile. Then, he raised his hand. A green light appeared in his hand. He shone it on the fake heaven god's corpse. Instantly, a ray of light appeared. The fake heaven god's vitality seemed to have recovered a little. The ancestor believed in medical skills. Therefore, he used the law of life. Seeing this scene, Di Tian and the group of experts from the Myriad Elephant Palace had a strange expression. The corners of their mouths twitched. Damn it! The ancestor said that he believed in medical skills. Then, in the next second, he raised his hand and revived the fake heaven god. Were all heaven god bodies this powerful? The fake sky god, who had just been resurrected, was still in a daze. He had no idea that he had died. When he saw Ning Tian's smiling face, he snorted coldly and said, "Brat, if you have the ability, then kill me." Before he could finish his words, a black gas appeared on Ning Tian's left hand. The fake heaven god died again. This is so troublesome. Will this guy die every time I use the soul-searching card? Ning Tian touched his chin and muttered in his heart. If he only used it once, he wouldn't be able to get the information he wanted. It seemed that this could only be a small bug. Every time this guy dies, I'll let him live again. I'll search him again. After he dies, I'll search him again. However, was this considered a bug in the system? Hence, Ning Tian's left hand died and his right hand was revived. Humph, brat, if you have the ability, then kill me. Cert. Live. Humph. Brat, if you have the ability, then. Cert. Live for me. Humph. Brat, just like that, after 10 or 20 times, Ning Tian even knew the color of the fake heaven god's underwear like the back of his hand. Finally, he knew the useful information in the fake heaven god's mind. As for the fake heaven god, he died very peacefully. Seeing this scene, Di Tian and the others were all dumbfounded. They saw that after the fake sky god died, he straightened his body with a whoosh. Then, before he could finish speaking, he was killed by the ancestral master. This happened over and over again. In the end, he couldn't even speak before he died. TSK, if this fake heaven god went to the Earth Soul realm, he would be able to brag to others that he had died 10 or 20 times. Unfortunately, he didn't know. Phew, after the soul search ended, Ning Tian let out a long sigh of relief. A glint flashed across his eyes. He seemed to have understood many things. He muttered in his heart, "Ancient God Cloud Atlas, Heaven and Earth Collection. Is this the power behind this fake heaven god? It seems to be a huge force, comparable to the Heavenly Palace. If this is one of the ancient forces in the divine realm, it seems that they have mentioned something about the sleeping thing in the heavenly soul realm. Could it be? What does the sleeping thing they mentioned have to do with the heart of the 3 clans? But they don't know the name of the heart of the 3 clans. Ning Tian frowned. There was a large amount of information from the fake heaven god in his mind. Chapter 546. Behind the fake divine god was a force called the Ancient God Cloud Atlas. The fake divine god didn't know the specific information of the force, which meant that the entire Ancient God Cloud Atlas was extremely powerful. And the boss of the fake divine god was the ancient god that he saw in the heavenly spirit world. Ancient god, like the sacred sun deity, he was an existence that was infinitely close to the ancient god. The background of such a force is far beyond my imagination. It shouldn't be something that I can deal with now. But fortunately, senior sister and the others can restrain him. This ancient god shouldn't pay attention to me. Ning Tian analyzed silently. Husband, how is it? Seeing Ning Tian frowning, Luo Wuqing walked over. Behind him, Lan Bing and the other Winter Spirit Clan members also looked at him with awe. In their opinion, since Ning Tian was so powerful, their young miss must have found a good husband. Well, it's almost done. Ning Tian nodded. A glimmer of light flashed in his eyes as he looked at Luo Wuqing. There was one more important point. That was what the fake divine god said, the remnant force of the dark turmoil. He already knew most of it, but now that Di Tian and the others were still around, he didn't intend to say it now. Bai Liu, start working. Send the souls away. Ning Tian looked at Bai Liu. Well, Ovo. Bai Liu had just finished eating the popsicle. Her small mouth was cold. Holding the death bell, she floated toward the group of corpses. Then, she held the death bell with one hand and gently patted it twice with the other. Dong, 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 the sound of the death bell kept ringing. Then, the fake divine god and his subordinates' corpses were shrouded in a cloud of death chi. Under the sound of the death bell, a wave of soul power emerged. Then, the corpses on the ground slowly dissipated. A strange energy poured into the death bell. On the surface of the pitch-black death bell, a luster flashed. Are you full? Ning Tian looked at Bai Liu with a smile. Well, this time, I won't curse fellow Daoist Ning Tilda. Bai Liu hugged the death bell with satisfaction. Her death bell had a special characteristic, and that was to deliver souls. From there, she would obtain a certain amount of soul power. As a wandering little ghost, it was necessary to replenish her soul power. Thank you so much. Hearing this, Ning Tian could not help but roll his eyes at Bai Liu. Palace Master Di Tian, you can break this array now, he said slowly as he looked at Di Tian. Yes, Patriarch, Di Tian replied confidently, and then walked to the front of the array formation, only to see the array formation crackling, even though the fake god had absorbed most of the energy. But, this array formation was still very terrifying. That ancestral master, how do we break this formation? Di Tian coughed dryly and scratched his head. He was very worried. He had clearly seen the fate of the fake heavenly god just now. It was simply too horrible to look at. Simple. You just need to use the power of the array formation and destroy the core of the array formation in the middle. Ning Tian used the array formation eye and pointed at the weak point of the array formation. Yes, Patriarch. Di Tian nodded. Then, he followed Ning Tian's instructions and used the power of the array formation. He pressed on the core of the array formation slightly, and the array formation, which had already consumed a lot of energy, instantly broke. Boom, boom, boom. The moment the array formation broke, a terrifying cold air appeared in the entire myriad spirits demon nest. That terrifying cold air swept through the surroundings, and everyone present quickly circulated their spiritual energy to resist it. The myriad spirits demon nest has finally opened. However, since it's the young mistress, there shouldn't be a problem, Lan Bing muttered, and her gaze landed on Luo Wuqing. Boom boom. Cold air appeared. After the cold aura, an even colder aura appeared and rushed towards them. The cold air is getting worse. Di Tian's expression changed slightly. This isn't cold air, it's demonic aura. Ning Tian shook his head slightly and corrected him. Hide behind me and don't move. This demonic aura is a great tonic. A great tonic. Di Tian and the others were stunned. This deadly thing is a great tonic. However, they didn't dare to hesitate and quickly hid behind Ning Tian. Boom. The cold demonic aura rushed over. Ning Tian flipped his hand, and a pitch-black demonic pagoda appeared in front of him. It also emitted demonic aura and sucked the cold demonic aura over. Buddha Demon Pagoda, collect. This demonic aura was a great tonic for the Buddha Demon Pagoda. After a long time, The cold air in the cave slowly dissipated. The second level is about to be opened, Ning Tian murmured to herself. She slowly put the Buddha's demon pagoda in front of her into her storage ring. She glanced at the pitch-black cave, then glanced at Lan Bing. Lan Bing, have your winter spirit clansmen guard the cave. Follow us. There are some things that I need you to tell us. Yes. At this moment, Lan Bing looked at Ning Tian with a trace of respect. After all, this person in front of her was the young Miss's lover. No matter what, she still had to give the young Miss some face. Then, Lan Bing ordered a group of Winter Spirit clan members to guard the entrance of the Myriad Spirits Demon Cave. Let's go, Ning Tian said and took the lead to pull Luo Wuqing into the pitch-black cave. Bai Liu hugged the death bell and silently floated beside them. Only a small lion walked at the back. According to it, it wasn't afraid of death. It was just that Master Lion was brave enough to cover the rear for the ancestral master. Inside the pitch-black cave, the space was so vast that it exceeded everyone's imagination. From time to time, there would be gusts of cold wind blowing. The entire cave exuded a cold and eerie aura that made people feel a trace of dread. So, you mean to say that my wife's parents saved your Winter Spirit clan, so your Winter Spirit clan will serve the Luo clan for thousands of years? Ning Tian looked at Lan Bing and asked calmly as the group walked into the cave. Along the way, Lan Bing told him the whole story. It was because she saved them that the Winter Spirit clan called Luo Wuqing young Miss No. Lan Bing shook her head slightly. Her beautiful eyes fell on Ning Tian and Luo Wuqing. She said seriously, to be precise, the Fire Domain's Luo clan has nothing to do with us. We only serve the young Miss and her parents. I see. I understand. Ning Tian nodded and rubbed his chin. At first, he thought that his cheap father-in-law might be a member of the Winter Spirit clan. But now, it seemed that wasn't the case. It seemed that his cheap father-in-law was also a bit mysterious, and one of the remnants of the dark turmoil, the Tianmo cult. Interesting, the heavenly demon cult of the celestial spirit region is a product of the dark turmoil. Interesting. I'm really looking forward to this. Ning Tian stroked his chin, a faint smile on his lips. That's right. One of the remnants of the dark turmoil mentioned by the fake sky god was the Tianmo cult in the Myriad Spirits Demon Cave. Chapter 547. In the 10,000 Spirits Nest. With the help of the law of heavenly fire, everyone could see the path ahead clearly even in the darkness. This is strange. When I was outside the 10,000 Spirits Nest, I observed it through the array. It wasn't this complicated. Why is it so complicated now that I'm inside? Di Tian was a little confused when he saw the strange situation in the cave. Nonsense. How can you see through the Winter Spirit Forbidden Land? Lan Bing crossed her arms and sneered. She could be polite to Ning Tian and Luo Wuqing, but she didn't care about Di Tian at all. The spirit formation that seals the 10,000 Spirits Demon Lair is not only an enormous spirit formation, it is also an illusion formation. You thought that you were able to see the scene inside through the spirit formation. However, that is merely the manifestation of the illusion formation. Ning Tian said indifferently. Illusory spell formation? Di Tian was stunned for a moment before he suddenly came to a realization. Holy F***CK. Then wouldn't the soul formation mushroom that I saw from the outside also be fake? Of course. Ning Tian nodded. Hearing this, Di Tian lost his dream. After consuming the soul formation mushroom, it could increase one's understanding of arrays. But now, it was actually just an illusion array. Raw. At the side, the ceiling flame Lion King was gloating. A mere human had lost his dream just like that. How weak. He wasn't as smart as Master Lion at all. It thought as it swaggered away. Suddenly, the lion paw landed on the ground. Poochie. A sharp blade pierced through the lion paw, causing blood to spurt out. Raw. Someone plotted against Master Lion. Immediately after, the ceiling flame Lion King's fur exploded from its paw and instantly covered its entire body. A scream came out of its mouth instantly. Raw. However, before it could finish speaking, Ning Tian covered its mouth with spirit energy. Woo woo, The ceiling flame Lion King felt wronged. It couldn't scream even when it was bleeding. What are you shouting for? Shut up. Ning Qian glared at it, then pulled its paw out of the ground. After stopping the bleeding, he pointed above everyone's heads. If you shout now, with your loud voice, you'll definitely shake off all the icicles above our heads. Everyone raised their heads. The top of his head was actually filled with flashing icicles. No wonder the ancestral master didn't allow us to shout loudly. If we weren't careful, the sound waves would have shaken off all of these ice spikes. A serious look flashed across Di Tian's eyes as he came to a sudden realization. But, when were these icicles formed? There was nothing just now. The icicles above their heads were dozens of meters long and extremely hard. If they did not react in time and wanted to destroy them, they would be in danger. With the existence of the heavenly fire, you naturally didn't notice that the surroundings have become colder. The heavenly flames in Ning Tian's hands flickered as he looked at Di Tian and the others. Is it getting cold? Why didn't I feel anything? The expert from the Myriad Palace was stunned. Of course. Do you believe that if I withdraw the heavenly flames now, you'll immediately turn into a human-shaped popsicle? Ning Tian glanced at the expert from the Myriad Palace. Yes. I believe. The expert from the Myriad Palace immediately cowered. Husband, look at this. At this moment, Luo Wuqing's cold voice sounded from the side. Ning Tian furrowed her brows and immediately looked over. On the ground, there seemed to be a long handle that appeared. It was this thing that had pierced through the Lion King's foot. One had to know. The Lion King was now an ancestor god realm beast, which was equivalent to a divine beast. The hardness of its body was extraordinary. To be able to pierce through its foot, besides the fact that the Lion King was a little stupid, it also showed how sharp this thing was. Is this the thing? Ning Tian walked over and looked at the golden-red blood on the tip of the long handle. As if thinking of something, he activated the heaven and earth locator in his heart. After searching for a while, his eyes lit up. I see. No wonder I couldn't find it no matter how hard I searched. It turns out that it's under our feet. Ning Tian's lips curled into a smile. He suddenly understood. Under our feet. Luo Wuqing frowned slightly and quickly reacted. You mean, the Tianmo cult? Yes. Ning Tian nodded slightly and looked at Lan Bing. Lan Bing, protect my wife. Everyone, get ready. He looked at everyone. What are you getting ready for, Daoist Ning? Bai Liu hugged the death bell and asked. Of course, get ready to land. Ning Tian chuckled. The moment his voice fell, he heavily punched the ice below. At the same time, the heavenly flames in his hand burst out, and a blazing flame appeared. The huge roar instantly shook the ice spikes off the top of his head. But he already had a way to deal with it. The moment the ice spikes fell, they were melted by the sea of fire formed by the heavenly flames, turning into white gas and dissipating. And on the ground. It was also under this punch that it instantly shattered. Everyone's bodies were caught off guard and fell to the ground. Awoo! Awoo! The ceiling flame Lion King exclaimed. Wah! Daoist Ning, you. I want to curse you. Carrot asterisk. Ah, where's my twig? Bai Liu hugged the death bell and also fell down. What are you cursing for? I'll confiscate your twig. I'll return it to you when we get out of this 10,000 spirits devilness. Also, you didn't fall down. You're clearly floating down. After Ning Tian finished speaking, he fell down. It seemed that it was impossible to fly or step into the void here. Hey, you're right. Bai Liu hugged the death bell and thought. That's not right. Then return my twig to me. Hey. Bai Liu gritted her teeth and tried to catch up with Ning Tian. But because her body was light, no matter how hard she tried, she was floating. Bai Liu, carrot asterisk, below. It was a completely different scene from above. This is, Di Tian and the others got up from the ground and looked at the scene in front of them in shock. Their expressions were as if they were touched. Below them was like a kingdom of ice and snow, surrounded by ice. Many buildings appeared in front of them. But, they were all in a frozen state. In front of them, There were 2 stone statues that were 100 meters tall. Each of them held a long spear in their hands, but they were also in a frozen state. It was the long spear in the hand of one of the stone statues that rushed out of the ground and pierced through the Lion King's paw. What is this? Di Tian was shocked. Even he felt his heart palpitate when he looked at the 2 stone statues that were 100 meters tall. These 2 stone statues contained an extremely terrifying amount of energy. Even Lan Bing didn't expect that there would be such a scene in the 10,000 Spirits Devil Nest. The Winter Spirit Clan was only responsible for guarding it and didn't know anything about it. This is the so-called Tianmo cult in the ice. Ning Tian looked over and led everyone. Let's go in and take a look. Chapter 548. Cold winds rustled around them. The entire area below them was frozen in ice. Everything around them was frozen as well. Hiss, it's so cold. Even Di Tian, a heavenly god, couldn't help but feel a little overwhelmed. He looked at Ning Tian, who was walking at the front. He couldn't help but ask, Ancestral Master, who exactly is this Tianmo cult that you speak of? To think that it would be in this frozen sky. You haven't even heard of the Tianmo cult of the 9 regions? Ning Tian asked with a slight frown. Although the Tianmo cult was nothing special in the god domain, the Tianmo cult of the 9 regions heavenly spirit region was a top-notch faction. No, I ascended to the god domain a long time ago. Di Tian shook his head. You didn't, Ning Tian muttered. His eyes glinted. This was also what puzzled him. If even Di Tian hadn't heard of the Tianmo cult, it meant that the Tianmo cult hadn't appeared in the era of Di Tian's ascension. However, according to Luo Wuqing, the Tianmo cult was named after the first sect master. That weakling heavenly demon was only a great emperor. He wasn't even as strong as the sect masters who came after him. How could such a weakling have anything to do with the dark turmoil that spread across the 9 regions of the profound sky continent and the god domain? However, according to the fake heavenly god's memories, the Tianmo cult was a remnant of the dark turmoil. This was a little strange. Husband, there seems to be a strange energy in these 2 stone statues. The group stopped in front of the 2 giant stone statues. Luo Wuqing frowned slightly. The trace of spirit energy in her body instinctively stirred. She wasn't the only one. Even Lan Bing and Di Tian felt wary. Hearing this, Ning Tian raised his head and looked at the 2 stone statues. The 2 stone statues were several hundred meters tall. They held spears in their hands and looked mighty and domineering. However, there was something strange about them. The stone statues didn't have faces. It didn't look like they didn't carve them on purpose. They didn't have faces to begin with. Boom, just as Ning Tian looked over, the pitch-black ancient pagoda in his storage ring shook violently and emitted a rumbling sound. It was as if the pagoda spirit of the Buddha demon pagoda had issued a prayer. Are you saying that you want to devour these 2 stone statues? Ning Tian frowned slightly. The pagoda spirit of the Buddha demon tower had not appeared for a long time. Even when it devoured the devil emperor Mo Xiantian of the devil clan in the blood devil region, it did not appear. However, when it saw the 2 faceless stone statues, it showed such a desire. There seemed to be something mysterious about this faceless stone statue. Boom boom, within the storage ring, the pagoda spirit of the Buddha demon pagoda trembled slightly as a wave of information flowed into Ning Tian's mind. Faceless devil god. Does the 2 stone statues contain the origin energy of the 2 faceless demonic gods? Ning Tian's brows furrowed slightly as he sorted out the aura given to him by the pagoda spirit. Then, he took out the pagoda devil pagoda from his storage ring. Then, as you wish. Perhaps after devouring these 2 faceless devil gods, the second layer of the seal will be completely opened. Husband, what are you doing? Luo Wuqing looked over at Di Tian. These 2 stone statues are good stuff. Naturally, I have to take them with me. Ning Tian chuckled as he lifted the pagoda devil pagoda in his hand. His gaze landed on the 2 stone statues. They are 100 meters tall. How are we going to take them with us? Di Tian frowned. Mine is bigger and taller than his. Ning Tian smiled as a wisp of demonic aura appeared in his hand. Then, he gently tossed the pagoda devil pagoda into the air. A terrifying wave of demonic aura surged out from the pagoda devil pagoda, instantly attracting the attention of Di Tian and the others. It's that strange demonic pagoda again. Di Tian's expression was solemn. He had just witnessed the terror of the pagoda devil pagoda, and the memory was still fresh in his mind. Boom! The pagoda devil pagoda floated in the air and suddenly grew bigger. It became even bigger, taller, and thicker than the stone statues. Then, a terrifying wave of demonic aura flowed out, instantly releasing a powerful suction force. The two stone statues let out a cracking sound, followed by a series of explosions. They saw, the stone statues were being sucked into the pagoda devil pagoda. The pagoda devil pagoda shrunk back to the size of a palm and returned to Ning Tian's hand. Not bad. I didn't expect the pagoda devil pagoda to have such a suction force. The next time I go to the central galaxy, won't I be able to absorb a lot of treasures? Let's make a trip to the Myriad Elephant Palace first, Ning Tian muttered as he stroked his chin. Di Tian, ancestral master. Can you not conspire so loudly? I'm still here. Let's go. After putting the two stone statues into the pagoda devil pagoda, Ning Tian flipped his hand and stored them in his storage ring. Next, he would let the pagoda devil pagoda slowly absorb and digest them. And he was going to go even deeper. Along the way, Ning Tian and the others discovered something shocking. This place had the entire Tianmo cult in the god domain. The main hall, the training room, the forging room, and so on were all there. However, there was a layer of ice on everything. Even, the heavenly fire laws couldn't melt it. Everything seemed to have happened out of the blue. A gust of wind and snow covered the entire Tianmo cult. Husband, look. At this moment, Luo Wuqing and Lan Bing, who were walking in front, seemed to have seen something. Luo Wuqing turned around and looked at Ning Tian with a serious expression. Hearing this, Ning Tian quickly walked over. Bai Liu carried the death bell and floated over. As for Di Tian, he also had a small lion on his head. He led a group of Myriad Elephant Palace experts and quickly followed. In front of them, it looked like the training field of the Tianmo cult in the god domain. However, it was also covered in snow. Only a layer of ice was left. Luo Wuqing and Han Bing stood beside the training field and looked at the scene below. This is, when Ning Tian walked over and his eyes landed on the training field, his pupils shrank. So many souls. Bai Liu's eyes lit up. On the training field, rows of Tianmo cult disciples were standing in the training field. Their bodies were all frozen. They were tightly locked in ice. At a glance, there were at least tens of thousands of people. These people, were they all frozen in the ice in an instant? When he saw this scene, Di Tian could not help but swallow his saliva. A solemn look flashed across his eyes. Being frozen inside without any preparation, this scene was akin to being faced with a bunch of dried corpses. It made one's hair stand on end. Moreover, they were all caught off guard. Ning Tian nodded slightly. Seeing the reverence in these frozen people's eyes, it was enough to show that they were frozen in an instant when they saw someone with a high status in the Tianmo cult. Then, are they dead? Ovo Bai Liu hugged the death bell. She couldn't wait to send her soul away. I've been too busy recently. I just got home and hurriedly wrote. There are still 2 chapters left. Once I'm done, I'll post it. I'm begging for banknotes. I've lost a few thousand this week. Chapter 549. As soon as Bai Liu finished her words, Ning Tian smacked the death bell's head. Instantly, a crisp sound was heard. It was a good bell. Daoist Ning, what are you doing? *******, Bai Liu cried out in pain. She then hugged the death bell with one hand and covered her forehead with the other. The death bell had always been this lady's body. Who told you that these people are dead? Ning Tian looked at Bai Liu with annoyance. He pointed at the group of frozen people on the training square and said slowly with a serious tone, although these cultivators are frozen, their lives are not in danger. There is still a trace of vitality in their bodies. If they are unfrozen, they will be able to wake up. They didn't freeze to death in such cold weather. This is unbelievable. Hearing Ning Tian's words, Di Tian frowned and looked serious. Under normal circumstances, they will naturally die. Ning Tian chuckled. Light flashed in his eyes as he looked at the training square. But, what if the person who froze them doesn't want them to die? Di Tian was stunned and seemed to understand something. Let's go. Let's go and take a look. Ning Tian said and walked towards the training square. Luo Wuqing and the other two ladies quickly followed. The group walked towards the training square. The further they walked, the colder they could feel. This was obviously the place with the most severe cold in the Tianmo cult in the entire divine domain. Husband, did you notice that every person who was sealed in ice had a black talisman on their neck? Luo Wuqing's beautiful eyes swept across the frozen people. After observing carefully, she said slowly, Yen, I saw it. Ning Tian nodded slightly. These people who had been sealed in ice all had this kind of ancient, pitch-black rune on their necks. However, he could not tell what kind of matrix it was. It seemed that he could only memorize it and ask Yi Shuang and the others about it in the future. However, the only thing he could be sure of was that these ancient black charms must be the reason why these people were frozen. Palace Lord Di Tian, at this moment, Ning Tian seemed to have thought of something. He looked at Di Tian and asked with a frown, You said before that the person with the strongest usage of the laws of ice in the divine realm is who? The strongest expert in the laws of ice. Without any hesitation, Di Tian said, This is naturally the ice goddess, the ice goddess. There is no doubt about that. Ice god, her, Ning Tian murmured. He could clearly sense that the ice that enveloped the Tianmo cult of the god's domain was condensed from extremely powerful laws of ice. This was also the reason why he and Luo Wuqing couldn't use heavenly fire to melt it. Because the ice goddess was stronger than them, her power of law was naturally above theirs. This ice god might be related to this place. If we are fated, we can find an opportunity to find out more about it. Ning Tian rubbed his chin and looked at the frozen people one last time before looking at Luo Wuqing. Dear, how do you want to verify it? He didn't forget that the main purpose of coming to the Tianmo cult of the god's domain was to verify some of the things that Luo Wuqing discovered in the 9 regions Tianmo cult. Follow me. Luo Wuqing said. She pulled Ning Tian's hand and went deeper into the Tianmo cult. Seeing this, the group of people followed behind. In a frozen hall, Luo Wuqing looked at the stone statue in front of her. A glint flashed in her beautiful eyes. As expected, there is a similar stone statue here. This is the demonic god stone book. Surprisingly, the stone statue in front of her wasn't frozen by the ice. 2 balls of green fire appeared around it. The stone statue stood there, giving people a strong sense of oppression. And this stone statue was the stone statue in the Tianmo cult's forbidden area. Chapter 2. Demonic God Stone Book. What is that? Hearing Luo Wuqing's words, Ning Tian frowned. A trace of doubt flashed in his eyes. The demonic God Stone Book is an ancient stone statue in the Tianmo cult's forbidden area. It has existed since the establishment of the Tianmo cult, Luo Wuqing slowly explained. At first, I followed the instructions of the first cult master, the heavenly demon, to find the heavenly god body. I thought that the demonic god stone book could provide the path to godhood. I didn't expect it to be a lie from the heavenly demon. Hearing this, Ning Tian nodded slightly. Naturally, he knew a little about this matter. His wife was from the god's domain. In the god's domain, the path to godhood was obtained through cultivation. However, the ancient heavenly gods and the others had built the path to godhood in the 9 regions. As a result, if one wanted to ascend to the 9 regions, they could only go through the ancient road to godhood. Later, I planned to give up. However, after a period of research, I discovered that there was more than one statue of the demonic god stone book. Moreover, there was my father's aura on it. This meant that my father had also studied the demonic god stone book. Now, it seems that it was indeed the case. There are 2 statues of the demonic god stone book. If we open them at the same time, we might be able to obtain some information. Luo Wuqing's beautiful eyes landed on the demonic god stone book as she slowly said, Wife, when did you have this research? Why didn't I know about it? Hearing Luo Wuqing's words, Ning Tian's face was filled with confusion. Of course you didn't know. You have been cultivating all this time. How would you know? Luo Wuqing rolled her eyes at Ning Tian. Cough. Ning Tian dryly coughed. After all, people have to work hard. If I didn't work hard, how could I go from 0 to where I am now in 4 years? That's true. Youngsters nowadays have to work hard. Only by working hard can one step from 0 to where they are now in 4 years. At the side, Di Tian stroked his beard and said logically, it was never wrong for youngsters to work hard. Wait a minute, 4 years? From 0 to where they are now? Holy shit. Ancestor, you only used your yearning to reach where you are now? Di Tian suddenly came to his senses. His eyes widened, and he almost pulled his beard off. That's right, I worked hard enough, right? Ning Tian said with a smile. You, work hard, what the F***ck? As Di Tian was too agitated, Ning Tian didn't hear what he said clearly. Work hard. Sorry, this god just took back that sentence. This isn't called working hard. It's called cheating. F***ck. Di Tian finally calmed down a little. You have shocked Di Tian. You have shocked the experts of the Myriad Elephant Palace. Reward, remote assistance trial card 1 time. Invalid after use. Just as Di Tian lost his composure, the system's voice rang out in his mind. Remote assistance trial card? What's that? Hearing this, Ning Tian frowned. A trace of doubt flashed across his eyes. However, the system didn't explain further. At this moment, Luo Wuqing was already walking towards the demonic god stone book. Honey, be careful. Seeing this, Ning Tian reminded her. I will. Luo Wuqing nodded slightly. She raised her jade-like hand and touched the demonic god stone book, author's words. There's one more update. I'm working hard on writing. Chapter 550. That jade-like hand landed on the demon god stone classic. Luo Wuqing circulated the Tianmo cult's cultivation technique, and a wisp of black air flowed out. Instantly, the entire demon god stone classic lit up, and a dark light gradually appeared. Everyone's gaze landed on the demon god stone classic. Luo Wuqing's delicate body surged with spirit qi, and that flaming long dress fluttered without any wind, outlining her perfect body. At that moment, Di Tian and the other Wanxiang Palace experts were temporarily blinded because they didn't dare to look at the sword in their patriarch's hand. On the surface, it was as if he would poke anyone who dared to look. They couldn't afford to offend the wife-protecting maniac. Soon, the dark light on the demon god stone classic slowly dissipated. After it was completely lit up, it actually faded a little. In the end, only half of the demon god stone classic was lit up. Seeing this, Luo Wuqing frowned slightly. Big sister Empress, you just said that there are 2 demon god stone classics. If half of it is lit up now, would it be necessary to light up both demon god stone classics at the same time for it to be effective? Bai Liu hugged Death Bell and looked at Luo Wuqing as she spoke. This, Luo Wuqing pondered for a moment and felt that Bai Liu's words made sense. However, she frowned and said, but, we are now in the divine domain. How can we light up 2 demon god stone classics at the same time? Moreover, this demon god stone classic can't be taken away. Then I don't know. Bai Liu hugged Death Bell and expressed that she couldn't help. Light up 2 demon god stone classics at the same time. Hearing this, Ning Tian touched his chin and seemed to have thought of something. Husband, do you have a way? Luo Wuqing looked over with her beautiful eyes. Perhaps. Ning Tian nodded slightly and muttered in his heart, System, use the remote assistance trial card. Using the remote assistance trial card. Host, please select the location to place the remote assistance clone. When the remote assistance trial card was successfully used, the system's voice sounded in Ning Tian's mind. Place, Heavenly Spirit Region, Tianmo Cult. Placing. Tianxian Land, 9 domains. Heavenly Spirit Region. Tianmo Cult. In the blink of an eye, a few years had passed. Although the ancestral Empress had left the Celestial Spirit Region for many years, the Tianmo cult was still as powerful as ever. The Tianmo cult was still the most powerful force in the celestial spirit region, because even if the ancestral master, the Empress, and the holy master had left, the forces of the sky spirit realm still followed the Tianmo cult. In the heavenly devil hall, Supreme Elder, you finally have the chance to use your 100,000 tons of construction materials. Haha. Zhu Yuanbo couldn't help but laugh as he bit the horse meat in his hand. Hearing this, the Grand Elder's face darkened. Damn it. He thought that the Tianmo cult would be safe after the Patriarch and the Lion King left. However, as soon as a silly dragon from the firmament territory landed, the word dismantle appeared in the sky. He was stunned. F***ck. How could there be a descendant of the heaven-demolishing gate in the 9 realms? Sigh, hurry up and get some nourishment. The Grand Elder sighed and waved at Zhu Yuanbo. Next week, Princess Yu and that girl, Yu Qin, will be visiting the Tianmo cult. We can't let them see this. Okay. Zhu Yuanbao finished the horse meat in one gulp and chuckled. I never thought that Princess Moonspirit would actually be able to ascend to the throne in just a few years. This is simply unbelievable. However, that girl Yu Qin is coming. Hey, this time, I must eat some good horse meat. He tilde Zhu Yuanbo's laughter faded away. Only the Grand Elder was left in the hall. The Grand Elder didn't sit on the high seat in the heavenly devil hall because in his mind, only the ancestral master and the Empress could sit there. He sighed. I wonder how the ancestral master and the Empress are doing in the divinity region. How many children have they had? Don't worry. We are doing well. But the children are not. At this moment, there was a soft laugh. Ancestral master. Hearing this familiar voice, the Grand Elder was stunned. Then, he turned his head. What the hell? Ancestral master, what happened to you? Ancestral master, are you dead? Did you die and your soul returned to the Tianmo cult? Ancestral master, I am loyal to the Tianmo cult. You can't come and take my soul. Looking at Ning Tian, who was completely made of blue shadows, the Grand Elder suddenly felt that the ancestral master was most likely dead. So, he turned into a soul and returned to his hometown. Ning Tian, this old man, damn it, I'm not dead. I'm living well. Ning Tian glared at the Grand Elder and said, don't talk nonsense. This is just a small trick of mine. I am still in the divinity region. Now, I need you to do something for me. What is it? What is it? The Grand Elder looked at him in confusion. That is. Ning Tian cut to the chase and did not waste any time. Forbidden area? Okay, I'll go. The Grand Elder nodded slightly. Then, without any hesitation, he went directly to the back mountain of the Tianmo cult. Although it was a forbidden area, now that he had the ancestral master's permission, he would naturally enter. Ning Tian followed behind him. Tianmo cult's forbidden area. In front of him, there was indeed a demonic god stone book. This stone book is actually shining. Seeing the demonic god stone book emitting a burst of light, the Grand Elder couldn't help but be stunned. Sure enough, Bai Liu's guess was right. Ning Tian muttered when he saw this, and a wisp of bright light flashed through his eyes. He naturally understood why the demonic god stone tome was glowing so brightly. It was because Luo Wuqing was activating it. The two were indeed one. Now, perhaps he only needed to light up half of it to completely light it up. Grand Elder, use your spiritual energy to light up this demonic god stone book. Ning Tian looked at the Grand Elder and ordered. He was now only a remote assistant, so he couldn't use his spiritual energy. Yes, ancestral master. The Grand Elder walked over, but when his hand landed on it, there was no reaction. Wife, are you saying that you need the Tianmo cult's cultivation method? The Grand Elder looked at Ning Tian in front of him and muttered to himself. Okay, I got it. Ning Tian said. Then, the Grand Elder saw the light of the demonic god stone book that had just lit up dissipate. After a while, it lit up again. Come, learn it for me now. Ning Tian walked over with a ball of light in his hand. This. Ancestral master, this old man is stupid. It might take a long time. The Grand Elder hesitated. Don't worry. Even if you are a fool, I can let you learn it in a second. It's very simple. Ning Tian said casually. The ball of light in his hand was naturally the ball of light under the skill, dispel doubts. He just took the time to learn it. Now, he could teach the Grand Elder. Yes, Ancestral Master. Hearing this, the Grand Elder didn't doubt him. 1 second later, the Grand Elder raised his hand and touched the demonic God Stonebook. Then, he used his spiritual energy. Soon, the demonic God Stonebook erupted with a bright luster. A rumbling sound appeared as if it's coming out. Author's words, I made it in time. I've been too busy recently. The update is very late. I'll try to update earlier tomorrow. Chapter 551. When the two auras converged on the demonic God Stonebook at the same time, the half-lit book instantly lit up, and a terrifying aura erupted from it. Whether it was in the Tianmo cult's main hall or in the forbidden area of the Tianjin cult, a terrifying aura lit up. What a powerful force. What is this thing? The Great Elder's expression changed slightly. He could feel the earth shaking all around him. He was afraid that the entire Tianmo cult had been affected by the abnormal movement here. Calm down. Don't worry about what's happening. Just calm down, Great Elder. Ning Tian's expression was solemn as she spoke with a solemn tone. Yes, Ancestral Master. The Great Elder had always obeyed Ning Tian's words. Hearing this, he nodded heavily, then took a deep breath. His old face flushed red, and he circulated all his spiritual energy. What he needed to do now was to maintain the circulation of his spiritual energy. Luo Wuqing could hold on, but it was a bit hard to say for the Great Elder. The whole process lasted for a full hour. The Tianmo cult's elders and disciples went from panic to confusion. Since the abnormal movement at the back of the mountain just now, the entire Tianmo cult had sunk into an earthquake. But no one was injured. Only the Tianmo cult's buildings were damaged. This made the elders and disciples somewhat suspicious. Had the Ancestral Master returned? In the back of the mountain. Phew, the Great Elder breathed a long sigh of relief. His face was covered in sweat. He had released all his spiritual energy, and he felt like his body had been hollowed out. Great Elder, you've worked hard. Ning Tian said, then looked at the demonic God Stonebook. At this moment, the demonic God Stonebook was emitting a ray of light. The two golden lights on the stone statue were like a pair of eyes. At this moment, this pair of eyes was looking at his feet. This kind of change was not present in the statue in the Tianmo cult's main hall. It seemed that the demonic God Stonebook in the forbidden area of the Tianmo cult was the most important object. Supreme Elder, dig out the area that the stone statue is looking at. Ning Tian pointed at the foot of the demonic God Stone Tome and said to the Grand Elder. At this moment, he was only a remote helper and couldn't use his spiritual energy. Therefore, he still needed the Grand Supreme Elder to do it. Since he was a tool, he had to be a tool to the end. Yes, Patriarch. The Supreme Elder nodded slightly. Then, according to Ning Tian's instructions, he used his spiritual energy to dig up the ground under the demonic God Stone Tome. He dug up to a depth of tens of meters. Patriarch, look. When they dug tens of meters deep, the Grand Elder saw a cloud of black gas below. Stay away from it, don't bother about it. Ning Tian's pupils constricted when he saw the black energy, and a wisp of fear flashed through his eyes. After that, he hurriedly asked the Supreme Elder to leave. The black energy was so troublesome that even he was afraid of it, let alone the Supreme Elder. Yes. Hearing that, the Supreme Elder hurriedly distanced himself. Boom. When the cloud of black gas appeared, the golden light on the demonic God Stone Tome was extinguished in an instant. The black gas rushed out from the pit and rushed towards the demonic God Stone Tome. Boom boom, bang. Then, a terrifying aura erupted from the demonic God Stone Tome and spread out in all directions. Boom. Even the Supreme Elder was sent flying, crashing heavily into the walls of the forbidden area. Supreme Elder, are you all right? Ning Tian quickly looked at the Supreme Elder who was lying on the ground. He wasn't affected, after all, he was only a remote helper. Cough. This old man is fine. Cough. I won't die. The Supreme Elder coughed out a few mouthfuls of blood. He waved his hand and circulated his cultivation technique to adjust his aura. Seeing that the Supreme Elder was fine, Ning Tian nodded and looked at the demonic god stone tome. At this moment, the demonic god stone tome that was originally shining with golden light was now shining with golden light and darkness. It looked like a chaotic object. What's the meaning of its existence after activating the demonic god stone tome? Ning Tian rubbed his chin and looked puzzled. The remote helper experience card was useless after it was used up. If he couldn't figure it out, it would be difficult for him to return to the 9 regions Tianmo cult. He looked over and looked at the demonic god stone tome. He pondered for a moment. After a while, he reacted abruptly. The golden aura and the black gas complemented each other. It looked invisible and illusory, but it vaguely formed a formation. This is a sealing formation. Ning Tian's eyes lit up. He took a deep breath and came to this conclusion. He immediately activated the Eye of Formation and looked at it. Soon, he saw through the mysteries of the formation. This formation is very strange. It's not difficult, but it's also not simple. When the demonic god stone tome was lit up at the same time, the formation was actually unlocked. Although it looked simple, it was also very difficult. If he didn't have the remote helper experience card, he wouldn't have been able to do it. Who thought of this formation? It's really mysterious. Ning Tian said silently and then looked at the demonic god stone tome. The demonic god stone tome was shining. Ning Tian looked at it and their eyes met. This scene was like looking at each other from a distance of millions of years. Suddenly, that light seemed to carry a huge amount of information that surged into Ning Tian's mind. All sorts of images flashed through his mind, including all sorts of experts and all sorts of battles. The scene dissipated after a few seconds. But the memory it contained was very large. So, that's it. It turns out that the remnants of the dark chaos didn't refer to the entire Tianmo cult, but a person in the Tianmo cult. Then it makes sense. It's just that, I never thought it would be him. Ning Tian's eyes flashed, revealing a complicated look. The memory in his mind slowly dissipated. Ancestral Master, what happened? Why is the stone statue broken? At this moment, the Supreme Elder seemed to have recovered. He slowly got up and couldn't help but look over with some doubts. I'm fine. The demonic god stone tome is broken? Ning Tian slightly waved his hand. Hearing the Supreme Elder's words, he looked over and saw that the demonic god stone tome was broken. It seemed that after the information was transmitted, the demonic god stone tome also lost its energy. However, all of this was worth it. Supreme Elder, it's been hard on you. The Tianmo cult has developed well in your hands. Ning Tian patted the Supreme Elder's shoulder. Ancestral Master, are you leaving? Moon Queen and that girl Yu Qin will be here soon. Don't you want to see your old friends? Hearing Ning Tian's words, the Supreme Elder immediately knew that Ning Tian was preparing to leave and return to the Divine Realm. Moon Queen? That girl Yu Ling? I didn't expect that she really became an emperor. Ning Tian raised his eyebrows and chuckled. No, I still have things to deal with in the Divine Realm. See you there later. The Divine Realm, it's too difficult. I may not be able to set foot in the Divine Realm in my lifetime. The Supreme Elder's expression was somewhat bitter. Hearing this, Ning Tian was silent for a moment. Then, a ray of light appeared in his hand, and he handed it to the Supreme Elder. This is the cultivation method of the road to God. Pass it down and cultivate it when you become a 9 tribulation great emperor. Now that there is no ancient road to God, the world of the 9 regions will soon change. After that, Ning Tian's body slowly turned illusory. The ancient road to God is gone. The Supreme Elder was taken aback and somewhat confused. Yes, it was torn down by me. Ning Tian chuckled and his figure slowly dissipated. It was torn down by the Ancestral Master. The Supreme Elder's eyes widened. When he looked up suddenly, he found that Ning Tian had already disappeared. He couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. After this farewell, I don't know when we will meet again. The Ancestral Master is really too much. He left just like that. This old man wanted to give him this imperial maiden painting to see. In the forbidden area of the back mountain, the Supreme Elder's muttering became softer and softer. In the Tianmo cult of the divine realm, in a frozen hall. The remote assistance trial card has expired. The remote assistance trial card has dissipated. In his mind, the system's voice sounded at this moment. Phew. Ning Tian breathed a long sigh of relief. A complicated glimmer flashed in his eyes. The demon godstone cannon in front of them had also turned into gravel, just like the one in the forbidden area of the back mountain. Husband. What's the result? Luo Wuqing's beautiful eyes fell on Ning Tian. Bai Liu, Lan Bing, and the others also looked at him curiously. They only saw the ancestral master in a daze. They didn't know what Ning Tian did. Yes. Wife, come with me. There are some things I want to talk to you about alone. Ning Tian nodded. A complicated look flashed in his eyes as he looked at Luo Wuqing. He took her hand and walked toward the Tianmo cult of the divine realm. Bai Liu and the others saw this scene and very sensibly waited in place. This husband and wife must have an intimate conversation. Husband, what's wrong? Luo Wuqing let Ning Tian take her hand. Her beautiful eyes looked at him with a trace of confusion. I've come to some conclusions. Ning Tian looked at Luo Wuqing with a dignified look. He said slowly, Wife, you should know that the first leader of the Tianmo cult was the heavenly demon, right? Yes, Luo Wuqing nodded slightly. But the heavenly demon was only inspired by someone else. It's said to be inspired, but in fact, it was ordered. That person is actually... Ning Tian looked at Luo Wuqing, but he was interrupted by her before he could finish. That person is actually my father, right? Luo Wuqing's beautiful eyes were calm. She looked at Ning Tian. When she said this, her voice didn't even change. It was as if everything was under her control. Yes, Ning Tian nodded. The memory fragments in the demonic godstone book all came from one person. That person was Luo Wuqing's father. Wife, how do you know this? If I say it's a woman's intuition, would you believe me? Luo Wuqing's cold face showed a rare smile. She looked at Ning Tian and said softly, Since childhood, my father often told me stories about the Tianmo cult. From his words, he was very familiar with the Tianmo cult. That feeling, it was as if he had been guarding the Tianmo cult from beginning to end, but he said that he was only the seventh leader. This is obviously illogical. Luo Wuqing said softly. Hearing this, Ning Tian couldn't help but curl his lips. Wife, have you been paying attention to details since childhood? Perhaps Luo Wuqing's father didn't expect his daughter to be so smart. But wife, there's one thing you've guessed correctly. Ning Tian looked at Luo Wuqing. That is, you suspect that the disappearance of your parents has something to do with the dark turmoil. But in fact, your father was a strong man who survived the dark turmoil. That's right. The forces left behind by the dark turmoil that the fake sky god mentioned were not the Tianmo cult. But Luo Wuqing's father, the one who truly founded the Tianmo cult, that person was the one who had truly survived the dark turmoil until now. According to the information from the demonic godstone book, one could conclude that Luo Wuqing's father had played an extremely important role in the dark turmoil, and the force he was in at that time was called the Sky Demon Clan. The Sky Demon Clan was not a demon clan, but more like a god and a demon. But what did this cheap father-in-law want to do by marrying into the Luo family? Was it because he was an old cow eating young grass? It should be known that if he had survived the dark turmoil and played an extremely important role, then his strength must not be weaker than Sky God Xingyang, or even stronger. But what was all this for? The two fell into silence. Obviously, no one would have thought that Luo Wuqing's father had such a relationship with the dark turmoil. Wife, don't tell grandfather about this matter first. The strangeness of it is not something we can grasp now. Ning Tian looked at the frozen Tianmo cult and murmured, It's very likely that everything here was arranged by him. Yes, I know. Luo Wuqing nodded slightly. She also understood the importance of this matter. It was very likely that there was a shocking secret behind the Tianmo cult. Let's go. When we come to a conclusion, all this fog will dissipate. After saying that, Ning Tian led Luo Wuqing into the main hall. Although they knew that there was something fishy about this place, now was not the time to unravel the fog. The time was not yet ripe. After the two returned to the main hall, they led the group to search the hall again. When they did not miss any useful information, they decided to leave. What a pity. I thought that there would be array heart mushrooms here. Di Tian couldn't help but sigh heavily as the group left the myriad spirit's nest. They had come here, but in the end, they had fallen into an illusory array and gained nothing. It was simply a wasted trip. They had simply been workers the entire way. Lan Bing, continue to guard this place with your winter spirit clan. Remember, don't let anyone enter. Luo Wuqing turned to Lan Bing and instructed her. After everyone left the 10,000 spirits demon lair, the formation that enveloped the area lit up once again. Yes, young mistress. Lan Bing nodded. Even without Luo Wuqing's order, she would continue to guard this place. We will have to come here again sooner or later. Ning Tian glanced at the myriad spirit's nest. The secrets hidden here would be revealed sooner or later. Just as the group stepped onto the void ship and was about to leave the northern Chillstar region, there was a sudden roar between heaven and earth. Then, a huge wave of demonic chi emerged from the sky. What is going on? What a powerful demonic chi. On the void ship, Di Tian's expression changed when he saw the huge wave of demonic chi. His eyes were filled with fear. Such a huge wave of demonic chi. Could it be that an almighty from the monster god realm had appeared? This aura is somewhat familiar. Ning Tian looked up at the sky. If he was not mistaken, this aura should belong to the nine-tailed fox that took Su Yuyaro away that day. Now that the nine-tailed fox had appeared, could it be that something had happened to Su Yuyaro? Thinking of this, Ning Tian frowned and couldn't help but worry. At this moment, a jade-like hand gently grabbed his hand and gave him a comforting look. Husband, don't worry. With Yueyao's talent and the nine-tailed fox, there shouldn't be a problem. Luo Wuqing looked at him with relief. I hope so. Ning Tian heaved a long sigh of relief. At this moment, the huge wave of demonic chi in the sky condensed. Then, a white figure appeared on the deck of the void ship. Her fur was as white as snow and she exuded a noble aura. It was the nine-tailed fox. Senior Heavenly Fox. Ning Tian bowed slightly. No matter what, the nine-tailed fox could be considered half of Su Yueyao's senior. Since she was his concubine's senior, she was naturally his senior as well. Senior Heavenly Fox. It is indeed the nine-tailed fox. I didn't expect that the ancestral master would have dealings with the nine-tailed fox, one of the strongest monster gods in the monster god realm. Di Tian was shocked. You have shocked Di Tian. Reward, Monster God Realm Random Event Card. At this moment, the system's voice sounded in his mind. This time, it was another random event card. Ning Tian silently put away the Monster God Realm Random Event Card. He looked at the nine-tailed fox and asked, Senior Heavenly Fox, are you looking for me because of Yuyaro? Is Yuyaro well? He was not in a hurry to find Su Yuyaro because Yi Shuang and the others had already gathered information for him. Su Yuyaro was currently in the most important stage of her cultivation and should not be disturbed. Yes. The nine-tailed fox nodded slightly. At this moment, it was only a few meters long. Although it had an imposing aura, its figure was somewhat illusory. It was obvious that it was just a clone. Its eyes fell on Ning Tian. Long story short, Yuyaro is now in the final stage of her cultivation and she needs your help at this stage. Right now, I'm just an incarnation, Lin Feng said. When you go to the monster god realm, go directly to the divine Fox Valley. If anyone tries to stop you, kill them. After that, a gust of demonic wind blew and the nine-tailed fox disappeared from the void ship. It left just like that. Seeing this scene, Di Tian could not help but be a little confused. The nine-tailed fox came quickly and left quickly. Were all the powerhouses of the monster god realm so willful? It seems that something has happened to Yuyaro. Ning Tian frowned slightly, and a hint of seriousness flashed in his eyes. And it might not be just Yuyaro who is in trouble. The Divine Fox Valley might also be in trouble. Something happened to the Divine Fox Valley? Why? Bai Liu hugged Death Bell and looked at him in confusion. Because of one sentence from the nine-tailed fox. Luo Wuqing said calmly, if anyone tries to stop you, kill them. Author's words, I really don't have any status. I'll update 5,000 words today. If I'm missing 1,000 words, I'll add 2,000 words tomorrow. Then, I'll update 8,000 words tomorrow. Sorry, I really don't have any status. Chapter 552. If someone tries to stop us, then we'll kill them. Luo Wuqing's cold voice rang out as she repeated the nine-tailed celestial fox's last words. Hearing this, Bai Liu was stunned for a moment. She hugged the death bell and thought hard. After a while, she came to her senses. The nine-tailed celestial fox is saying that she's certain that the demon god region isn't peaceful. She's certain that someone will try to stop Brother Ning? Yes. Luo Wuqing nodded. Actually, the nine-tailed celestial fox wants to use me to get rid of some demon gods. Or rather, she wants to use her connection with the heavenly palace. Ning Tian's eyes flashed as he said with a smile. However, I can get rid of them. Of course, I'll have to pay a certain price. However, I'll bargain with the nine-tailed celestial fox in the future. Right now, it's more important to help Yu Yao. The demon god region was quite a distance away from the middle region. If they moved now, it would probably take 10 days to half a month. The demon god region, at the side, Di Tian mumbled to himself, the demon divine region is indeed not peaceful. Although the demon divine region is a branch of the demon race, there are still undercurrents flowing within. The 4 great demon races and the other races are all unhappy with each other. They all want to be the strongest in the demon god region. Although the demon god region was a large region, it was not as peaceful as the fire region. The 4 great demon races, hearing this, Ning Tian seemed to have thought of something. In the 9 regions, he had only met the immortal dragon race. He had never seen the other 3 great demon races. Moreover, there was an old acquaintance in the demon god region. This place is quite far from the demon god region. There's no time to lose. Let's move quickly. Ning Tian had already used the Heaven and Earth locator to locate the Fox God Valley. Oh, right. Di Tian, you guys go back first. It's not convenient for you to follow me on this trip. Before they prepared to head to the Demon God region, Ning Tian looked at Di Tian and said slowly, Hearing Ning Tian's words, Di Tian was stunned for a moment. After which, he seriously looked at Ning Tian and asked, does Ancestor not need our Wanxiang Palace's tools, experts to follow you? He thought that no matter how strong the Patriarch was, he would at least need a few helpers, right? After all, Di Tian was aware that he was being used as a tool. No need. The Demon God domain is the territory of the Demon Clan. If you follow them, you will cause unnecessary trouble. Ning Tian waved his hand. For the sake of the big picture, it was better not to use these tools. But Patriarch, hearing this, Di Tian scratched his head and asked hesitantly, aren't you all humans as well? We are naturally human, but we have a background. Ning Tian looked at Di Tian and said seriously, if the demon gods of the demon god realm want to touch us, they might have to think twice before doing so. But you guys are different. If you want to touch them, you will naturally do so. Di Tian fell silent when he heard Ning Tian's heart-wrenching words. Although the Patriarch's words were a little heart-wrenching, they were not without reason. I understand. Then, Patriarch, we will return to the Central Star region first. We will meet again if fate allows. Di Tian bowed slightly and was about to leave with the experts of the Myriad Elephant Palace when Ning Tian's voice rang out behind him again. Wait. Is there anything else, Patriarch? Di Tian turned around and looked over. Just cast any array. Ning Tian did not waste any time and said indifferently, yes. Di Tian was stunned. Then, he obeyed. He activated the array in his hand and an array that contained energy appeared in his hand. At the same time, Ning Tian looked over as well. A flickering light flashed in his eyes. That was the effect of the array eye. After observing for a while, he looked at Di Tian and said, your array is a little unstable. The main reason is that you are too focused on the pursuit of the array heart. As a result, the The surrounding array is much weaker. The pursuit of the array heart has caused the surrounding array to weaken. Hearing this, Di Tian was stunned on the spot. After a while, he suddenly reacted as if he had been enlightened. He muttered to himself, "No wonder I would feel that something was wrong every time I cast the array. Thank you, Patriarch, for your guidance." Di Tian looked at Ning Tian with gratitude and thanked him solemnly. "It's fine." Ning Tian waved his hand slightly. "Since you have come with me, I will not let you return empty-handed." Hearing this, Di Tian was touched. He bowed to Ning Tian and was grateful in his heart. "Thank you, Patriarch. If there is anything you need from the Myriad Elephant Palace in the future, Patriarch can let me know at any time." After speaking, he moved and left the void ship with the experts of the Myriad Elephant Palace. They headed towards the Central Star region. "Let's go too." Ning Tian locked onto the direction of the Demon God region and said to the few of them. "Okay." The two women nodded slightly. "Little Lion, take the helm. Let's set sail." Target: Demon God region. Raw. Demon God region. In the entire Demon God region, most of the demon clans were gathered here. Naturally, the nine-tailed fox was not the only demon god in the entire Demon God region. This also caused the relationship in the entire Demon God region to be very subtle. At this very moment, Fox God Valley. Have you heard? The half-demon girl that the Sky Fox demon god brought back 2 years ago seems to be coming out of seclusion. It is said that the Sky Fox demon god had already designated her as the successor of the Demon God region when he brought her back. What is the background of this half-demon girl? Why does the Sky Fox demon god trust her so much? You have to know, if she wants to become the successor of the Demon God region, the 4 major demon clans might not agree. At this moment, many experts of the demon clans were discussing in the Fox God Valley. They were quite unfamiliar with Su Yuyaro, who the nine-tailed fox had brought back 2 years ago. However, the Sky Fox demon god had given such a stranger the highest position. In the Fox God's seclusion area, a beautiful figure was sitting cross-legged. The 9 furry fox tails behind her swayed and covered her body. Her beautiful eyes were tightly shut. Traces of cold sweat slid down her beautiful face. Her eyelashes fluttered slightly as if she was about to wake up. Author's words: "I stayed up late to write a chapter. The main thing is that I don't have time to write tomorrow morning. I'll write 1 chapter in advance. There are still 3 chapters left. I might combine the 3 in the afternoon or evening." Chapter 553. The surrounding demonic aura was extremely dense. Phew, she exhaled a mouthful of turbid air from her red lips. Her perfect body trembled slightly. Her beautiful eyes slowly opened, revealing a hint of demonic purple light. "What a pity. I'm still a little short." Su Yuyaro murmured softly. The 9 fluffy white fox tails behind her swayed. One couldn't help but want to grab them and feel their softness. "I didn't expect the last point to be, but my husband isn't here." Su Yuyaro bit her red lips with her pearly white teeth. If anyone else were to see her, their mind would be instantly frozen. She was a concubine now. She had to be more seductive and more alluring. The last point was to condense all of the fox demon energy into a single point. She was using an embarrassing method to condense it. However, it was obvious that she couldn't do it alone. Calculating the time. It's been 2 years. Su Yuyaro rose to her feet, her 9 fox tails spreading out behind her. She was breathtakingly beautiful. "I wonder how my husband is doing. But when I become the true successor of the Demon God realm, I'll be able to go find him." Although the Demon God realm was strong overall, it wasn't ranked high in the entire God realm. That was because, although they were strong, they weren't united. Therefore, the demon gods made a decision. It seemed impossible for them to fight for power now. However, they could nurture one person together. That person would be the successor of the Demon God realm. But there was another problem. Which demon god's descendant should be the successor of the Demon God realm? That was how the battle for the successor of the Demon God realm came about. It's time to go. Although I haven't fully cultivated, I don't fear the 4 demon kings anymore after 2 years of catching up. Su Yueyao's red lips parted slightly. She rose to her feet and walked out of the secluded cultivation area. The 4 demon kings were the strongest descendants of the 4 demon gods in the demon god realm. They had stepped into the ancestor god realm several hundred years ago. However, under the guidance of the 9-tailed celestial fox for 2 years, Su Yueyao's strength had reached 5 stars of the ancestor god realm. Several days later, demon god domain, the pinnacle of all demons. This was the battlefield for the battle of the demon god domain's successor. Many experts from the demon god domain had gathered here. The demonic chi here was so dense that it even overshadowed the spiritual chi of heaven and earth. The summit of myriad demons was surrounded by mountains. Countless experts from the demon clan were standing on top of these mountains as they stared fervently at the huge flat surface in the middle. On the flat surface, several figures stood. That is, the 4 great demon kings and the successor of the 9-tailed fox. There were 5 demon gods in the demon god realm, and now their successors were all gathered here. The gazes of many demon clan experts landed on the purple-robed woman. She had the beautiful features of a human and the 9 tails of a fox. From afar, she looked no different from a fox. However, even though the demonic aura was dense, the demons could still sense the human aura on her. Half-demon. TSK, what bad luck. I didn't expect the successor of the 9-tailed fox demon god to be a half-demon. How can we, the demon clan, have such an impure demon? But it doesn't matter. A mere half-demon can't be a match for the 4 great demon kings. Wouldn't it be the biggest joke if the demon god realm was inherited by a half-demon? It's such a pity for the heavenly fox demon god's bloodline power. The surrounding demons looked at Su Yueyao and couldn't help but sneer. Even if Su Yueyao was stronger and had a higher status than them, they still looked down on her. After all, the power of the bloodline was extremely important to the monster race. A monster race member was absolutely not allowed to have an impure bloodline. Su Yueyao's half-monster body, half-human and half-monster bloodline, had already violated a great taboo. They still looked down on half-demons, even the weakest ones. Even though it was rumored that Su Yueyao had the bloodline of the 9-tailed fox, the demons still thought that an impure bloodline could only unleash the full potential of the 9-tailed fox demon god's bloodline. But this is an extremely important battle. The 5 demon gods didn't seem to show up. The surrounding demons discussed animatedly. On the stone platform thousands of meters above the summit of myriad demons, only 5 figures stood hundreds of meters away from each other, wary of each other. Boom. At this moment, an enormous demon aura descended from the sky. A white-haired elder appeared in everyone's sight. It's the myriad poisons demon king. It's said that he broke through to the heavenly god realm a few years ago. Now that the 5 demon gods didn't show up, I'm afraid he'll be the one presiding over the battle for the throne of the demon god realm. When the white-haired old man appeared, many experts of the demon clan immediately recognized him. Sigh. This old man is already so old, yet he still wants me to be the presiding judge. The myriad poisons demon king let out a long sigh. The aura around him condensed. It was poisonous gas. After a long sigh, he looked at the 5 people on the stone platform of the summit of myriad demons and said slowly, "The rules are simple. The winner is king. The last one standing on this platform wins. In other words, this will be a free-for-all." A free-for-all? Then this half-demon body will be a little uncomfortable. Hearing the myriad poisons demon king's words, the surrounding demons were ready to watch a good show. Among the 4 major demon clans, other than the Immortal Dragon clan and the Immortal Phoenix clan, the other 2 clans had a clearer understanding of bloodline power. When the 9-tailed celestial fox brought the half-demon woman back, it even alarmed the demon gods of those 2 clans. However, the 9-tailed celestial fox ignored them. This is not fair. This is not fair to young Lady Su at all. At this moment, voices of protest came from the Fox clan. A Fox clan girl gritted her teeth and glared at the myriad poisons demon monarch. Young Lady Su has a half-demon body, and the Wolf Fang demon monarch and Golden Rock demon monarch are extremely disdainful of half-demon bodies. They will definitely do something to obstruct young Lady Su. Xiao Shi, seeing this young girl from the Fox clan, Su Yueyao's beautiful eyes flickered. This young girl from the Fox clan was her servant girl who took care of her in the divine Fox Valley. Whether it's fair or not, it's not up to me to decide. The myriad poisons demon king frowned. He looked over and said indifferently, "This is a joint decision of the 5 demon gods. The free-for-all was also decided by the 5 demon gods. But, the young girl from the Fox clan named Xiao Shi gritted her teeth. She was clearly worried. Hee, Xiao Shi, don't worry. So what if they make things difficult for me? I'm not afraid of them." At this moment, Su Yueyao's voice sounded from the stone platform. She looked at Xiao Shi with a smile and comforted her. "Yes." Xiao Shi nodded heavily. "TCH, you're just a half-demon. Even if you have the 9-tailed celestial fox's bloodline, how much of it can you unleash?" The Golden Rock Demon King sneered. He had the head of a bird and the body of a human. He even had a pair of golden wings on his back. It was very dazzling. "How much of it I can unleash will depend on how much of it you're worthy of me," Su Yuyaro said indifferently. She was not afraid of such a scene. After all, she was once the master of the Jade Lake sacred ground. She had already cultivated a calm heart in the face of any situation. "Let's begin." At this moment, the myriad poisons demon king spoke in an indifferent tone. Then, he quietly withdrew. Boom. In an instant. When the myriad poisons demon king finished speaking, the surrounding thousands of demonic beasts looked over. Every single one of them was filled with anticipation. Would the 4 great demon kings be stronger, or would the half-demon not be outdone? Boom, boom, boom. On the stone platform of the Summit of Demons, 4 terrifying auras erupted. When a terrifying demon aura gathered, the surrounding demons all felt the suppression from their bloodlines. In an instant, all the demons were extremely excited. It's demon spirits. I didn't expect the 4 demon kings' demon spirits to be cultivated to such a level. It's 100 meters in size. They haven't reached the heavenly god realm yet. If they reach the heavenly god realm, how terrifying would their demon spirits be? As expected of the 4 geniuses of the demon god realm. They saw. On the stone platform, 400-meter demon spirits appeared behind the 4 demon kings. They were the divine dragon, the fire phoenix, the blood wolf, and the golden rock. Demon spirits were a technique that could be used when the demon bloodline in the body was rich. The Wolf Fang Demon King raised his eyebrows and said indifferently, "I didn't expect you to be so proficient in your demon spirits. After all, we're the 4 demon kings." The Golden Rock Demon King sneered and looked coldly at Su Yuyaro, who was not far away. However, some people with impure bloodlines can't even use their demon spirits. Without a demon spirit, how can you fight with us? The surrounding demons all looked over. Seeing that there was nothing behind Su Yuyaro, not even a trace of demon aura, they all sneered. This was the power of a half-demon body. If the bloodline was too weak to use a demon spirit, then the demon race's technique would be greatly reduced. No demon spirit? Hearing this, Su Yuyaro couldn't help but sneer. Her 9 tails swayed behind her as a wave of demonic aura condensed. She indifferently said, "Who said that my demonic spirit must be behind me?" As soon as her voice fell, her delicate body trembled. Boom. As the terrifying demonic aura emerged, a loud boom exploded in the sky. At this moment, the expressions of all the demon clan experts changed because they felt a bloodline suppression from the sky. Immediately, all the demon clan experts raised their heads and looked up at the sky. They saw. In the sky, a snow-white 9-tailed demon fox stepped on the clouds and looked down at the demons. "That's Lord 9-tailed Fox Demon God." No, that's not Lord 9-tailed Fox Demon God. That's a half-demon spirit. Hiss, how can she use her demon spirit to such a powerful extent? She's just a half-demon. How can a half-demon be compared to a true demon? The fox figure in the sky was enough to shock hundreds of demons. This woman. A cold light flashed in the Wolf Fang Demon King's eyes. He said to the Golden Rock Demon King not far away, "Golden Rock Demon King, let's go together. When the time comes, we'll kill this woman and drink her demon blood." In their eyes, Su Yuyaro wasn't a stunning beauty. Just like the Golden Rock Demon King, How dare she call herself a beauty without a bird's beak on her head? In an instant, the two of them brought with them a burst of aura. The demon spirit behind them also emitted a terrifying demonic aura and rushed towards Su Yuyaro. Seeing this, Su Yuyaro snorted coldly, not afraid at all. The fox demon spirit in the sky also stepped into the clouds, erupting with endless power, under everyone's gaze. That demonic aura was torrential, enveloping the entire peak of demons. And Su Yuyaro was facing the two of them alone. As for the immortal dragon race and the immortal phoenix race, they crossed their arms and watched coldly. Demon God Realm. The void ship glided across the sky. F***CK Is this nine-tailed demon fox acting as me? Fox God Valley, there are traces of my little wife there. On the void ship, a cursing voice sounded. Ning Tian looked helplessly at the Fox God Valley below. There were indeed many fox demons below, but there was no fox demon at all. Husband, I just heard that today is the battle for the successor of the demon god realm. Yuyaro is also one of them. She should be at the peak of demons now. Luo Wuqing said. The peak of demons, huh? Okay, let's continue. Ning Tian murmured, then used the heaven and earth locator to directly locate the peak of demons. The distance from the central star region to the demon god realm could be said to be very far. Even if the void ship was fully powered, it was still a few days slower than expected. The nine-tailed fox's original intention was to let Ning Tian help Su Yuyaro break through the last step, and then take her to participate in the battle for the successor. But, unfortunately, the distance was too far. Ning Tian and the others didn't seem to be able to make it. But it didn't matter. They could still make it if they went now. The peak of demons. Boom. 3 huge streams of demonic aura collided continuously. Under one punch after another, the surrounding mountains were shattered. Even in the face of the joint attack of 2 demon kings, Su Yuyaro was still very calm. She circulated her spiritual energy and demonic aura at the same time. Facing the two of them at the same time, she was still able to deal with them with ease. Damn it. We can't continue like this. Wolf Fang Demon King gritted his sharp teeth. His eyes were bloodthirsty as he stared at Su Yuyaro. He sneered. Golden Rock Demon King, use the power of the Blood Ancestor. Don't tell me that I, a pure-blooded Demon King, can't even defeat a half-demon woman? Isn't that a joke? Okay. Golden Rock Demon King nodded slightly. At the same time, the demonic aura on their bodies became denser, and the demon spirits behind them became fainter. If one looked closely, one could see that their demonic aura was devouring the demon spirit's power, and this was a sign that they were using the power of the Blood Ancestor. Seeing this scene, even Su Yuyao's eyes turned serious. After 2 years in the demon god realm, she naturally knew how powerful the power of the Blood Ancestor was. But she couldn't use it. Because the last step was not completed. Looking at the battle ahead, there were still 2 demon kings on the stone platform who hadn't joined the battle. Dragon Kai, you're not joining? The fire-feathered immortal Phoenix Demon King looked at the immortal Dragon Demon King and raised her eyebrows. Not joining. This woman can't be touched. The Dragon Pool Demon King shook his head slightly. His golden eyes were filled with seriousness. Can't be touched. Phoenix Feather Demon King frowned, crossed her arms, and asked curiously, is there someone that even the immortal Dragon Demon King doesn't dare to touch? No. Dragon Kai looked over and said, you might have misunderstood me. What I mean is, not only can the immortal Dragon Demon King not touch this woman, but the entire demon god realm can't touch her. The entire demon god realm can't touch her? Phoenix Feather Demon King's expression changed slightly, but she clearly didn't believe it. Are you kidding me? The demon god realm has 5 demon gods. 5. So what if there are 5? The Dragon Pool Demon King found it a little funny. After shaking his head slightly, he ignored the Phoenix Feather Demon King and continued to look at the battle in front of him with his dazzling golden dragon eyes. Demonic aura gathered in front of them. After unleashing the power of the Blood Ancestor, the Wolf Fang Demon King and the Golden Rock Demon King's strength skyrocketed. Even Su Yuyaro, who had the nine-tailed fox demon spirit, found it difficult to withstand their attacks. She was even slightly injured in several clashes. Just a half-demon. Wolf Fang Demon King and Golden Rock Demon King both sneered, their eyes full of sarcasm. The two of them were forced to use their trump cards in a one-on-two fight. They even thought they were powerful. So what if you're a half-demon? A half-demon can still kill true demons like you. Su Yuyaro wiped the red blood from the corner of her mouth. A guzheng appeared in her hand, and a black death aura appeared on the guzheng. A song to bury demons. Today, I'll bury you. You won't be able to return. Clang. Clang clang. The sound of the guzheng accompanied by the death aura appeared. They transformed into sharp blades that shot towards the two demon monarchs. You dare to show off your insignificant skill before an expert? Ridiculous. Wolf Fang Demon King and Golden Rock Demon King sneered. A huge amount of demonic aura gathered in their hands, trying to resist the sound waves with the death aura. However, the moment the demonic aura gathered in their hands, the death aura was directly dispersed and eroded. This is the law of death. Wolf Fang Demon King and Golden Rock Demon King were indeed experienced. When they saw their demonic aura being condensed by the strange death aura, their expressions changed drastically. This half-demon, she actually knew the law of death. Golden Rock Demon King, it seems that we can only use that move. Wolf Fang Demon King's eyes flashed and he gritted his teeth. Golden Rock Demon King's face revealed a gloomy expression. Then, the two moved and turned into ghosts, rushing toward Su Yuyaro at the same time. Seeing this, Su Yueyao's figure moved slightly. While retreating, she kept playing the guzheng in her hand. She knew that in this situation, she would not gain any advantage if she fought head-on. Only by distancing herself and using the law of death would it work. However, Wolf Fang Demon King and Golden Rock Demon King seemed to be prepared. The moment their figures burst out, they appeared beside Su Yuyaro in the blink of an eye. A flame appeared on their bodies. This is burning the power of the blood ancestor. Seeing this scene, Su Yueyao's eyes flashed with a trace of seriousness. At the same time, she released her demonic aura and spiritual energy at the same time, preparing to deal with the joint attack of the two Demon King. Too late. Wolf Fang Demon King sneered, a trace of cunning flashing in his eyes. The several meters long wolf claw in his hand suddenly grew out and stabbed toward Su Yueyao's lower abdomen. If it hit, Su Yueyao's waist would be cut in half. Clang. It was also at this moment that Su Yuyaro found a way to deal with it. The law of death revolved and blocked the sharp wolf claws in an instant. However, at this moment, a yellow demonic wind swept over. At this moment, Su Yuyaro clearly sensed that the spiritual energy and demonic aura in her body had stagnated. She's been hit. Golden Rock Demon King sneered. It's the Golden Wing poison. It's Golden Rock Demon King's fatal poison. Seeing this scene, Myriad Poison's Demon King frowned and his expression changed slightly. Even he did not dare to take the Golden Wing poison head-on. Puff. At the same time, the spiritual energy and demonic aura stagnated at the same time. Without the obstruction of the law of death, the several meters long wolf claw pierced toward her again. Poochie. It almost easily tore a hole in Su Yueyao's lower abdomen. This was also because Su Yuyaro dodged in time. Otherwise, she would have been cut in half at the waist. However, the moment she dodged, the surrounding death aura turned into sharp blades and severely injured the two Demon Kings. A mouthful of blood was spat out from her red lips. At the same time, Wolf Fang Demon King and Golden Wings Demon King retreated quickly. Su Yueyao's trump card directly injured the two of them. How despicable. It's already 2 against 1. How dare they use such a despicable method? Seeing that Su Yuyaro was injured, the fox girl, Xiao Shi, was immediately furious. The other demons also frowned. It was already somewhat unreasonable for the two Demon Kings to attack the half-demon. Moreover, they used such a despicable method. It was truly despicable. Heh! Dragon Pool Demon King and Phoenix Feather Demon King sneered, expressing their disdain. What do you know? So what if we're unscrupulous in order to win? Wolf Fang Demon King sneered. Although he severely injured Su Yuyaro, he was also injured. Golden Rock Demon King was even more miserable. One of his wings was cut off by Su Yuyaro and was bleeding profusely. Damn you, half-demon. Let's see how you're going to survive when the golden wings are up. Golden Rock Demon King stopped the bleeding from his wings and gritted his teeth. His eyes were filled with resentment. In front of them. Drip. Drops of blood the size of beans dripped from Su Yueao's body. She clutched her abdomen with a pained expression. Her hands were already wet with blood. Most importantly, she found that she couldn't circulate her demonic energy. Ha ha ha. It's useless. You still want to use your demon chi after being poisoned by the golden wings? Dream on. Golden Rock Demon King's eyes were filled with resentment. Golden Rock Demon King, don't waste your breath. Let's take down the half-demon body first and drain her blood to recover our energy. Then, we'll start our battle. The Wolf Fang Demon King looked at the heavily injured Su Yuyaro and charged towards her. Boom, boom, boom. Two powerful auras erupted and rushed toward Su Yuyaro. Boom. 100 meters. 50 meters. 30 meters. They were close at hand. At this moment, a black shadow heavily smashed down, and a shockwave instantly sent the two monster kings flying. Who is it? How dare you interrupt the battle? Myriad Poison's Demon King's expression changed. He looked over and saw the true face of the black shadow. It was a black-robed youth. His face was cold and his eyes were filled with killing intent. Human, this is the demon god realm. How dare you, shut up. However, before he could finish his words, the eyes of the black-clothed young man landed on his body as an extremely cold voice faintly sounded out from his mouth. If you say another word, do you believe that I will kill you? Chapter 554. Myriad Poison's Demon King felt as if he had fallen into ice. His entire body trembled. What was going on? He was a one-star heavenly god demon king. How could he be intimidated by this human youth? Who is he? A human? Why would a human appear in our demon god territory? When the surrounding demons saw the black-robed young man from the human clan descending from the sky, their expressions changed. Their expressions became solemn as they all looked towards the stone platform at the peak of demons. They saw. At the center of the stone platform, the youth in black held Su Yuyaro in his arms. He gathered a dense spiritual energy in his hand and gently placed it on her blooded abdomen. A suction force also erupted at this moment. Is he going to suck away the golden wing poison? Myriad Poison's Demon King frowned as a trace of seriousness flashed across his eyes. Ridiculous. There is no cure for the golden wing poison. After absorbing it, he will also be poisoned. Stupid. At the side, the two demon kings climbed up from the ground and sneered. Although Golden Rock Demon King did not know who this human was, he only knew that there was no cure for his golden wing poison. No matter who it was, there was no cure for this poison today. Is this worthy of being called an incurable poison? However, a cold voice rang out from the youth in black. As soon as he said this, the hundreds of demons around the summit of demons all looked at the human youth in black with a solemn expression. They saw. The human youth in black raised his hand and a suction force condensed. Then, a faint yellow gas appeared in his hand. It was the golden wing poison that Golden Rock Demon King used. What is he trying to do? Golden Rock Demon King frowned. Is this worthy of being called an incurable poison? Ning Tian's lips curled into a cold smile. Then, a terrifying poisonous gas appeared in his hand. He gently clenched his hand. Instantly, the golden wing poison was corroded by the black gas and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Su Yueao's pale complexion gradually turned rosy. The golden wing poison was actually poisoned by the poisonous gas. Golden Rock Demon King's expression changed drastically. A trace of disbelief flashed across his eyes. This human's body is filled with poisonous gas. This is clearly a walking poison king. At the side, the Myriad Poison's Demon King lived up to his reputation as an old demon king who used poison. He saw through Ning Tian's technique with a single glance. What? He actually cured the golden wing poison? The expressions of the surrounding demons changed slightly when they saw this scene. Their eyes were filled with deep shock. One had to know. The Golden Rock tribe of the 4 great demon tribes were experts in using poison. Their golden wing poison was feared throughout the entire demon god realm. There was no cure for the golden wing poison. Short-sighted. Ning Tian said faintly. A mere golden wing poison could not even compare to the lowest grade pill refined by his 9th senior sister, Mu Shenqing. That 1 month of testing not only made him immune to all poisons, but also gave him the ability to detoxify. He looked at the blood on Su Yueyao's abdomen. Although the wound was gradually healing, he was still very unhappy. Hubby. Su Yuyao fell into Ning Tian's arms and smiled foolishly at the man she had missed for 2 years. She could not help but reach out to caress his face. Yuyao, rest well. I'll kill 2 demon kings for you to liven things up. Ning Tian chuckled. The killing intent in his eyes was fully revealed. His gaze was cold as he looked at the demons and the experts of the demon god realm. His voice was cold. Don't keep calling her half-demon. Although she has a name, you don't deserve to call her that. As soon as he finished speaking, the surrounding demons were shocked. Many experts of the demon race were furious. They were noble demons. How could they not deserve to call a half-demon by her name? Is this Miss Su's husband? He's so domineering. The fox demon girl, Lil Shi, widened her eyes and looked over. It's really him. The Dragon Pool Demon King's expression gradually turned serious. He had heard from the members of the Immortal Dragon Tribe who came to the Demon God Realm from the 9 domains that there was one person they absolutely could not provoke. If they provoked him, the entire Immortal Dragon Tribe would not be able to protect themselves. Who is he? At the side, the Phoenix Feather Demon King frowned and looked at Ning Tian with a trace of curiosity in her eyes. The founder of the Heavenly Palace. As soon as the Dragon Pool Demon King's name was mentioned, the Phoenix Feather Demon King's pretty face instantly changed. What? He's from the Heavenly Palace? The Phoenix Feather Demon King's heart was in turmoil. At this moment, she finally understood why the Dragon Pool Demon King did not dare to attack this half-demon woman. Who would dare to touch the family of someone from the Heavenly Palace? Looks like there's going to be a good show. She sneered in her heart. Although she knew Ning Tian's identity, she did not say anything. If Ning Tian could eliminate their opponents for them, why should she say anything? Moreover, even if she said it, the 2 demon kings would definitely die. Random event card of the Demon God Realm has been activated. Bloodline ability, obtained in Chapter 401. Transform into the power of the demon race's heart. You can control all bloodlines absorbed. Once absorbed, the bloodline suppression ability will reach the strongest, but it will be affected by your cultivation realm. At this moment, the system's voice sounded in his mind. In Ning Tian's Dantian small world, the hearts of the 3 races that were tied to the unknown tree were already shrouded in demonic aura. You shocked the 1,000 Poisons Demon King. You shocked the Wolf Fang Demon King. You shocked the Golden Rock Demon King. You shocked the Phoenix Feather Demon King. You shocked all the demon experts at the peak of 10,000 demons. Reward: permanent 10,000 demon essence blood. After absorbing it, you can control the bloodline suppression ability through the demon race's heart. However, the suppression will be affected by the difference in cultivation realm. As soon as the voice sounded, another voice sounded. 10,000 demon essence blood? Hearing this, Ning Tian's lips curled into a smile, and the killing intent in his eyes intensified. The heavens want the demon race to submit, and the demon race has no choice but to submit. Absorb. 10,000 demon essence blood. He muttered in his heart. Absorbing. Absorbing the 10,000 demon essence blood requires a certain amount of time. Host, please wait patiently. The system's notification sounded at this moment. Since it needs a certain amount of time, let me kill these 2 demon kings during this period of time. A wisp of flames appeared in Ning Tian's hand. That was the Scarlet Heaven Sword, which was suitable for slaughtering animals. Although these 2 demon kings were 5-star ancestral god realm, he was not afraid. In other words, they were only 3 levels higher than him. He could kill them. Ning Tian let go of Su Yuyao, held the Scarlet Heaven Sword in one hand, and walked towards the 2 demon kings step by step. Yuyao, Wait for me here. I'll make golden wing soup for you later. It's very nutritious. What's going on? Why can't I sense this kid's strength? The Wolf Fang Demon King and the Golden Rock Demon King were instantly intimidated by the dense killing intent on Ning Qian's body. It was as if every step he took was stepping heavily on their hearts. Forget it. Who cares about this kid? This is the territory of the demon clan. A mere human dares to act rashly? The Wolf Fang Demon King gritted his sharp teeth, and the wolf claws in his hand moved violently again. His body burned with the power of the blood ancestor, and his claws became as hard as diamond and became dozens of meters long. The muscles all over his body expanded, and he became a werewolf that was dozens of meters long. It seemed that he did not dare to let down his guard. He had already absorbed all the power of the blood ancestor. The Golden Rock Demon King did not dare to let down his guard when he saw the Wolf Fang Demon King going all out. He also used all the power of the blood ancestor. Golden wings covered his body, and he looked even more like a birdman now. Ning Qian's eyes were filled with indifference when he saw the two of them shooting towards him. He raised the Scarlet Heaven Sword and activated his Sword Dao. Streaks of burning sword intent continuously blasted towards the two of them. What's with this sword intent? Why are there flames? Moreover, why are the flames so strong? The two demon kings' expressions changed slightly when they sensed the terrifying flames of the sword intent. The flames above the sword intent were the heavenly fire law. Destroy. Ning Qian's eyes were indifferent. He was like the black-clothed Grim Reaper from that day. Sword intent flowed out of his hand, and he swung it at the two demon kings again and again. He no longer wanted to be kind. Su Yueya's injury made him want to kill the two demon kings once and for all. Boom. Under the powerful flames of the sword intent, the two demon kings did not dare to approach at all. They realized that if they did, the temperature of the sword intent would be enough to roast them. Time. Ning Qian murmured softly. A huge clock appeared behind him, and the sound of ticking echoed through the surroundings. What's going on? Why can't I move? A panicked voice sounded. The Golden Rock Demon King seemed to feel that time had stopped for a second. Although it was only a second, it was enough to kill. Ah! There was a blood-curdling scream. The Wolf Fang Demon King turned around abruptly and saw that the Sword of Flames had directly chopped off the Golden Rock Demon King's wings. The raging flames were still burning around his body. Tick! The sound of the clock seemed to ring again. At this moment, the Golden Rock Demon King sensed that time around him seemed to have recovered. He wanted to move, but the surrounding temperature turned cold. His entire body began to emit traces of cold air, and his body was already frozen in ice. This is the law of ice. Time, heavenly fire, and ice. This human brat has mastered 3 laws of heaven and earth. How is this possible? Who is he? Seeing the Golden Rock Demon King frozen in ice, the Wolf Fang Demon King seemed to be dumbfounded. His eyes widened, filled with deep shock and panic. You've shocked the Wolf Fang Demon King. Reward, Sword Dao Divine Level Martial Art, Annihilation Sword. The system's voice sounded in his mind. Interesting. He died from the shock of his teammates. Hearing the system's voice, the corners of Ning Qian's mouth could not help but curl into a smile. Then, he raised the Scarlet Heaven Sword in his hand and lightly swung it down. Then, an aura that seemed to be able to destroy mountains and rivers erupted from the sword. The Scarlet Heaven Sword buzzed. Since you dared to hurt my wife today, I'll kill you 1,000 times. A cold glint flashed across Ning Qian's eyes. The sword that could destroy mountains and rivers had already set off a sword ray that was tens of thousands of feet long. Under the gaze of all the demons in the skull of 10,000 demons, the sword fell heavily. No, 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 Brother Wolf Fang, save me. Frozen in ice, the Golden Rock Demon King's eyes were filled with deep fear when he saw the sword that could destroy everything. He wanted to struggle, but the heavenly fire had already penetrated deep into his body and was constantly burning. On the surface of his body, he still had to endure the freezing of the ice. This was simply a combination of ice and fire. This sword, he could no longer block it, and no one dared to block this sword for him. I'll block your horse. I don't want to die. The Wolf Fang Demon King gritted his teeth and hurriedly dodged to the side. No, 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 no. When the sword fell, a wisp of black chi enveloped the sword intent. That was the law of death. There was only despair in the Golden Rock Demon King's eyes. Under this sword, his life was extinguished. However, this was not the end. As I said, I'll kill you 1,000 times. Ning Tian said indifferently. She slowly raised her hand and pointed it at the Golden Rock Demon King's corpse, which had been completely disfigured. What is he trying to do? The Golden Rock Demon King is already dead. Is he going to whip his corpse? Seeing this scene, the demons who were still immersed in the terrifying aura of Ning Tian's sword changed their expressions. A trace of doubt flashed across their hearts. Then, they frowned slightly and looked over. Life. Ning Tian spat out these 2 words. Next, under the incredulous gazes of the Demon Clan experts, the Golden Rock Demon King, who was already beyond recognition, came back to life again. It was as if the sword had never appeared. He came back to life. How is this possible? The hearts of the surrounding experts trembled. No! Save me, save me. At this moment, the Golden Rock Demon King did not know that he had already died once. When he saw Ning Tian's indifferent face and that kind sneer, he instantly panicked. However, what appeared in front of his eyes was still the sword that could destroy mountains and rivers. No. There was a scream. A cold voice sounded. 999 times. Gulp. Sounds of saliva being swallowed could be heard. This human was really going to kill the Golden Rock Demon King 1,000 times. Very soon, screams could be heard one after another. The demons were even tired of hearing the Golden Rock Demon King's screams. When they saw this scene, their hearts were already numb. All of them were stunned on the spot, not knowing what to do. Even the Wolf Fang Demon King was the same. They were all scared silly. 1,000 times. As soon as he finished speaking, the sword intent also slashed. Ah! There was a scream. The Golden Rock Demon King's life was finally ended. He really killed the Golden Rock Demon King 1,000 times. Hiss! The demons were already numb. You have shocked all the demons. Reward: great healing skill. When used together with the law of life, the healing effect is miraculous. The system was especially busy today. With this great healing skill, Ning Tian turned around and used it on his little wife. After treating the last of her injuries, he looked coldly at the Wolf Fang Demon King. Next, it's your turn. Don't worry. It won't be long. That kind smile immediately made the Wolf Fang Demon King tremble. You're not human. You're a demon. There was a flash of fear in the Wolf Fang Demon King's eyes. Ning Tian had killed the Golden Rock Demon King 1,000 times just now. It was really a little cruel. Demon? So what if I'm a demon? Ning Tian sneered. Holding the Scarlet Heaven Sword, he walked toward the Wolf Fang Demon King step by step. You, don't come over. The Wolf Fang Demon King's expression changed drastically. Then, he gritted his teeth and looked at the Myriad Poisons Demon King and the surrounding 100 demons not far away. He shouted coldly, "What are you waiting for? How can we let a human be so presumptuous in our demon divine region? If word gets out in the future, where will our demon divine region's face be?" He shouted loudly. The Myriad Poisons Demon King and the other demon experts suddenly reacted. They were just immersed in Ning Tian's heaven-defying means and did not react for a long time. It was only when the Wolf Fang Demon King shouted that they were jolted awake. Yes. This was the demon divine region, the territory of the demons. Allowing a human to cause a ruckus in the territory of the demon clan was not something that could be justified. Brat. This is the peak of the demons, the demon divine region. We can't let a mere human like you be so presumptuous. The Myriad Poisons Demon King shouted. His dense demon aura carried a burst of poisonous gas. Presumptuous? So what if I'm presumptuous? Ning Tian looked at the demons with a smile and his tone became indifferent. The people of your demon divine region can bully my wife, but can't I bully the people of your demon divine region? Bully the people of my demon divine region? That's absolutely ridiculous. Do you think you can bully the tens of thousands of demon experts at the peak of the demons by yourself? The Myriad Poisons Demon King sneered. The aura of a heavenly god flowed out of his body. At the same time, the auras of the demons around the summit of myriad demons gathered together, forming an invisible pressure that pressed down on Ning Qian. Tens of thousands of demon experts, why would they be afraid of one person? So what if there are tens of thousands of them? All of you. When he spoke up to this point, a wisp of a demonic glow flashed through Ning Qian's eyes. At this moment, he could hear the sound of two hearts beating. One belonged to him, and the other belonged to the three races. Kneel. As soon as he said that, thump, 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 a terrifying demon aura exploded from the heart of the three tribes and instantly shrouded Ning Qian's body. At the same time, the system's voice also sounded at this moment. 10,000 demon blood essence fusion complete. Heart of the demons, bloodline superpower, bloodline suppression has been activated. Boom. At this moment, Ning Qian seemed to have transformed into a peerless demon. His terrifying aura made everyone's expression change and their bodies sink. All the demon clan cultivators felt their blood boiling. A pressure that seemed to originate from their souls enveloped their bodies. They wanted to move, but they were completely powerless. Their bodies involuntarily fell to their knees on the ground. Kneel down. As Ning Qian spoke again, Yi Zichen nodded. In an instant, the surrounding demons did not even have the ability to resist. Thump. The sound of kneeling and kowtowing was heard continuously. Even these demon clan experts couldn't believe that they had actually knelt before a human brat. The sound of kneeling and kowtowing was so loud that even the surrounding mountains collapse. Boom boom, bloodline suppression. This is the rule of bloodline suppression. The myriad poisons demon king gritted his teeth and tried to resist the waves of suppression. However, even if he broke out in cold sweat and exhausted all his demon aura, he could not stand up. He could not resist the suppression that came from his soul. Who exactly is this guy? At this moment, at the peak of the myriad demons, all the demons, no matter how strong or weak they were, faced Ning Qian and knelt on the ground. There was only one doubt in their hearts. Who was he? Now, no one can save you. All the experts knelt on the ground. Only Ning Qian walked forward. He slowly walked towards Demon King Wolf Fang as a kind smile appeared on his face. He raised Scarlet Heaven's sword in his hand and asked, "Are you ready to die?" You. Who exactly are you? The Wolf Fang Demon King knelt on the ground and gritted his teeth. Even though Ning Qian was right in front of him, his body still could not move at all. The suppression from the bloodline was fatal to the demon race. None of the demon experts could resist the suppression of the bloodline power. Me. Just the person who will kill you. Ning Qian said indifferently. Brat, how dare you? How can a mere human kill the son of the Wolf Fang demon god? At this moment, there was an explosion in the sky. Next, a low roar accompanied by dense demonic energy appeared in the sky. Terrifying divine might circulated, causing all the demons that were kneeling on the ground to reveal expressions of joy. It's the Wolf Fang demon god, one of the 5 great demon gods of the demon divine region. At this moment, all the demons were overjoyed. Human brat, let him go. A pair of blood-red eyes appeared in the sky. Then, a middle-aged man full of blood energy stepped out of the void. Wherever his aura passed, even space shattered. It was enough to see that he was extremely powerful. Father, quick, save. Seeing this middle-aged man, the Wolf Fang Demon King was instantly overjoyed. Before he could finish his words, a sword burning with heavenly fire instantly pierced his heart. The terrifying heavenly fire was constantly burning his vitality. What did you just say? Sorry, I didn't hear you clearly. Ning Qian indifferently pulled out the red heaven sword from the Wolf Fang Demon King's body and slowly looked at the Wolf Fang Demon God in the sky. Fang. Brat, how dare you? How dare you kill this god's son? The Wolf Blood Demon God was instantly enraged when he saw this scene. Dark clouds instantly gathered in the sky, and the world seemed to darken. He had never expected that this human brat would dare to attack him even after he had appeared. So what if I killed him? Not only do I want to kill him, but I also want to kill you. The demonic aura in Ning Qian's eyes became more and more intense. The demon aura around him was already somewhat out of control. The torrential demon aura was like the reincarnation of a great demon with an astonishing aura. Whoosh! Hearing this, there was an uproar. How dare you? How dare you speak to this god like that? Kneel before this god. In the sky, a murderous intent flashed in the wolf-fang demon god's eyes. With a heavy wave of his hand, a terrifying and powerful demon god aura instantly burst toward Ning Tian. In just an instant, it enveloped Ning Tian. Boom! Boom boom! This aura was like the weight of Mount Tai. Puff! A mouthful of blood directly spurted out from Ning Tian's mouth. Husband! Seeing this scene, Su Yueyao's pretty face change. I'm fine. He wants me to kneel. He's not worthy. Ning Tian said these words while gritting his teeth. At this moment, all the spiritual energy in his body burst out at this moment to resist the aura. However, the gap was huge. His body was uncontrollably kneeling down. If this god wants you to kneel, you have to kneel. Seeing this, the wolf-fang demon god sneered and did not take Ning Tian seriously at all. With a wave of his hand, a terrifying aura descended on Ning Tian's body again. At this moment, Ning Tian was still bitterly holding on. Because the aura was too powerful, his body was covered in blood. Crack, crack, crack. Many of the bones in his body had already been broken in several places due to resisting the terrifying pressure. Crack. The sound of bones breaking could be heard continuously. Ning Tian clenched his teeth, but he still stood upright and did not kneel. The wolf-fang demon god was at least at the level of God Shenyang. He was much, much stronger than Ning Tian. You're still not kneeling? The wolf-fang demon god frowned. You want me to kneel? Do you think you're worthy? Ning Tian gritted his teeth and squeezed out the words one by one. His entire body was covered in blood. Thump, thump, thump. The heart of the demon race was beating violently. You're still not kneeling? I'd like to see how long you can hold on. The wolf-fang demon god sneered. In his eyes, Ning Tian's behavior was completely overconfident. He raised his hand again and a wave of demonic aura was about to suppress Ning Tian. However, at this moment, what he saw was a scene. Ning Tian, who was completely covered in blood, raised his hand and slowly suppressed the wolf-fang demon god. He shouted in a low voice, "Kneel, it's you." Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, his palm, which was aimed at the wolf-blood demon god, suddenly slammed down. Boom. Boom. The host's willpower has exceeded the limit of the heart of the demon race in the hearts of the three races. The power of the bloodline suppression has reached the peak. As soon as he finished speaking, in the sky, the wolf-fang demon god's expression changed drastically. Under the gaze of the thousands of demons, he knelt down without hesitation. With a loud thump, even the void shattered. What? Lord Wolf-Fang Demon God knelt down under his aura? How is this possible? At this moment, the thousands of demons at the peak of the mountain were shocked. Author's words, after publishing in the morning, go to sleep. Do you want to continue publishing in the morning? Chapter 555. Thump. The sound of kneeling echoed throughout the entire peak of demons. The moment the wolf-blood demon god knelt, a powerful aura spread in all directions. Even the mountains were shattered by the aura. When the surrounding demon clan experts saw this scene, their hearts were already in turmoil. How is this possible? How can this god kneel to a mere human? This god doesn't believe it. The wolf-blood demon god gritted his teeth. His face was covered with blood vessels as he roared hysterically. He tried to stand up, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't stand up. His body. It was as if he was frozen in the void. An invisible pressure pressed down on his body. The wolf-blood demon god understood this power very well. He was also very familiar with it because he often used this power to suppress others. This power was the power of bloodline. Among the demon clan, whoever had a stronger bloodline would have a higher status. Because of this, the demon race had a lot of hostility towards half-demons with impure bloodlines. After all, if one's bloodline was impure, how could one display their bloodline's power? But, what right does this brat have to suppress this god's bloodline power? The wolf blood demon god's face was burning with pain. In front of the thousands of demons in the demon god domain, he, the wolf blood demon god, one of the 5 great demon gods of the demon god domain, was forced to kneel by a human brat. This was a humiliation that could not be erased no matter how hard he tried. He gritted his teeth and struggled to lift his head to look at Ning Tian, who was not far away. At this moment, Ning Tian's body was covered in blood. A powerful demonic aura erupted from his body. Su Yuyaro, who wanted to support him, could not even get close. That demonic aura was truly oppressive. Thump. 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 In Ning Tian's Dantian small world, the heart of 3 clans was covered by a dense demonic aura. The demonic aura and spiritual aura had already dissipated. The heart of 3 clans was now completely controlled by demonic aura. The blood in his body had also been assimilated by the demonic aura. Ning Tian's original human blood had turned into demonic blood. It was as if he was a peerless greater demon. The host has activated the heart of the demon clan and obtained the bloodline suppression. As the current host's strength is too low, the shifter's heart has not been fully unlocked. Bloodline suppression can only be used on one person at the moment. At this moment, the system's voice sounded in his mind. You've shocked the wolf blood demon god. You shocked the phoenix feather demon king. You shocked the dragon pool demon king. You've shocked the top of the demon clan and the demon clan. Acquired, big demon acting card, big fiend acting card, obtain fiend aura and big fiend battle techniques. Note, after the great demon acting card loses its effect, the host will retain the battle memories of the great demon. They can be obtained again when the heart of the demon awakens. As the system's voice sounded in his mind, Ning Tian let out a long sigh of relief. While looking coldly at the wolf blood demon god, he also quietly circulated the half-baked law of life and used it together with the great healing spell. Crack, crack, crack. The bones in his body constantly emitted strange phenomena, and under the healing effect of the great healing, his injuries slowly recovered at this time. I've said it before. The one who has to kneel is you. Ning Tian stood up straight. The blood all over his body dissipated, and his black clothes became clean and tidy. His black eyes were calm as he looked at the wolf blood demon god. You. The wolf blood demon god's eyes turned scarlet red when it heard this. It immediately gritted its teeth in anger as it glared at Ning Tian. Waves of majestic demonic aura continued to surface from its body. From the looks of it, it was struggling to get up. Did I say to let you get up? Ning Tian said calmly. Then, the fiend aura on his body vibrated slightly. Boom. In an instant, the heart of the demon's special ability, bloodline suppression, was activated again. The wolf blood demon god's body, which had just recovered a little, seemed to have been hit hard again. With a boom, it knelt down again. Hiss, Lord Wolf Blood Demon God is being completely suppressed by him. Why does he have such a strong fiend aura? Is he a human or a demon? After a moment of silence at the peak of demons, all the experts of the demon clan were in a state of panic. They looked at Ning Tian with a trace of doubt and confusion in their eyes, but more than that, there was a deep fear. Are you a human or a demon? The wolf blood demon god looked at Ning Tian hysterically. Its eyes were bloodthirsty, but it was useless. Human? So what if I'm a human or a demon? Ning Tian smiled kindly and looked at the wolf blood demon god indifferently. She said carelessly, I can be a human, a demon, and even more so, a demon. Indeed. He, who had the heart of the 3 clans, could switch between the 3. In fact, if he could completely activate the heart of the 3 clans, then, he would be the leader of the 3 clans. Next, prepare to be on your way. After he said that, raging flames appeared in Ning Tian's hand once again. He held the scarlet firmament sword and walked towards the wolf blood demon celestial. Today, he would use the scarlet firmament sword to slay a god and prove his Tao. What are you doing? Don't come over. Seeing Ning Tian approaching step by step, the wolf blood demon god's eyes flashed with panic. He wanted to struggle, but it was useless. The wolf blood demon god had great strength but was unable to use it due to the suppression of his bloodline, leading to his tragic death. That was 2F** king frustrating. Ning Tian approached it step by step. When he was only 100 meters away from the wolf blood demon god, a loud laughter sounded from the sky. Ha ha ha. Wolf blood, I didn't expect that you, one of the 5 great demon gods of the demon divine region, would be suppressed by a brat like this. What a joke. Along with the coarse laughter, a flame appeared in the sky. There seemed to be another flame floating in the sky. The golden light illuminated half of the sky, and a middle-aged man in golden clothes descended from the golden light. The wings on his back were spread out, and even the wings were covered in golden light. It's the Golden Wings demon god. When they saw the man in golden clothes appear in the sky, the eyes of the surrounding demons lit up. They immediately recognized him. Then, 2 enormous demonic auras appeared in the sky. The cries of a dragon and a phoenix resounded. Then, a man and a woman appeared in the sky. Their eyes fell on the wolf blood demon god, who was kneeling in the sky, and they immediately frowned. The immortal dragon god and the 9 phoenix demon god are here too. The appearance of the man and woman caused the eyes of the surrounding demons to light up. Now, among the 5 great demon gods of the demon divine region, only the 9-tailed fox demon god was not here. The other 4 great demon gods had all appeared. With the 4 great demon gods here, how could this human brat turn the sky upside down? Humph. Hearing the Golden Wings demon god's words, the wolf blood demon god felt humiliated. He snorted heavily, then looked at the corpse of the Golden Rock demon king not far away and said indifferently, "Don't gloat over my misfortune. Your son has already turned into a roasted wing. What are you laughing about?" Huh. The Golden Wings demon god's expression changed. He turned his head and saw the Golden Rock demon king, who had been beaten back to his original form, being roasted by the heavenly fire until he was golden and dripping with oil. What? My son? The Golden Wings demon god was heartbroken. His expression gradually became angry. He had gone through so much trouble to raise a passable son from his thousands of sons. In the end, in just a few days, he had turned into a plate of golden and dripping with oil. Ah, it's you. You brat. I'm going to kill you with my own hands. The Golden Wings demon god's eyes were red. Just as he was about to charge at Ning Tian and kill him, the wolf blood demon god, who was kneeling on the ground, quickly shouted, "Hide it. Don't act rashly. This brat is very strange." The Golden Wings demon god stopped abruptly. He looked at the wolf blood demon god, who was kneeling on the ground and seemed to be suppressed by his bloodline. A trace of seriousness flashed across his eyes, and he gradually calmed down. Phew, 4 demon gods. Seeing the Golden Wings demon god stop, Ning Tian heaved a sigh of relief. He looked at the 4 demon gods with a serious gaze. To tell the truth, he couldn't defeat even one of them. After all, bloodline suppression could only affect one person. It couldn't affect 2 or more demon gods at the same time. When the Golden Wings demon god charged at him, he had thought of countless ways to save his life. After all, an attack from a demon god in a rage was no laughing matter. But unexpectedly, at the critical moment, the wolf blood demon god saved his life. The wolf blood demon god probably didn't expect that if he hadn't said that, the Golden Wings demon god would have killed the brat. If he knew, he would regret it so much that his intestines would turn green. This brat has an extremely strong demon aura, but it can't hide the fact that he's a human. But he's not a half-demon. Could he be a human who has cultivated the demon race's cultivation method? But why is his demon aura so strong? The Golden Wings demon god frowned. His gaze fell on Ning Tian. After a moment of silence, he slowly said, "Human brat, quickly release the wolf blood demon god. Are you trying to declare war on the entire demon god realm?" As soon as he finished speaking, behind the Golden Wings demon god, the eternal dragon god and the 9 phoenix demon god both frowned as if they were displeased that he had spoken on behalf of the entire demon god realm. However, they merely frowned and did not bother to say anything else. As soon as the Golden Wings demon god finished speaking, all the demon clan experts around the summit of demons fixed their gazes on Ning Tian, and a complicated look flashed across their demonic eyes. Could this human still be as arrogant as he was just now? Ning Tian was silent, but there was no fear in his eyes. But just as he was about to speak, boom, There was a sound of something breaking through the sky. A huge object appeared in the sky. It was completely black and looked like a void battleship. It floated above the peak of demons. In an instant, it attracted the attention of all the demon race experts. Following that, a clear and cold voice sounded from above. So what if we start a war? Is the fire domain afraid of the demon god realm? Swoosh. As soon as this was said, all the experts of the demon clan looked over. Then, a beautiful figure jumped down from the void battleship and landed beside Ning Tian. She had a cold face and was wearing a long fiery dress. She glanced at the demon race experts, but there was no fear in her beautiful eyes. Seeing this woman, the demon race experts were shocked. What did she just say? Fire domain. They were from the fire domain? Wife. Seeing the fiery figure beside him, Ning Tian couldn't help but call out. Are you all right, husband? Seeing Ning Tian's sorry state, Luo Wuqing's beautiful eyes were filled with worry. Just as they approached the peak of demons, Ning Tian's expression changed slightly. Without another word, he stepped into the void. That was why he took a step toward them and came to the peak of demons. I'm fine. Ning Tian shook his head and looked at the 4 demon gods with a serious expression. It would be better if the 9-tailed fox was here, but 4 of the 5 demon gods of the demon god realm had appeared. Only the 9-tailed fox had yet to appear. At this moment, the 2 of them looked at the 4 demon gods in front of them. The golden wings demon god frowned. The fire domain and the demon god realm were similar. They were also one of the strongest forces in the god realm. If they were to fight, even if the demon god realm had 5 demon gods, they might not be able to gain an advantage. Moreover, the 5 demon gods of the demon god realm were not of one mind. The fire domain was the strongest force. So what if it's the fire domain? They killed my son. No matter who they are, they must die. The golden wings demon god's eyes fell on the plate of roasted wings. Oh no, on the golden rock demon king. The hatred in his eyes grew stronger. However, the immortal dragon god and the 9 phoenix demon god were indifferent. They didn't seem to want to do anything. They didn't need to. After all, it wasn't their son who was killed. Golden wing, be careful. This kid has a strange bloodline suppression power. Even a demon god like me can't resist this suppression power. This bloodline power is far above ours. If we can capture this boy and drink his blood, we might be able to obtain this bloodline suppression power too. At this moment, the wolf blood demon god's voice sounded again. There was a hint of seriousness and temptation in his voice. He clearly understood that he was currently being suppressed by Ning Tian's bloodline power. If he wanted to rely on himself to resolve the situation, it would be impossible. Now, all he needed to do was to make Golden Wing Demon God determined to kill this brat. Humph. I'm so smart. He snorted in his heart. He had to drag the Golden Wings Demon God into his trap. Is this boy really that amazing? The Golden Wings Demon God frowned when he heard the Wolf Blood Demon God's words. Even the other 2 demon gods looked at Ning Tian, wanting to sense him. Did this human truly possess such a horrifying bloodline power? Suddenly, 3 pairs of eyes met. Seeing this, Ning Tian immediately reacted. The Wolf Blood Demon God was a godly teammate. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly. Then, he activated the heart of the demon with all his might. Since you're looking at me, don't blame me for shocking you demon kings. The moment the 3 pairs of eyes fell on Ning Tian released the bloodline suppression on the wolf blood demon god and gathered all the power provided by the heart of the demon into his body. This was his only chance to survive in a hopeless situation. He had to seize it. Boom, boom, boom. The moment the power of the heart of the demon that suppressed the wolf blood demon god returned to Ning Tian's body, a strong demonic aura erupted. The bloodline suppression power instantly changed the expressions of the surrounding demons. What a strong demonic aura. It really has a strong bloodline suppression power. But he's clearly a human. Where did this demonic aura and bloodline power come from? When the 3 demon gods looked over, they immediately felt the terrifying demonic aura and the strong bloodline suppression power. Even they were extremely fearful of such power. You've shocked the Golden Wings demon god. You've shocked the immortal dragon god. You've shocked the 9 phoenix demon god. Reward, Realm Unification Realm Skill Card. When you're in the Realm Unification realm, regardless of your strength, high or low, you'll be in the same realm as the hosts. When the 3 demon gods were shocked, the system's voice sounded in their minds. Realm Unification Realm Skill Card? Interesting. Hearing the voice in his mind, Ning Tian couldn't help but let out a gentle smile. If this thing was used on people with low strength, it would definitely be a huge loss. However, if it was used on the demon gods, it would definitely be a huge gain. At the same realm, who could be a match for the founder? I didn't lie to you, did I? This kid's bloodline suppression power is very terrifying. No, the bloodline suppression on me has disappeared. The wolf blood demon god was halfway through his sentence when he seemed to have realized something. He couldn't help but be overjoyed and quickly stood up. Then, he looked at Ning Tian arrogantly. Haha. Kid, no one can save you today. A murderous look flashed across the wolf blood demon god's eyes. At this moment, he had broken free from the terrifying bloodline suppression. Moreover, the Golden Wings demon god had deepened his intention to attack Ning Tian because of his word. Is that so? But I have to thank you properly. You've done well. Ning Tian looked at the wolf blood demon god with a smile. If this guy hadn't said a few words, he probably wouldn't have been able to shock these demon gods. The wolf blood demon god was stunned and didn't understand. What nonsense was this kid talking about? Golden Wings, let's attack together. Even if this kid has a strange bloodline suppression, he can't do anything to us. The wolf blood demon god said to the Golden Wings demon god. He didn't believe that this kid could kill them when the 2 of them attacked him. Okay. The Golden Wings demon god nodded. Based on the current situation, the other 2 demon gods wouldn't attack. A great battle seemed to be on the verge of breaking out. The surrounding demon gods looked over with burning eyes. There was a trace of anticipation in their eyes. Were the 2 demon gods going to fight that mysterious human kid? They didn't know Ning Tian's strength, but judging from Ning Tian's methods, he might be an expert on the same level as the 2 demon god. Bai Liu, take Yu Yarrow to the void ship and let her rest first. Looking at the 2 demon gods eyeing him covetously, Ning Tian didn't panic. He first said to Bai Liu on the void ship. Okay. Bai Liu floated down with the death bell in her arms. Looking at Su Yueyao's injuries, she gritted her teeth and was a little angry. She wanted to draw a circle to curse these demon gods, but after thinking about it, Sister Sacred Lord's injuries were more important. Only then did she bring Su Yuyarrow back to the void ship. Husband, Yueyao's injuries. Luo Wuqing frowned and looked over. It's not serious. Ning Tian shook his head slightly, his eyes turning cold. However, it's because I came in time that it's not serious. This girl, not far away. 9 Phoenix demon god crossed his arms in front of his chest. He originally planned to watch coldly, but when he suddenly saw the white-robed figure holding the death bell, he couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. He muttered to himself, this girl seems a little familiar, at this moment. The 2 demon gods were eyeing Ning Tian covetously. Wife, step back. Ning Tian smiled at Luo Wuqing. Leave the fighting to me. Luo Wuqing hesitated for a moment, then nodded. She believed in Ning Tian. She knew this from the beginning to the end. Kid, 2 demon gods are attacking at the same time. This god wants to see what you can do. The wolf blood demon god sneered, a trace of killing intent flashing in his eyes. Then, the 2 charged toward Ning Tian with a terrifying demon aura. There was no nonsense. They fought as soon as they met. Seeing this, Ning Tian didn't waste any time and directly used the Realm Convergence Domain skill card. After the skill card was successfully activated, a light barrier that only Ning Tian could see instantly enveloped the 3 of them. When the strength of a 3-star ancestor god appeared on the 2 demon gods, their originally violent figures suddenly paused, and then their expressions changed slightly. What's going on? Why do I feel that my strength has weakened so much? Where's my strength? Just as the 2 of them were dumbfounded. In front of them, Ning Tian's chuckle sounded. Well, I like a fair fight the most. So, since you are demon gods, I'll use my demon aura to fight with you. As soon as his voice fell, the great demon acting card was successfully used. In an instant, demon aura enveloped Ning Tian's entire body. The great demon appeared, and the intensity of the demon aura even surpassed that of the two demon gods. Get ready, are you ready to die? Ning Tian, who was possessed by the great demon, actually had a trace of evil charm. The demon aura in his hands was rampant, and after he finished speaking, he seemed to have turned into a ghost and charged toward the two demon god. Boom, boom. In the face of Ning Tian's strength, the two demon gods, whose strength had been forcefully reduced to 3-star ancestor god realm by the realm convergence domain skill, had no way of resisting at all and were directly beaten up by Ning Tian. Their ancestral master was invincible in the same realm. Outside the domain, the immortal dragon god and 9 phoenix demon god couldn't help but feel surprised when they saw this scene, and their gazes gradually turned solemn. They knew that the two demon gods' strength was not inferior to theirs at all. But at this moment, they were being beaten up by this human youth. What realm was this youth's strength at? However, they didn't know that the wolf blood demon god and the golden wings demon god's strength had been reduced to 3-star ancestor god realm at this moment, and the two demon gods didn't even have the chance to say anything. It was good enough that they could scream. Still want to talk? The demons at the summit of demons were even more shocked when they saw this scene. You've shocked the immortal dragon god. You've shocked the demon god 9 Phoenix. You've shocked all the demons. Unlock the upgrade method of the heart of the demon clan. The more bloodline power accumulated, the stronger the bloodline. Oh! Ning Tian, who was punching the two demon gods to the ground, raised his eyebrows when he heard this. Looking at the two demon gods in front of him, he suddenly had an idea. If he could accumulate the bloodline power, why not take control of 2 of the 4 major demon clans? This idea appeared in his mind. Ning Tian's expression changed when he looked at the 2 half-dead demon gods. He couldn't rely on the Heaven Palace forever. After all, he had to build his own force in the divine territory, and this was a good start. He could unlock part of the progress of the heart of the demon clan and take the first step of his own force, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Very good. Ning Tian chuckled, and the demonic aura around him condensed. He performed Old Man Dao's ultimate skill, Burial of the Dusk, and looked at the 2 battered demon gods with a smile. Submit, or die. Author's words, good night. 4 groups, 7999633746. The first, second, and third groups are full. There are still many readers who haven't joined the group. Open a new 4 groups. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.